Since 2010, the highest echelon of sim racing competition has focused on NASCAR and Grand Prix racing. 50 of the best drivers in the world doing battle for championship glory, each man for himself. And even though there may be teammates on track, each driver is in command of his own destiny. Until now. 2016 sees the start of a new era in World Championship competition, with team racing getting its chance in the spotlight. No longer can one driver rule supreme, but you must rely on those with whom you share a car, a setup, a strategy. Endurance racing can be very different to other forms of motorsports, with races in this series lasting either 3 or 6 hours. Teams of 2 or 3 drivers, perhaps on opposite sides of the world, will share seat time, each having to collectively work towards one common goal. Crash out, and it's not just you who you let down. Officially sanctioned by SRO, it will be teams of drivers who will go head to head, car to car, rival to rival, in the pursuit of a championship. And there's over $25,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs. Some of the world's biggest sim racing teams are represented. There's also a group of teams who haven't seen this stage before, who want to make their mark and say we can hang with the best. The team racing revolution is here. It's loud, it's exciting, and it lives on iRacing Live, starting April 23rd. Well, for the first 6 years of iRacing World Championship competition, you had 2 options. Either go to the NASCAR Peak Entry Series or to the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. However, in 2016, we add ourselves a 3rd series. It is the iRacing Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship. It's a chance for teams to finally have a part of the action, and over the course of a handful of races, they will put themselves to the test. Monza, Silverstone, Spa, Imola, and the Nürburgring play host to the first ever Team World Championship on iRacing, and it will start on April 23rd. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Will Vincent, along with Jake Sperry, and also with Alex Simpson from Apex Racing, as we welcome you to the Blancpain GT World Endurance Series pre-race show. As well, Jake, it's been many, many years in the making, but finally we're able to talk about a Team World Championship Series.
Yes, we can. It's a very interesting format we've got in. Of course, we're not choosing just one car. We've got a selection of 4 cars, I believe, that we can have a choice to race. And it'll be really interesting to see which drivers are going to choose, well, which teams even are going to choose which cars, because you don't know what car is going to be faster or slower with a new build coming up just before the season starts, and you don't actually know which cars are faster around which certain tracks, so it really is a lottery to see which teams are going to come up and get the advantages or the disadvantages at the start of the season.
Yeah, and that's probably the most important point to talk about there, Jay, because we've got ourselves 5 very different racetracks. You've got the high speed of Monza. You've got yourself the real need for aerodynamic grip at Silverstone and also parts of Imola. You've got yourself the legendary track that is known as Spa, and of course, then you've got yourself the high downforce requirements of the Nürburgring. Each of those tracks require a different type of mentality to race, as well as a different car that might be better or worse than others. So for these teams, it's set your goals now, and then it's not a case of necessarily winning every race. It's a case of adapting to the situations ahead of you.
Oh, absolutely. You have to think that each race is its own sort of Shakespearean melodrama. that you have. You have 5 stages in which a race happens. You have a start, you have pit stops, you have an end, you have everything that happens under the sun, incidents, non-incidents, general difficulties. So really, it's your marathon series. You've got to really think that you have an opportunity here. If you pace yourself right, if you put yourself in position, you can sort everything out very comfortably, but it's just this consistency factor that every team has to go and think about.
Now, we'll talk about the cars and the teams and the drivers that will make up this series shortly. But first, Alex, this has been a series which has been years in the making. And I think when you and I started iRacing, the longest race we would do would be 90 minutes. And maybe on a push, 2 hours. But now, we've got guys running for 3 hours for 4 of the races. And, of course, 6 hours at Spa on July 16th. And, well, it's a different type of racing environment that we're in now compared to a couple of years ago.
Oh, completely. The driver swaps have, been brought in, and it's probably been the most sought after feature from the community for, well, as long as I've been a member, certainly.
Except for dirt.
Well, yeah, there is dirt. But, yeah, I mean, it's great that they finally got it here. And it works so well now that all the bugs and kinks have been taken out of it. The qualifying series was a huge success. I mean, just look at how many teams went after those top 40 places. It was absolutely immense. The amount of splits, the amount of teams, the amount of drivers involved was just crazy. And, I think the season is going to be ridiculously competitive as well. So it's just great that it's here.
And I think that when we talk about the series itself that's coming up, first thing we have to talk about in detail is what we like to call balance of performance, because we have got ourselves the BMW, we've got ourselves the Roof, we've got ourselves the McLaren, we're going to have ourselves the Audi, and then eventually we might get ourselves the Mercedes as well. But in reality, let's talk about the 4 cars. Now, one of those is a complete unknown, but the other 3 cars, they each have their quirks. They're not the same car with just 3 different lids on it. For example, the BMW, many argue, are easier to drive than some others, but getting the absolute pinnacle performance out of that BMW is probably a bit harder than what you get out the Roof.
Yes, agreed to say. I mean, I think just looking at the qualifying series, of course, we will get our hands on the cars before we have to pick them. Well, I hope, shall we say. New build comes out in a few weeks' time, so we'll have a good idea of what's going on with the cars. But you're right, the McLaren was very, very strong in the high-speed circuits last season, in the qualifying season, and you could see that in the results at like Monza. And of course, the BMW really slow, but crazy amounts of downforce on it made it very, very quick through infield sections. So at Silverstone, tracks like that, it really sort of comes out on tops. And the Rough was a good all-rounder, and that's why we saw a lot of people driving that. So it'll be interesting to see what people go for. I mean, there was more Roughs than anything out there last season. So will that be the case again? How will the new Audi fare? Will that be quick? Notoriously, you've seen it could be new car syndrome. The new car often needs to be dialed down after the first build. So will everybody jump towards that? Of course, there are constructors' championships as well within this particular cars, not just the whole sort of the full-on championship. So will teams go, well, actually, we'll go for this car and we'll go for this prize instead. So there's a lot of prizes up for grabs. If I'm not mistaken, it was in excess of $40,000.
Oh, it's huge.
So it's pretty immense.
It's huge, and it really does show how much not only is iRacing committed to endurance races, but also the changing of the guard, going from this whole single-person mentality that we have had for the last maybe 15 years or so, going back to the joys and the spirit of Le Mans that we used to have 20, 30 years ago. And there's one little thing that I wanted to touch upon there as well. We talked about the cars, Alex. No 4GT, which you talk about the Audi, of course. Audi won the 24 Hours of Daytona with Magnus Racing in the GTD division. But that Ford has kind of divided opinion over the last couple of years. Some people hated it, then it became the favourite car, and now all of a sudden it's not here.
I think the sim racers are very fickle, and they'll go after the quickest car.
Oh, yeah.
And there was a time where the Ford was just smashing everything, and that is why it became the favourite. There are teams out there that absolutely love it, and you've got to, Inex a standout to me. They were pretty much the only team that could drag that car into that, and it was severely hampered somewhat last season. So I think I'm not surprised it's gone. Of course, it is not really a GT3 car, and they're iRacing have got the Mercedes in the pipeline. So I think they're just leaving that there ready, and I'm just looking forward to see 5 cars back on the grid. But it'd be a shame to see the Ford go.
Now, Jake, let's start talking about some of the drivers and the teams that make up this championship. And you'd be foolish to start anywhere outside of INX Racing. They got 3 teams that made it into the top 5 in points. INX Racing Blue with Geelink, Friscop, Nelson and Evenham. Then you had yourself the yellow team with Sturgis, Levesque and Diaz. And then the red team had themselves Tamala, Price, Cedric and Lovett. By the way, they were P6, not P5. But hey, this is what happens when you do stuff live. But INX Racing there, Jake, 3 teams inside of the top 6. And that just shows how good INX are, confirming what many people have been saying for years.
They are the team to beat right now. Well, they are the 3 teams to beat right now, if I have to say. Because you have to think of the teams coming in, your likes of your Redline, your Apex, your VRS Coanda, who aren't majorly going to be the teams that are fully focused on this Blancpain series. Be it there are massive prizes to be involved, but you have to think that this sort of series, and with iRacing World Championship Series going on, you have to think that some teams will focus elsewhere in order to try and make up the money and the profits that they need to be, which, albeit this Blancpain series is going to be really interesting, you're also going to find it interesting, say, in the NASCAR Peak Antifreeze or in the NASCAR Championships, and you're also going to see it really interesting in the iRacing World Championships.
Alex, are they the most diverse team in all of sim racing?
You could say so, absolutely. I mean, off the top of my head, I think they're the only one that have got a driver in all 3.
Yeah, with Jake Sturgis. And of course, PJ Sturgis was previously run in the World Championship Grand Prix Series as well. But we go from INX, we start thinking about the likes of Coanda, and this Coanda team, it's a fantastic one. Jorn Jens, former World Championship driver. Rens Brokerman, one of the best people I've ever seen in a GT car. Klaus Kivikas, who, when he used to race in the F1 car many moons ago, was fantastic. And then Marcus Landerman as well. 4 drivers that, if Jens focuses primarily on the GT side and not on the F1 side, I think they could be fighting at least for P2 in the overall championship.
I think they got a great chance, to be honest. Certainly in the qualifying season, they were the team to... we certainly kept a close eye on them and expected them to be right up there. And, if we get an opportunity to see what they're doing pace-wise, we will sort of judge ourselves on that. And that's how it went through the qualifying stages as well. So certainly a lot of people look up to them. That's a great group. And I think anyone's a fool to count them out.
Now, previously we've been talking, Jake, about the Radicals online team, and of course we're talking about the fact that Matt Backham decided not to go for the Grand Prix World Championship Series license, instead focusing on the GT license. He's going to be joined by Anthony Rosselli, who is, again, pretty much a legend in GT circles, with Wyatt Gooden and Jeremy Bootleap. But let's not forget, Bootleap has had a couple of fantastic seasons in the World Championship Series. Radicals are always a team that seems to have bad luck in these GT divisions recently, but when they get it together, I think that they can go toe-to-toe with anyone, regardless of class. And of course, this is a one-class event, so again, another podium potential team every single race.
Oh, I have to agree with you, and I think Mac Backham choosing not to go through the World Championship route and heading into the Blancpain series is a complete game changer to everybody else in the field. If he's going to put in a performance which is going to absolutely worry every team in the field, then we're looking at a real showdown that's going to go on through the seasons, and quite possibly we could see 3 or 4 teams down at the final race of the season with a very realistic chance of winning.
You look up and down that top 10. I'm just having a look through the teams here, Jake. And Darcotini, I can never say that name. Da Contigo racing team there. I've got a 2-car team. And they're the only 2-car team that I can see inside the top 10. Now, you only need 2 drivers, really, for 3 and 6 hour races, but do you think they might be hampered in the same way that we often talk about the likes of Redline and Coanda and the likes of INX and the likes of Apex and Radicals and Vortex, etc., having to have larger teams in the Grand Prix series? Is a two-car team going to hurt them in terms of being able to do the preparation, get the setup, and get the track time?
It's a very difficult one to actually choose between. If you have a two-car team, maybe you are going to be lacking in a little bit of practice, for example. You might be lacking a little bit on the setup side of things. However, if you can get it sorted and you can get the setups correct very early on, you can find that you can actually push yourself up at least 5 teams plus in any sort of championship format if you can just get it correct. You just got to hope that they can find something, and they could be up challenging these guys. There's not much doubt about it, but it's all down to the preparation and see who's got that the best.
And Alex, it's interesting to note that you got yourself the TTLR Next Level Racing team. They've only got 3 drivers with Sharman, Hampstead and Down. Now that's going to be an interesting team to watch because of the time zone difference.
Yeah, exactly. They have to race at whatever crazy time in the morning it is for them, and the 6 hours as well is going to sort of make it run even later for them as well. Yeah. So it's going to be tough for them. The way the qualifying worked, they were able to get a friendly time zone to do that as well. So that was great they were able to do that. So will it hamper them? I think the guys are good enough that they will make sure that they get themselves an early night's sleep the night before, and they'll be ready to go, I'm sure.
It's fascinating to note that so far we haven't talked about the likes of Team Redline. We haven't yet talked about the likes of Apex Racing UK. And there's a couple of other teams who really deserve themselves a mention. Phoenix Motorsports, Corsim Racing. We'll talk about them after these messages. You're watching the preview show for the 2016 Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship. And don't forget, every single race for the 2016 World Championship Series will be live on Racesport TV. Streaming live also on iRacing Live. We'll be back after this.
In the outside, contact made, 56 slides it at a 4, who's going to be at the stripe, dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2016 Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship preview show here on Racesport TV and also on iRacing Live. And promise, we're only going to mess that name up about 16,000 times over the course of the season. Will Vincent, along with Jake Sperry and Alex Simpson. And well, we were talking just a moment ago, Jake, about the depth of character here in this field. Now, we talk about Team Redline. Their first team was down in P14 in the championship. That was with Olu Pakala, Alexei Usiakola and Kelvin van der Linde. But you can never discount Team Redline because in these series they sometimes use a Pro Series as a chance to scope out the competition, see how hard they need to play. When they get to the big games, that's when we're going to see them become exciting.
Yes, there is an element of them sandbagging their way through qualifyings for tournaments. You can certainly argue that a little bit in the Pro Series and what they tried to do there. What you do have to say about Redline, though, is that they have certain drivers who don't actually get any sort of fame and not enough recognition for just putting in practice lap after practice lap and developing setups for their drivers. But one thing that does have to note about these drivers is once you lock in a driver lineup, that's it. You're stuck with that lineup and you cannot change it and put in the likes of, say, a Gregor Hutu in for the final race of the season to shore up something. You're in it in the long haul and you've got to try and do it with the talent that you have resourced.
The guy that probably many people are talking about here, Alex, is the guy who is part of the other Team Redline team. Team Red Line Green. They qualified P16. Bono Huiz. Now, many people will joke about the fact that he's Hugo's long-lost brother. He's not. But he's known in many other circles. We're not going to talk about the circles that he's come from. He's a driver that many people think could easily be the difference maker when we get ourselves down to the sharp end of the schedule.
Yeah, he's very quick. I mean, you don't win the amount of titles that you've won if you're not quick, and I think that team is very, very strong. Interesting to point out that they've qualified and they didn't make the top split, and I think probably the first 70% of the races. It was only towards the end, once the team's iRating came up as well. So, they've done it the hard way, and they had to win those second split races to make sure they had enough points. So, yeah, while we might not have seen them in the top split races in the qualifying series, they're going to be there in the final and in the main World Championship.
And we look about some of these people who we expect to be there. Thrustmaster Movane Sim Racing with Bertole, Carla, Gonzalez and Avery. Glacier Racing with Latari, Sumanen, Alatalo and Backman. And then Pure Racing Team, which just makes it even harder for me to say quickly. Valentini, Olmensberger, Pichler and Walmia. These are three teams that we expected to be there from the second the series was announced. And, Glacier, many people make jokes about Altalo in the World Championship Series. They did the same about Alexi Aloma. But Latari, Suman and Backman are fantastic drivers. Altalo is incredible behind the wheel of a GT machine. Thrustmaster, incredible in anything they race. And PRT, let's not forget. Every time I've seen them, I've normally called them winning a race.
Yeah. They're in the McLaren as well, and we were in the McLaren for the qualifying season, and really we were racing them for the best part of the championship, and they were very quick. All of their teams as well. I don't think it's just one car. I think it maybe 2 or 3 cars they've got in.
Yeah.
But they are very, very quick, and I think they were in the McLaren, and they were, which is arguably, you could say, was probably the lowest performing car out there, apart from maybe at Monza, and they were mixing it with the roughs and the BMWs for pretty much every round as well. So I tell you, if the McLaren is on pace, because I know they like that particular car, and they pick that again, then you're going to see them in the sharp end every round.
Now, it's interesting tonight, Jake, with Glacier, is the fact that they seem to have split their drivers up based upon driving style. And of course, I have a history with Glacier, so I kind of know the way that some of their drivers run. But you look at their second team, they've got Ante Bajala, Yoni Hagner, Alexia Loma, and Tapalo Lenanoto in that team. And it seems to be that as I have a look through the ways that these teams are formed, especially in multi-car teams, they've kind of got the point that you can't just get 4 fast people and put them together. You've got to kind of understand the fact that you're sharing one setup, one driving style, one driving methodology. And if you've got people with very different driving styles, neither of you are going to be very fast if you make that neutral setup in the middle.
Yeah, that is true. You can't have too much compensation between one driver and another. You have to kind of keep your setups so that you are blindingly quick through every single driver. You've got to find a way to put yourself in the best possible position that you can in this series, and through every single race, if you have one driver who is consistently going to be a second off the pace because his setup isn't suiting him as much as someone else, then you're going to be losing out on possibly laps throughout this series, and you cannot afford that when you're driving these sort of cars to these sort of standards.
Now, I have a look, and you see the depth of field in this one is just absolutely fantastic. And Jake, of course, we have got to talk about the team that qualified in P18. They've got themselves Sebastian Job, Antoine Hegelin, Jasper Pedersen, the guy that stood about 2.5 feet to the left of you right now.
Yeah, we do have to talk about Apex Racing and their venture here into the Blancpain series. It's an interesting decision for them to come in. Of course, they're a team which generally works as an open wheel format, and coming into a closed wheel championship, this really throws a cat amongst the pigeons to see where this team sort of falls in. Of course, Alex will have more information on their preparation, so I'll be really interested to see where they think they can place themselves this season.
He's got information. He's not going to tell us about it, though, are you, Alex?
We've got no information whatsoever. We really are. We've done no testing since the end of the qualifying season. We're, like you say, we're an open wheel team, and we switched focus really to the Pro Series, and it's time for us to get back in the car. I think the first time we'll be testing the car will be when we decide which one we're going to go for. So once that happens, though, you can be sure that, don't worry, we'll put the effort in, and we're never in there to make the numbers up. We will want to make a name for ourselves in the GT cars as well, so we'll be going hard at it. And if we yeah, whatever car we go for, we will try and win the constructors in that and the overall championship, be sure.
Although, let's be honest, in recent league series you've been in previously, your luck's been, I'm going to say, horrific at times.
Yeah, well, yeah, I've had a phrase coined against me, so you've been Simpsoned and things like that. So, yeah, we don't get the best of luck, and that seems to follow me in no matter what car I am, so the drivers have had to deal with that. We got caught up in a couple of wrecks in the qualifying series as well, so let's just, touch a bit of wood and hope that it all goes well and we can avoid the crashes with, having Seb in there. He is pretty diverse in every car that he drives, and him and Antoine, actually, and we can't count Antoine out. He's so quick in GT cars as well. Jesper, it's great to see Jesper back as well. So he hasn't been around too much, and it's just a pleasure to have him kicking around in the car and with his black stripe again. So he's a great guy, and I think the four of us, if we work hard at it, like I say, it's going to be a whole lot of fun, which is the most important thing.
And that brings me back to the 4 versus 2 conversation here, Jake, because with 3 or 4 drivers in a team, you have yourself a fantastic opportunity to pick the best 2 drivers for the racetrack. Now, I always use Giancarlo Fisichella in this circumstance because there's 2 tracks when he was probably one of the best in the world, Circuit Spa, Francorchamps, and also at the Circuit of Notre Dame in Canada. But he wasn't always great elsewhere. And the same applies to sim races. There are drivers that just simply cannot get their heads around certain tracks. You look at Jenson Button, for example, when he started with Williams, and when he then moved over to Benetton, Renault, in 2001. He could not understand Imola at all. And there's going to be some sim racers that are going to think exactly the same thing. They cannot understand it.
I mean, you can have a real-world example and say that Gregor Hooter at Watkins Glen, he can't stop winning at that sort of track. You put him somewhere else, say Interlagos, he can't find a win to save his life. So you have to say that certain drivers will suit certain tracks, but if you are trying to be an all-rounder with a 2-car team, you've got to hope that all 5-6 tracks are going to suit you to the best of your abilities, and you don't want to be scrimping out in any sort of scenario which you get put in. So really, you got to push yourself and try and be the best that you can possibly be if you are in a 2-man team.
Well, one more final point there, Jake, is that there's no drop weeks. So you cannot afford yourself a bad race.
No, you can't. And I think that is actually beneficial for the championship series, that we can't have a drop week at all. I think that if you are in a situation where you are having to be the most consistent driver, it doesn't give a driver or a team the chance to have a rest for one race of the series. You've got to have an opportunity to race every race and race it well.
Yeah, I think the consistency is going to make a big difference in this championship as well. So the racing is going to be so close. I'd be surprised if we don't see massive packs, and I think it's just going to be hard to call where anything's going to go, who's going to get what, and how the teams are going to line themselves up. And
what's your favourite track, and why?
Well, from the lineup, I mean, my favourite is Silverstone. We know why; it's a home track. I wouldn't necessarily say it's my quickest. I mean, to bring the point in about, drivers skipping out of races, like I wouldn't touch Brands Hatch because I was so slow there. I was a second a lap slower than the whole team, and that was the key thing. Like you say, you're going to put the drivers in that are capable, and you get the 2-man teams. It's gonna struggle, but yeah, I think 4-man teams are going to have a little advantage there, but not much. The field is pretty strong, to be fair.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is all we have time for. There's still so many teams that we have yet to talk about, but we'll do so, we promise, on Racesport TV and on iRacing Live over the coming weeks and months as we build to the first ever iRacing Blancpain GT World Endurance Championships. For example, Audax Motorsports, what can they do? They've been fantastic on Racesport TV previously. Have PRT, Iberica Racing Team, and of course, one of our favourite teams of the lot. Bessie is back in town. Mad Cow Racing bringing 2 teams to the party. So, 40 different teams, 5 races, looking to secure one ultimate goal, and it will all start on the 23rd of April 2016 from the Autodromo Monza 3-hour race here on Racespot TV and on iRacing Live. Thank you so much to Jake and to Alex for being a part of this pre-race show. I've been Will Vincent, but you know that already. We'll talk to you all next time. Goodbye. The time for waiting is finally over. It is time to welcome in a new World Championship Series to iRacing. This one that focuses on GT racing and on team racing. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Monza for round number 1 of the iRacing Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship here on Racespot TV Live. Streaming live on iRacing Live, and we'll be with you every step of the way of this fantastic season. We have got ourselves some of the world's best sim racing teams looking to do battle, and after months of preparation, qualifying in the fall of last year, and then secretly trying to find out which one of the cars will have themselves the advantage, the time for talking stops here today. Some of the biggest sim racing teams in the world will do battle, and some of them will be hoping that they can get themselves one step closer to one of the biggest prize pools in sim racing and call themselves champion of this fantastic series. At this time, joined by Oscar Hardwick, Randy Tinneth, we've got ourselves Jake Sperry, Paul Smith, John Granger as well. The full team is in the house. Oscar Hardwick, it's finally here.
Yeah, it's been quite a long time coming. Lots of team preparation from the guys taking part, and a lot of preparation here at Racespot behind the scenes, people reading up on the teams and drivers, having discussions about their own predictions for the upcoming series, and now we're here. Now it's all on the line for everybody involved. It's on line for the guys taking part, and they've really got to be focusing now a lot at stake today, because it's quite a short series, so you can't afford to be throwing it down the road at any point, especially not in round 1 here at Monza.
Indeed so. So qualifying, ladies and gentlemen, is just a couple of minutes away. We will bring you qualifying in a moment after these messages. You're watching Racespot TV. Since 2010, the highest echelon of sim racing competition has focused on NASCAR and Grand Prix racing. 50 of the best drivers in the world doing battle for championship glory. Each man for himself. And even though there may be teammates on track, each driver is in command of his own destiny. Until now. 2016 sees the start of a new era in World Championship competition, with team racing getting its chance in the spotlight. No longer can one driver rule supreme, but you must rely on those with whom you share a car, a setup, a strategy. Endurance racing can be very different to other forms of motorsports, with races in this series lasting either 3 or 6 hours. Teams of 2 or 3 drivers, perhaps on opposite sides of the world, will share seat time, each having to collectively work towards one common goal. Crash out, and it's not just you who you let down. Officially sanctioned by SRO, it will be teams of drivers who will go head to head, car to car, rival to rival in the pursuit of a championship. And there's over $25,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs. Some of the world's biggest sim racing teams are represented. There's also a group of teams who haven't seen this stage before, who want to make their mark and say we can hang with the best. The team racing revolution is here. It's loud, it's exciting, and it lives on iRacing Live, starting April 23rd. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Qualifying is just 100 seconds away then for the first round of the iRacing Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship here on Racebot TV, streaming live on iRacing Live, and we are here at Monza. It's one of the fastest tracks that we're going to go to all season long as we ride ourselves then on board with one of our drivers. It's a direct clutch motorsport Audi, and Randy, there are 4 cars that these guys really have the chance of running here today. And it's interesting because now they've made their decisions, they can't change it, they're going to use that all season long, and each of their cars a little bit of advantage, a little bit of disadvantage.
Oh, that's definitely one of the big factors for all these teams coming into this event. Which car are you going to drive? You're going to hop in the BMW, maybe you have a lot of success at some of the later rounds like Brands Hatch, but you'll be slow here due to the lack of top speed. Maybe you choose something like the Mercedes, even though it tends to kill the tires over the course of a run. Maybe you pick the Audi because that V10 just sounds awesome. The choices that were made, there was a lot of posturing in the past month or so coming into this event with the new build and the new cars, and it's all just going to come to fruition here. We're going to see how these teams' choices panned out.
And then, Jake, once we get down to qualifying, the talking really stops. We're going to have our chance to see how these guys match up on the big stage. We've got some of the biggest names of sim racing here. We've got the likes of Radicals, Coanda, Redline, Inex. We've got ourselves Virgil. We've got ourselves Core Motorsports. We've got some of literally the best GT drivers in all of sim racing. They're going toe-to-toe here today. And we're in about 15 minutes time, we're going to start getting ourselves some answers as to who is who in this series.
Oh yes, absolutely. Cannot wait for all these cars to kind of file themselves in through this track. We've got 40 cars here at the moment, ready to start here for qualifying in this series at the moment. And well, what has to be said is we've got quite a few drivers all looking to try and make sure their teams do the best they possibly can. There's about 15, 20 teams, all with a very realistic chance, and I can't wait to see who puts themselves on top.
Well, let's start by going on board with the driver of Patrick Pitchler in that PRT number 71 machine. This is where you've got to get those nerves calmed down. And Paul, you've got to make sure this outlap, you take it nice and easy, but not too easy. Get some tyre temperature into that car. Get yourself ready, get yourself focused. The second you exit the Ascari chicane, you've got to get yourself a good run into Parabolica to get your first lap nailed.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, these drivers have been practicing this all through the last month and a half, all trying to get everything ready, get all the preparation done, get that practice in. They know who's going to be qualifying the car, and they will have put in that extra practice just to learn how to warm up the tyres on this car, get the performance of the car absolutely right. And as you say, getting that launch out of the Parabolica is absolutely crucial to the start of a lap, because if you get that wrong, it ruins your whole lap. And at so few tracks does that count, but around here at Monza, it counts for so much. So these drivers, they're under pressure. They've only got a few laps to do this qualifying in. Let's see how they get on.
A couple of teams that are new, a couple of drivers who are making their first ever World Championship start. Madison down in the number 91 series. Of course, he's been a hallmark in the V8 Supercar series on iRacing for oh so long. Now he makes his first ever World Championship start. We've got ourselves also some familiar names. There you can see PJ Sturgis in the Inex Racing SimLab car. That's the Inex Racing yellow machine. Of course, Sturgis won a race this year in the NASCAR Peak Entry Series powered by iRacing.com. And well, actually, it's one of those teams, Oscar, that really have hit the money this year. And Inex Racing are one of the big contenders coming into this season.
Yeah, I mean, as an entire outfit, you've got to put some money on them, because not only are they fantastic teams full of fantastic drivers, but the 3 Inex cars that qualified in are the only 3 that took to the pre-qualifying season to get into this series, and I believe all 3 of them qualified in the top 6 in the points at the end of that. The top 6 out of 40 that got in, all 3 of the Inex cars were right the way up there. That's pretty staggering.
We've also got drivers who have run previously in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. There you can see the driver of Sebastian Job. Of course, he started off his World Championship Series in fantastic fashion. That number 2 machine looking to do something spectacular. Of course, we've got ourselves Mr. 5-time champion himself. There is Gregor Hutu in the Team Redline Black car, starting his qualification laps We'll get the top 15 up on the left-hand side of your screen in just one moment's time. But we got the first couple of laps. They're going to come through shortly. Here we can see Coanda Simsport, Bjorn Jens. Let's have a look on board of him as he heads himself down toward the Variante Ascari for his first flying lap. We'll get a look then at that lap as he heads himself now out of Ascari down this run towards the Curva Parabolica. That very fast, slightly banked, 180-degree right-hand corner to complete the lap. Those first times will come up in just one moment's time. They say now, just waiting for the first couple of guys to head themselves past the stripe, and then we'll get a case of who can score first blood. Coanda Simsport there, number 18 machine, dancing towards the start-finish line. No time yet up on the board. It's going to be Coanda being one of the first, and Patrick Pichler will be the first driver to pole position then. We'll get those times now up on the left-hand side of your screen. It's Pichler from Hesa Sicilia. Let's see, there is Madison down, but Pichler in the PRT car, a good start by him. Yoni Tamala, we know he is fantastic right now, but he's qualified in 4th place as it stands. Rico Alatalo, P number 8 for Glacier Racing, P number 9 will go to the ENX Racing Machine. Madison down, heading himself out the final corner, down towards start-finish line, as the new fastest lap of the day will be set at a time of 146.483 by Hollow there. That is a fantastically fast lap, and there you can see that is the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing red car. They go right to the top of the timing stands, Randy.
Yeah, Gecko Vortex putting themselves at the top of that 46.4, 4/10 off, 4/10 quicker than Pure Racing Team. The thing to talk about here, top 2 cars are McLaren's. Audi is currently running P3, and Mercedes in that Team Redline black car. Very, very, we were expecting this dominance from the McLarens early on with their top speed here at Monza, and it's interesting to see that they managed to, thus far in qualifying, take out these top 2 positions.
A couple of people have yet to have completed their first lap. You can see the top 15 on the left-hand side of your screen as it stands right now. There's the Vortex Sim Racing car. Second laps are going to come out very soon for some of these guys. We go back to Coanda. They're down in P number 22. They are struggling right now. Let's show you a couple of the other people scored in your top 10, though, as it stands. There is Gregor Hutu. He's starting himself a lap. P number 4 as it stands for Team Redline. Here's the Sicilia, number 15 machine, exiting then the Variante Ascari in that beautiful number 15 machine. We're on board with him as he heads himself down to the Parabolica in an Audi. John, it's worth noting that the Audis here, we think they're going to be a very good all-round car. They might not be the fastest, though, here today at Monza.
You're absolutely right, Will. We're probably thinking the Audi is going to be the 2nd or 3rd quickest car here at the track just outside of Milan. If you look at the top, obviously it's the 2 McLarens leading the way, and we really think that their good top speed combined with a pretty good handling package really does seem to be doing the trick here at Monza today.
Looks as though second laps aren't generally faster than the first ones. As it stands, it is still that driver of Padua leading the way for Gecko Vortex Sim Racing. There is Gregor Hutu. We're on board with him. He's backed off it though. That's his qualifying run done. Jake, it looks as though first blood will go to Vortex Sim Racing unless anything happens in the next 8 minutes.
Well, you have to say Fort is decisive in these sort of cars, especially looking at the field here. Just look at the gaps between 3rd and all the way back down to 23rd. That's only about half a second difference. It just shows how difficult it is to put yourself in. 1,000th of a second can be the difference between winning and losing. And right now, it seems that quite a few drivers are struggling here. Looking at the 06 of the curb service, this is Dennis Grabowski here, and he has an opportunity now to push himself up ahead of Redline Black.
Yeah, and there we can see the curb service machine down into Ascari one more time. 7 minutes to go in qualifying, but these guys only have themselves a total of 3 laps to do their qualifications. As it stands, most guys have done that one. So now we just have a look to see whether the curb service car move themselves up just a little bit in your field, down towards the Parabolica. He comes. Let's have a look at the speed chart for him then, in towards that final corner, slows it down, 85 miles an hour, down to about 70 through the centre of the corner. Now building up the speed, trying to track wide, but not too wide. Try and catch that curb if you want at the end. Curb service car doesn't need to do so. They were P number 5 as they cross the start finish line. What's it going to be for them this time? It will be nothing. 147.146 was it last time by for him. So looks like curb surfers are done for qualification as well. Most of you guys have now done their allotted laps. Just waiting to see. A couple of people have actually just come back out on track, getting themselves a second bite of the cherry. It's worth noting, actually, that 03 car would potentially get himself one more lap here. A little bit of movement up through your field, but actually, that first lap, Oscar, was the important one.
Yeah, as is so often the case. And I mean, particularly in qualifying, when you're trimming the car out to go as fast as it can very, very briefly, something that we probably won't see in the race so much, it being a race where I suspect teams might be doing a little bit of tyre or fuel saving here and there. Over these qualifying laps, it's all about going all out. They'll no doubt be running slightly different pressures as well, much more aggressive pressures, I'd suspect. And in those situations, you really are lining yourself up for one hot lap. Although I did see that Pure Racing Team in second marginally improved on their second lap, so it's obviously doable, it's just not likely.
Yeah, that gap is still 3.5 tenths per second, though, between Vortex and PRT. As it stands then, 6 minutes to go. And actually, John, we talked about fuel strategies here in this one. One of the big factors coming into this event we thought was going to be weather, and some guys needing to save quite a bit of fuel to make it on 2 stops. We don't think that will be the case with track conditions as they are now.
No, you're absolutely right. We're thinking it will probably be a 2 laps in, so they will have to take it still a little bit easy. You may see the odd guy come into the pits quite early on in the race to maybe go a little bit off strategy and maybe do 3 stops, see if they can luck out a little bit and push a little harder come the end of the race.
As you can see there, you track conditions at the top of your screen. If you'd like to get social with us, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget you can do so. /RaceSpot TV on Facebook, at RaceSpot TV on Twitter, as that's going to be game over then for the Vortex Sim Racing driver. And most guys now just doing a couple of installation laps. Danilo Jacobs running himself all the way down in P number 33 in that Berica Racing interactive Ford machine. Question's going to be now, actually, Randy, who surprised you in this qualifying?
Well, I think it's interesting to see Gecko so far up the field. Obviously, they're in that McLaren, which is quick here, but they're a car that we usually don't see quite so far up the field here in these GT races. I think we were expecting NX to be a little bit better in Q than they have been, so that's definitely surprising to see NX racing down so low, Gecko up so high, Curb Surfers as well qualifying top 5. I think they weren't outside of the top 20 in the qualifying championship, so we have a lot of people up towards the top that maybe it's due to car choice or maybe it's people just choking under the pressure here at the opening round of qualifying. But there's some definite some people impressing us and some other people letting us down.
Yeah, actually, Radicals in line are currently scored P number 24, but Sylvain is on another lap in that number 17 machine right now, heading himself down towards the Parabolica themselves. So, just a couple of moments left to go for them. Friction guys, they have got potential to do a final lap as well. We'll turn our attention to Alexander. Actually, Alexander Voss has now just completed all of his runs. That's the number 33 machine scored in P number 8. Radicals online then. Past the start finish line. They will come in one moment. Let's see, will they improve? 147.5 is their time to be. And no, they're not going to be able to improve on their qualifying time then. They will start this race in P number 24 here this afternoon. Let's then just have a look. Pretty much now everyone's done their qualifying laps. And Jake, Vortex looks strong. However, it is worth noting we have got ourselves 5 different organisations in your top 5, which is very interesting to see there. In fact, we got actually we got 6 in the top 6 different teams. 7 in the top 7. We can carry on going if we like. 8 in the top 8. We talk about organisations here. Well, actually, there's not been one dominant force so far.
No, you have to say everyone's going to push themselves to be the best that they can possibly be, and well, you have to say with 8 different teams in the top 8, we're going to have a very competitive one. We're not going to see the same sort of domination as real life would kind of suggest, but right now, Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Red out and ahead at the moment, and well, for Christian Tanahote, he's got one more opportunity to go, one more chance to do.
Yeah, so for Christian, let's have a look then, see where he is. That number 4 machine heading himself down. Let's ride on board. He's got 2 minutes 21 a lap. Here's 147. So he should be able to get himself back to start finish line in time in that Friction Racing Bandit Mercedes there. You'll notice, rather than using nationalities, we're going to be showing you the actual car that they are running, because it will be so important to keep an eye out on that one over the course of this season. And, well, Oscar, Friction Racing, they need to get that pedal down and get moving.
Yeah, I mean, kind of having to reverberate what Randy was saying, there's a few upsets here, and not so much with the teams running at the front, as it were. I mean, you've got 40 absolutely quality sign-ups here, but there are a few teams that we were expecting at the front that they're really not. And I mean, another one that stands out to me, I understand that they're in the BMW, but VRS Coanda Simsport, I mean, that's a car that, you know, I penned in as they could win the championship, and I know that they're in the BMW, but they're by no means the top qualified Beamer, I don't think. And 25th, that's a tricky place to start, and when you consider the difficulty with getting 40 cars through turn 1 at Monza, it's a dangerous place to be.
It really is, as we can see then, Friction Racing weren't able to improve on their time either. Pretty much now everyone, Alexia Loma is actually scored on track here. Let's have a look then. We're on board with Aloma in the Glacier Racing machine, heading himself towards the start finish line. Was P number 13, is P number 13. So that is pretty much their qualifying done as well. Just 50 seconds then remaining in qualifications, guys. That is just starting a lap. No way they'll be able to complete it in time. Once that time expires, it is it. It is game over. What that does give us, ladies and gentlemen, is the opportunity to have a nice detailed look for your starting grid for this round of the Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship. And here you can see it then up on your screen. It will be Gecko Vortex Sim Racing who will bring the field to green here. Pure Racing Team second. Then you got yourselves a number 15 machine. Dark Tanigo Racing Team. Heads of Sicilia in third. And Team Red Line Black with Mr. 5-time Gregor Hutu in P number 4. We cycle it on back, and there are some huge names up and down your field. You note there, Curb Servers in 5th. Fantastic qualifying for them. The guy who's won 2 races of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series in X Racing Red. That is Yoni Tamala. They are in 6th. And Glacier Racing, their second car is actually ahead of their first one in 7th. And then you got yourself Court Motorsports. They are in P number 8. Your first 2-team organisation where you got yourself really Team Redline in 9th. Of course, they've got Hutu up in 4th. Then Inex Racing Blue, Inex Racing Yellow are starting right next to each other. Evolution Racing Australia, they are going to be in P number 12. And we'll cycle on back there. You can just see how many teams are qualified for this series. 40 teams about to go into battle here at Monza. We'll just cycle through the rest of this one. I'm going to ask you all to pick a winner. I'm going to start quickly with you. Randy, go.
Darkontigo Racing Team in the Audi.
Jake.
I'm going to go for an outside shot here. I think that Glacier Racing 2 are going to have a good opportunity.
Paul.
I'm going to be boring. It's Gecko Vortex.
John.
Car number 1, Team Red Line Black. Got Gregor Hutu at the wheel. Probably the second best car in the field in the Merc there, so I think they'll be well in with the fight.
And finally, Mr. Oscar Hardwick.
To make sure that I pick someone different here, sticking with the people that I think probably is a outfit of the best. Inex Racing Red, best qualified Inex car, best chance of the win today.
Well, there you can see then your field. They are lined up on the starting grid. We are getting ourselves then ready to go. It has been years in the making, but it is finally here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship. It has been a series we've been waiting for so long. But finally, it is here. And over the next 3 hours, we will see history made. For the first time we get this type of racing. Those lights are going to go on top of the iRacing.com gantry. Welcome to a new series. Lights on, lights out. Let's get the show on the road. Green flag in the air. Guys storming down towards turn number 1. Coursing Racing, a fantastic start by then as they work themselves down in towards 1 for the first time. The question's going to be, will they all make it through turn number 1? We know just how treacherous that corner can be, but out front, well, you've got yourself a little bit of 2-wide racing. You've got a huge gaggle of cars there, just bumping and banging down in your mid-pack. We heard a little bit of scrapes and crashes. We've got one car turned around. We've got a car turned around towards the rear end of your field. That's the number 73 machine there of Maximilian Beneke in the Pure Racing Team. Number 73 machine down to the very rear. A little bit of ping-pong there, Oscar. down at the mid part of your field, but for the most part, everyone will survive.
Yeah, small amount of nudging there. I think, you know, when everyone comes to a stop like that, there's going to be. You can't have all of the cars really stopping to turn one. No one's ready for it. Looks like the two cars that got sizable damage, so we say, out of that first couple of corners is Maximilian Bennett here in the Pure Racing team number 73, and also I believe it is the Mad Cow Racing Buttercup, currently being driven by Michael Fabian, scored in 36, has quite severe front end damage in the number 23.
Yeah, that's a shame there for Mad Cow Racing, of course. They're one of the fan favourites in this series, as the guys now work themselves down towards the Variante Ascari, out the Variante Ascari, down towards the start-finish line, through the Parabolica for the first time they will come. And you can see Pitchler has actually moved himself to the front of this motor race. Patrick Pitchler now leads away. He's taken over that race lead from the Vortex Sim Racing red car as they head themselves down towards the start-finish line. One lap, one lead change. All this race is on as the guys now come down in towards the first chicane once again. PRT to the race lead, Randy.
Absolutely fantastic start from them. It's actually NX Racing Red, or excuse me, the Gecko car, they get themselves back into turn one, going down into that chicane. PRT is going to look on the outside, not going to be able to get that job done. But we see these two McLarens out front here at the start of this race, managing them trying to build a gap to those cars behind. We actually have curb surfers as well, who are up a spot from the start of the race.
Yep, there you can see the curb surface car. One team that struggled actually in this opening lap was Gregor Hutu in that Team Redline car. You will see he's down here in that number one machine. Some of the guys from Team Redline, by the way, running today at Fnatic headquarters. But we ride ourselves along board with that Team Redline car. They've lost themselves 2 positions on this opening lap, Randy. That's not what Mr. 5-Time would have wanted to have happened. But now you got to settle yourself down into a rhythm.
Yeah, you have to be mature, you have to know that it's a long race, and you have to just keep it clean. We saw those early incidents, but for the most part, I think everyone realized that this needs to be a clean start here for the rest of this race. You can't win the race going through the first chicane, but you can definitely lose it. And Gregor's going to want to move himself up, of course, in that slow start, but he's experienced enough to know that it's early goings, and just because he lost a couple positions early doesn't mean he's out of it just yet.
It's worth noting, actually, these guys, they are just doing a little bit of weaving as they work themselves down the straightaway. They're trying to break the toe, all of them right now. And Jake, it's going to be an interesting circumstance whether these two guys can pull out a bit of a gap at the start of this one. Of course, they are the 03 and the number 71 machine, going to head themselves then past the start-finish line once again. They have themselves an advantage, as actually that 03 car sets the fastest lap of the day so far, 119.1 miles an hour.
Well, that Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Red are trying to break away at the front, away from Pure Racing Team number 71. And well, the problem that they have is it all bunches up down into the chicanes, the Variante della Rettifilia, the Variante della Roccia. And well, looking at the Dark Contigo team there, number 15, Hater Sicilia at the wheel, he is doing a fantastic job to keep himself in the mix. And well, this isn't a sprint, this is a marathon. There's 3 hours of racing, there's driver changes to be had. And well, for Hater Sicilia, he's just got to stay with them for the moment because there is a long way ahead of this one.
In X Racing Blue, we just saw them having a freeway scrap. That is with Bono Huiz in the number 8 machine, of course, one of the most famous names in all of sim racing. There you can see him in that Team Redline green machine, swapping it out with the NX Racing car of Tommy Nilsson. The gap between those two drivers just a little bit there. We are going to have to just pause for a moment and update our live time and scoring. We're going to be able to do that one for you without any issues. But Oscar, it is still worth noting at the front of your field, you haven't got a breakaway yet. We were thinking maybe these Mercs might pull away. They haven't been able to do so. And actually, I think in race conditions, with the downforce you have to put on for the Lesmos and to stop for these two chicanes, the gap won't be as big compared to what we saw in qualifying.
Certainly not. And I mean, you can see already that whilst I suspect Ivo Howler is the quickest guy out there, and he has been gradually pulling out the gap, you're talking hundredths a sector, and it's mostly down to the fact that around Monza you're talking outside of maybe 50% of Sector 2, all of it's draftable. All of it is a circuit in which you can put your car somewhere behind a car in front, up to a second ahead, and be gaining speed off them. So no matter how hard Ivo Howler tries all the way around the lap, and in fact that goes for anyone trying to break away from a pack through the field, it's just not going to work. The draft's too strong and the field is too close.
Yeah, we're just having a look there at TTLR Next Level Racing. They're heading themselves to the outside of the Iberica racing car. Not able to do anything though, as these guys will just continue to circulate on track. And this is a battle that was going on for P number 16, P17 on track as it stands right about now. To give you an update, it's only Blancpain AK who has scored on pit road. He's your only driver who is classified as out of this event so far. Of course, that is due to the incident down on lap number 1 in this event. We've got ourselves a nice little battle going on. This is Benjamin Smith in the number 151 machine right now. He's worked himself in P number 10 in the Evolution Racing Australia car, and actually Oscar just did get himself past the INX Racing Blue machine of Tommy Nielsen. Nielsen now down into P number 11.
Yeah, that was quite a good little Dyson. Actually, to be fair to Bonacuisse as well, who was involved in it a couple of laps ago, absolutely stormed off up the road. So Bonacuisse for Team Red Line Green doing a good job. And yeah, I think Tommy Nielsen, maybe not the fastest INX driver, but again, one that builds up their pretty solid stable of endurance drivers that aren't going to have too much of a struggle around here. Fantastic move from Benjamin Smith, and actually plenty of moves going on, and plenty of moves that are completely safe at the moment. People very much respecting the fact that this is an endurance race and not a sprint, although the speeds that they're going at would easily fool you.
Yeah, Glacier Racing BES number 1 machine there. Alexia Loma looking down to the inside. Oh, that's his teammate. That's the 2 Glacier Racing guys going side by side into Parabolica. And it looks as though actually Rico Latalo almost dropped off in front of the car of Alexia Loma. Pi Haller will set the fast lap of the day once again as we get a look then at this battle between the 2 Glacier Racing boys down in toward turn number 1. And Paul, it's been a good start overall to this event, but one Glacier car has fallen back, the other one now starting to move forward.
Yeah, certainly making moves, and I've noticed that the Apex racing car of Sebastian Jobbers coming into the pit with slight damage to the front left. They had a bit of contact with the Triton team car, so they have now having to pit to repair that. But yeah, Glacier, mixed fortunes for their 2 cars, but certainly the 42 car is really starting to put not putting the pressure on, but is keeping in line with his teammates, and hopefully they can start improving their fortunes as this race goes on. As I say, it is a marathon, it's a long race. We've only had about 8.5 minutes so far.
Yeah, there we can see, we're just having a look down, you're a huge gaggle of cars, and actually it is worth noting, Randy, that no one's really got themselves what I'd like to call a big gap, except for the guy out front. It's actually one of your biggest gaps you got in your field. 1.1 seconds from P1 to P2 now. I'm actually having a look at all the overall intervals in this event, and 1.1 seconds is actually the 3rd biggest gap that we've got between 2 drivers in this 40 car field right now.
Yeah, right now this is basically a 40-car queue through this entire event. The only one, like you said, the only one really stretching is that Gecko Vortex Sim Racing red car, and him being the only one in clean air, he might struggle here, although with the way this gap is stretching, if he can keep this pace up, he might be able to break this gap to PRT. Now, obviously, something to think about is we're seeing an incredible pace out of Ivo thus far in the early stages of this, though going on as we get driver changes, something to think about, different drivers get in. It's going to be interesting to see if his team, and actually he just took another half second out of that Pure Racing team car. He's surely going to be out of draft range now, as actually behind Jesus Cecilia is looking on that Pure Racing team car. But Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Red looking absolutely dominant right now.
Yeah, they are. As we're on board with that number 15 machine. They've had themselves a good, clean start to this motor race, and now they started to put the pressure on Pitchler and that number 71 machine early on in the going. But what you really want to do, Oscar, pass them quickly or just stay behind and work yourself into a rhythm. Trying these half-handed moves, they just don't do anything for you. They're not going to really give you the opportunity to pass. You start using your tyres up a little bit more, and also you test your patience in your own race car.
Absolutely, and I mean, really we're talking about the difference between endurance racing moves and sprint racing moves. A sprint racing move, it absolutely makes sense just to show them a nose and see if you can spook them out of the apex a bit. You're talking about squeezing alongside as quickly as possible, in as much as you just want to get in front, you've not got much time to do it. These guys have 3 hours, so it's all going to be either about taking time or being assertive enough and displaying your intention to move enough that the guy that you're overtaking allows it to happen, because as soon as you start battling, you're only holding yourself up. And again, as much as there's plenty of time to recover from losing a little bit of time in the battle, everyone's going so quickly and so closely, you don't really want to risk it.
No, you don't. As we'll see there, your field, they'll cycle down in towards that Parabolica once again. We are going to go back on board, though, with this driver. Running themselves in P3rd, it is Dark Contigo Racing Team. Here's the Sicilia number 15 machine. Down towards the start-finish line. Down towards turn number 1 once again. Is he going to try and think about having a look? Now, you notice there, the car just placing itself, the PRT machine, right in the centre of the racetrack. That's a strategy, actually, they use quite often at the Indy 500 back in the day as well, Randy. Put yourself in the centre means I have to go right down to the inside or right to the outside. That ain't blocking, that's just picking a racing line.
Yeah, it's not blocking and it's not dirty at all, and it's something that you need to be smart about. You don't want to pinch people too hard, and you don't want to be caught with a blocking maneuver. Good smart racing though from Pure Racing Team and Patrick Pitcher. They're just some of the most experienced guys out there. We've seen him run and win in some of the biggest races here, and it's good to see him out front. Although I'm still surprised about Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Red showing the pace they are. I knew Evo was quick. I didn't realize he was this quick.
Oh, we've got side by side behind. There's Benjamin Smith. There's Christopher Osborne. Those two guys working themselves in this very tight pack that's actually now just been caught up by the two Glacier Racing drivers, and they just kick off the duster, and that's going to allow Glacier Racing a half look as they come down through the second Lesmo. And we're having a look then at the number 76 direct clutch motorsports machine of Christopher Osborne. And well, these guys, you talk about putting a foot wrong, Jake, and what we mean in this mid-pack is if you do try and go a little bit too aggressive, if you do end up going off, let's say, at the Ascari chicane, then what ends up happening is you're not just going to lose a second, you'll lose yourself about 4 or 5 positions. And a race like this, you've got to take them one at a time, and you've got to be very careful to make sure you gain more than you lose.
Oh yes, absolutely. And looking at this, Rico Alatalo, the second of the Glacier Racing BES cars, now under a bit of threat from Alexi Usiakola, Team Redline Blue. And well, just behind that, Nestor Garcia Jr. making a move down the inside in that Iberica Racing Benk car. They're ahead of Madison Down of TTLR Next Level Racing. And well, what has to be said is that the fact that Tommy Nielsen now gets that second away is all down to Benjamin Smith being attacked by Christopher Osborne once again, as you'll see it down into the Variante di Rettifilo. Here's the move. He's going to try and go for the inside. Will he get the move sorted? Well, he is going to try and break that a little bit late, and he goes too deep, and there's contact with Nielsen there, Will.
Yeah, that was just a very late move in towards the first chicane, and he just looks as though he couldn't get that car stopped. We're going to have ourselves another look. And by the way, we just saw ourselves a Radicals Online car, Matt Backen going off as well. We're going to try and get ourselves another look at this one, though. We can't, unfortunately, this time around. But it's worth noting that Tommy Nielsen was just the unfortunate bystander in all of that circumstance. As we'll go back to our live coverage then. It's worth noting that there's nothing really that Nielsen could have done, Randy. He'd kind of just been turning into the corner. Yes, he was taking a little bit of a wide line, and then bam, just gets tagged. And thankfully, he doesn't lose too many positions, and we don't think the damage will be that severe for him.
Nielsen's just the unfortunate bystander, like you said. I doubt he was even looking in his mirror. There was no one really close to him. But that was just an incredibly, I think, just unfortunate mistake there by that direct clutch motorsports car driven by Christopher Osborne. I think he just drove it in a little bit too deep. Probably, you know, with Benjamin Smith there on the outside, he probably just miscounted which braking marker he was at, broke one too late, and unfortunately, Tommy Nielsen, he's really the unfortunate victim there.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have some issues with our replay feed, so we'll try and get that one up for you at some point when we can. But you can see Nielsen just put a half the look down to the inside of Alexi Usiakola in towards the Parabolica. But it is worth noting that Nielsen's car does look as though it has survived for the moment. And it is worth also noting, Oscar, a lot of these GT cars, they can take a good bit of a whack to the front or to the rear. It's when you go around the tyre areas, when you get to the actual suspension, that's where they're weakest. But these Audis and these Mercedes particularly can stand a good old whack.
Yeah, they're quite robust machines. Tommy Nielsen there again. He just had to cover off. Who was that behind him? Nestor Garcia Jr. for Iberica had to cover them off going into turn one. Made a little bit of contact with the Team Redline Blue car in front. But yeah, as you say, these GT3 cars, pretty robust machinery. I mean, you can go bumper to bumper and door to door, but like you say, it's to be expected. It's only right that if you punch someone right in their wheel arch, I mean, it's gonna bend that wheel in and leave them in a spot of bother, exactly as we saw with the Pure Racing Team rejoin early in the race, where they got hit by Mad Cow and that put them out of the race on that one.
Nielsen having a bit more of an issue there. He just locked up down into the second chicane. So maybe there's a little bit of damage to that Mercedes, that number 15 machine, that he wasn't able to fix. As Fabio Gonzalez is right behind them as they work themselves down in towards the Variante Ascari once again. John, updates so far in this event in terms of strategy. As we say, we are looking at a two-stop race, but it is worth noting that really we are worried a little bit about the 03 machine, whether or not he can make it to the end of his first stint, seeing as he's the only guy not really running in the draft.
Absolutely. We look at the speed he's running low 148, so that should be good enough. That pace seems to be okay. What we're hoping for, the golden number for you viewers at home, is looking for if these cars can make 60 minutes into the race. If they can do an hour, they can pit on hour 1 and hour 2 and then make it to the end. If they are pitting much before that, it's going to be very, very close. They're going to have to do some real serious fuel saving in that second stint. Otherwise, they will have to do a splash and dash at the end, which is crucial because you'll lose at least a good 90 seconds, including the time it takes to slow down and speed up as you come out of pit lane.
And let's talk about then the time that these guys will have to spend on pit road, because it's interesting as well whether or not you take fuel in tyres, whether or not you just take fuel. Of course, you can't just take tyres because that will null and void a pit stop in some ways. But in terms of pit road here, you've got the two elements. You've got the getting on towards pit road and you've got the service time. It's actually a pretty easy pit road to get onto here. So these guys don't have to worry too much about that one. More of the fact is making sure they get themselves out of pit road properly. But talk us through the kind of overall times they're going to spend on here.
You've hit the nail on the head, Will, especially with this pit lane, because everyone is going past so quickly and you've got such a long straight after pit out before you're into T1 and T2, the chicane. Because you've got all that time to speed up, you're losing even more time. So what we're looking at is if you were just to take fuel, you're looking about 1 minute and 20 seconds. That includes slowing down on the pit lane speed limiter at 70 miles an hour, taking your pit stop, getting out and getting back up to speed. 1 minute 20 for that. If you were going to do a full service, that's fuel and 4 fresh tyres, you're talking about 1 minute and 50 seconds. So about a 25 to 30 second difference if you take tyres. Now, whether we see drivers trying to just get away with fuel only at their pit stops, this is probably only one of the tracks this season that they'll be able to do that on. That will be really crucial because you will gain 30 seconds on the rest of your competition.
And actually, there could be some very interesting strategies, whether you go fuel only and never take tyres. And of course, the driver swaps will come into this one as well. These teams, they have to do what's called a fair share, so you are going to have to at least make one driver change in this event. So on a two-stop race, what you're likely to see is one driver doing 2 stints and one driver doing 1. You do lose some time as well, of course, when a driver gets into a car and out of a car, which is showing that this is a nice developing battle between PJ Sturgis and Bono Ruiz in the number 11 and number 8 teams respectively. And it's worth noting, actually, Jake, we've now managed to move ourselves for PJ Sturgis ahead of the pack. He's not trying to catch Alexander Voss in that Core Motorsports car.
Oh, yes, he is. Well, he has Bono Ruiz, the AJ Styles of the iRacing world behind him. And, well, if they can work together in order to pull themselves back up to the main pack, that'll be interesting for him. And, well, just looking at these lap times at the moment, Sturgis is actually 0.2 a lap slower than Alexander Voss at the moment. So it's going to be a difficult one for him to pull up together. But right now, you have to say Voss in a very comfortable position of 7th. Just looking at the back of Mr. 5-time.
Oh, sorry, interruption. We've got ourselves an interrupt there. Daniela Jacobs involved in an incident. We've got ourselves a number 6 machine as well of Matthias Egger. We could just see that one as we were showing you some of these guys. But well, Delano Jacobs, that is not what that car is absolutely broken in pieces there. We'll try and get ourselves another look at this one. And there was 2 incidents that went on here. We had ourselves a number 6 machine. That's the first one that got involved. That one, as we say, was the driver of Matthias Egger. It looks like he just had himself a bit of a spin in that number 6 beautifully painted Orion race team car. But the second incident, well, that one, it seemed to be as the guys were all packing up to avoid collecting damage, that all of a sudden the number 86 machine is the one that suffers the most.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a number of teams involved there. I couldn't see which BMW it was, but Matthias Egger for Orion Racing Team definitely got sent around in the second part of that chicane. And yet only a small amount of damage, luckily, on his car. I would suspect that's going to carry on relatively okay for the time being. Currently close to the damaged Madcar Racing car. Again, couldn't get a read on all of the teams involved there, but I'm seeing damage on TTLR, Commander SimSport. Number of cars involved there. Number of cars now carrying small to large amounts of damage, I think it's fair to say.
We've got ourselves Koanda SimSports looking as though they were involved in that one as well, and they were one of the championship favourites coming into this one. We're going to ride them first on board the Iberica Racing Team car. You'll see this incident happening around them. There we are, there's Iberica, there's one here, and actually, yeah, what happened was is that number 86 machine first ended up tagging the number 6, and after that, that caused a chain reaction. Partially blocked the track a little bit, but Randy, we are getting word that potentially that number 18 machine was involved in it somewhere as well.
Yeah, that number 18 car, as they came through, they just barely tapped one of the cars that was spinning. They didn't get themselves too much damage, but I think it's going to be enough to where it's going to slow them down. And this is going to be disastrous for them. They're one of the championship favorites by far. They're in the BMWs. They're expecting to be off pace here, obviously, due to the lack of top end. But for them to have this issue, this is only going to compound their problems trying to get a good finish out of here, considering they're in the slowest car of the bunch. It's going to be very, very difficult for them if that damage slows them down too much. It could have huge ramifications through the rest of the championship.
Just getting a couple of updates there from down the pitch. John, we've had ourselves a couple of bits of damage to number 6 machine, driver's right-hand side. That was from that initial double tap that he got then with that number 86 machine, but that car looks so it can continue.
Yeah, it's on driver's right, just above the diffuser, below the rear light cluster. Also, the 22 car in front, the Mad Cow BMW, that has a little bit of damage both front and rear. So, but looking at their top speed, I mean, he's just coming now down into the first corner, and just as he hits the brakes, he's done 261k. So his top speed doesn't really look to be affected. He doesn't seem to have had much race-ending damage so far.
By the way, that Orion car, I have to say, Paul, is potentially the most fantastically designed car that I've seen in this field. I love graphics, but that Orion car, it's just so clean, so crisp. It's fantastic.
Well, you obviously know me as well, because I do like a very good, clean, crisp livery on a car, and certainly does look a good car. A little bit banged up, but that's it's been running in sort of like in the pack, so but yeah, certainly does look good. But rear end, just a slight bit of damage on the rear right there for that Orion car, but they're able to keep good pace and keep going for the time being.
Now there's the top 8, bottom of your screen. It is worth noting that actually this lap alone, Hezzy Cecilia has lost himself half a second to your race leader in that Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car. We're into that stage of the race now, Oscar, that we are going to start asking questions about Vortex. Are they potentially going to do a free-stop strategy? We don't think so. But they have got some fantastic speed, and actually, I'm already reminiscing back to the first round of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series of this year, when INX Racing came out of nowhere, as Patrick Peachler does get himself a good run in towards turn number 1, mainly because of the fact that Cecilia just kind of ran that curve on the exit of the Parabolica. That unsettles the race car just enough, will hurt your top speed by about a mile an hour.
Yeah, will do. And to be fair, it looks like Hezzy Cecilia for Dark Antigua Racing Team actually forming a bit of a queue here. And granted, no one's quite close enough to pass, but the cars behind all seemingly keeping up, and there's a bit of an ebb and flow to it all at the moment. So I would suspect that he's going to come under attack sooner rather than later, whether that be from Pure Racing Team or one of the other competitors behind. Difficult to say. But yeah, I'm not sure with Vortex. I'm honestly not sure. I mean, Evo in qualifying, he had 4/10. What's not to say that whilst fuel saving, he can still have 4/10. But
yeah,
it poses the question, and I'll be interested to see if we see the number 03 Gecko Vortex Sim Racing red car in before the 1 hour mark. And would realistically be far too early.
It would be. They would have to do a free stop, and actually then going back to previous conversations around you're then thinking, okay, they're going to try and do this fuel-only strategy, which will be okay until the final stint, potentially. So they're going to have to work that strategy to their advantage if they do indeed do so. But as I was saying earlier, this is INX Racing in the World Championship Series all over again. We know Vortex are a very good team. They started off as a team in the iRacing IndyCar Series. Of course, actually, they're one of my team's biggest competitors. I used to go toe-to-toe with them every single week, and they've evolved first to the World Championship Grand Prix Series, now to this one, and this is finally their hallmark moment.
Yeah, going back towards the some of the previous things he said, tires here, I actually think in terms of not taking tires over the course of the event, the McLaren might arguably be the worst one to do it. It's typically not very nice on its tires. I think cars that might be able to do it is probably going to be, looks to some of these BMWs to see that strategy really come out and take place. But talking about Vortex more, like you said, starting out as an IndyCar team, and they've evolved. I believe they have a NASCAR program. They have GT cars. They have cars in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. They're really a jack-of-all-trades sort of team here. It's very similar to NX in a lot of ways, whereas a lot of other teams, they have just their single thing that they're very, very good at. Hell, they've even gotten themselves moved up towards live timing thanks to Joel Guez.
Indeed so, yeah. And of course, JRT, a fantastic thing, fantastic product for the iRacing community. It is worth noting that 0.3 machine is about 0.3, 0.4 of a second faster per lap, which then really confirms what Austin was saying. That is the kind of gaps that we saw in qualifying. But Jake, as it stands right now, down your pack a little bit more, we haven't seen too many passes in this event. We are seeing the calm thing, but we go back to what everyone was saying at the top of this broadcast, the need to maybe save a little bit of fuel. If you can do it early, you can be more aggressive later, and it's always better to be aggressive late in a race rather than having to look at that little dash on the screen saying, have I got enough fuel to make it to the end?
Oh yes, absolutely. That is something I have to agree with wholeheartedly. You look at these guys here who are running out in front, looking at Bono Huis and Team Red Line Green there, the number 8 machine there. He's running out on his own at the front, and you've got the car there of PJ Sturgis behind. Now, this is some really interesting tactics here, because he will use Bono Huis here, who will have to put all the power in. PJ Sturgis can wait, he can sit down on his fuel, he can wait to see if he needs to make a move or not, but he's finding himself in a position where he's saving fuel by being in the draft, and because of that, there are quite a few drivers who can make a two-stop strategy work, where really, it didn't really work in the first place. As there's battling ahead with Mr. 5-time, Gregor Hutu there, Will.
There it is, as here is Gregor Hutu then. Let's have a look and turn our attention over to him, because he's currently working himself in P6 versus Alexander Voss. And that number 1 machine, actually they're going side by side. It looks to behind, they're not actually going side by side, just a very weird camera angle. But the number 1 machine there of Gregor Hutu versus Yonu Samara right now. And these are two drivers, of course, we expect to really be fighting in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series as well. And it's one of these interesting things that so often, Paul, we hear people say, oh, but it's only about setup. It's only about this or that and the other. I'll tell you one thing. These guys, you put the guys that are strong in the World Championship Series, strong here as well, they are pure sim racers.
Yeah, absolutely. They, you can talk about setup all you want, but these setups have to be a compromise between the drivers that are going to be driving this car in this event. So you may not be completely comfortable with what setup you have for either of you, but it is a compromise, as I say. So these guys are really going to be pushing hard, and I would say that maybe some of these people are choosing to stay behind, maybe keeping the draft to help with the fuel saving, so that they are able to attack later on into the race. So it's certainly, it's very strategic as endurance racing. We see that all the time across the board. But it's going to be interesting to see how these teams adapt and go with the conditions and the competitors that they're fighting against.
Couple of people moving themselves nicely up through the field, a little bit further down outside of your top 20. Here we can see one of them. It is the core sim racing machine there. Number 24 car up 10 places so far in this event. And it is worth noting, actually, the fact that some of these guys, we expect them, as we talked about already, Oscar, they'll be not so strong here, especially in that BMW car. But once we get ourselves into the remainder of this season, this BMW will literally come to life. And a guy that can work themselves through the field when in an adverse situation, we've got to keep an eye out on them once we get ourselves to some more technical tracks later on.
Oh, absolutely. And this is such an unfair representation of some of the skill in the BMWs taking part in this series. Coanda. It's so difficult. That's the issue that I have with this field, is everyone in it is so good. You always you limp to your normal DWC drivers and teams, but every team here has put in the effort to get here, and they can all drive these GT cars so quickly. But like you say, later on in the season, the BMW is going to be quicker. Every single round from now on, the BMW is going to be a quicker car over the course of a lap. Monza is absolutely the one that's going to be crippling for the teams to drive through. It's 3 hours of pain and discomfort for the BMW drivers. But from that point on, from the end of this 3 hours to the remaining hours of the season, that BMW is going to be a car to be reckoned with from all of the teams that are driving it.
Just give you an update. The PRT car, he actually just hit someone. Oh, this was down into Parabolica. And we were just about to talk about the fact that you've got to be careful. You just tagged Bono, who he's actually there. That was down at the curve of Parabolica. We want to get ourselves another look at that one, because we're just actually about to say that number 73 machine had got itself back going. But we'll get ourselves another look at this one. This just looks a little bit of sloppy overtaking. Let's have a look then. Slow it down for you right about now. In towards the curve of Parabolica, you can see on the right-hand side is Bono Huiz. On the left-hand side is that number 73 Pure Racing Team car. And just trying to figure out what happened here. We'll try and get ourselves a better camera angle. Here we are. And then, actually, no, Bono just came up the track a little bit. Tagged the number 73 machine there. And, well, that was the first mistake we've really seen by Bono in this series, Randy.
First mistake by Bono, and the way Sven Kresmer's race is going in that Pure Racing team, business as usual there. That car is absolutely beat. But yeah, very, very small incident, and unfortunate for Pure Racing team, but luckily it's just a little light contact. Both teams should get away with that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are half an hour in then into the first round of the 2016 Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship. Pit stops, more action coming your way soon. But as ever, we'll take your RaceSpot TV side by side. We'll be back with more after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, the next round of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series will be from historic Watkins Glen International in just 1 week's time. It's the track where Gregor Hutu is undefeated in that series, and it'll be live here on RaceSpot TV, streaming live on iRacing Live. So join Johnny Simone, Rachel Whiteford, et al. For that one. Unfortunately, you don't get me because I'll be stuck in Lisbon at the time, but it'll be here from, as ever, 1:30 p.m. GMT on your home of the iRacing World Championship Series, RaceSpot TV, of course, with a home not only for this, the Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship, but the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series and the NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series, powered by iRacing as well. Whilst we were away, Alexei Yakola able to get himself past Christopher Osborne. This is a start for P11. Yakola is able to move himself up one position. We were talking in this commercial break as well, John, about the fact that maybe Ivo Hosler, and I'm just now just wondering, maybe I do need to save a bit of gas.
Seems to be looking that way. He's dropped off 3 or 4 tenths over his initial pace, but then Randy raised a good point. Obviously, we've got to factor into that the tyre drop-off. So depending on how much these guys start to lose time at the end of the stint will really be the deciding factor on whether they decide to take tyres when they come and do their first pit stop. We're expecting about 20-21 minutes time until they come down pit road for the first time.
Yeah, there you can see that 03 Vortex sim racing machine. We're going to ride a lap then on board with that McLaren. And well, Randy, you've driven this Packer so many times. Talk us through a lap.
I surely will, and I certainly have before. The Mac is a fun car to drive. It's definitely not the favorite out there right now. There's less of them out there, but Evo Howler is showing that it's quick. It's going to be the fastest car coming down in a turn one. You're going to want to be hard on the brakes here, right around between the 150 100 meter board. Actually, he's lifting much earlier than that, so he's definitely fuel saving out there. But through the first chicane, you need to be careful over the bumps, but you need to also be pretty aggressive over them to get the lap time. Now coming through the legendary Curva Grand, easily flat out. Need to be careful on the curb if you have the car trimmed out. If you have the car trimmed out and you touch that curb, that McLaren will spin on you. Coming now down into the second chicane, you brake basically under the bridge, and he lifts a bit early, then gets hard on the gas. Down to first gear here. Again, very aggressive over the curbs. Needs to get himself a good run out. Heading down now into the first Lesmo. This is really where the downforce is really needed on these cars, and maybe why instead of running one wing, you might run 2, maybe 3. Get yourself a good run, but it's the second one that really matters. Very quick, be careful on the curb, and then hard on the gas down this long straightaway. This legendary run as you go down towards the Verente Ascari. Up into 4th, 5th, 6th gear, nearing 160 plus miles an hour. Coming now just before the 100 meter board, he actually lifts right around 200, hard on the brakes, careful over the curves on the left, again on the right, and you want to be flat from here on out, all the way on the run down to the Parabolica. He clips the grass just a little bit, need to be careful there, that can spin you out easy. Now again, up until 160 miles an hour, hard on the brakes. Try to apex as late as you can, carry as much speed as you can, get hard on the gas, and get ready to do it all over again here in this McLaren, lead out front in the inaugural round.
Well, we're going to get ourselves then a word from one of the drivers from Vortex Sim Racing, hopefully in a moment. But there you can see then a lap on board with Evo, and that is interesting to note, that he is lifting so early into the corner. So we've got Gianluca here from Vortex. Hopefully he can give us an update on the race so far for this team, and also answer that age-old question, how is the fuel saving going? So Gianluca, hello.
Hello.
How's the race?
Pleased to meet you. Good morning. Well, the race is going very well from Evo's side. We are saving as much as we can. We are trying to use the map 2 during the corner so we can have a little bit of fuel to finish the hour. We're thinking to do 2 stops, and well, at the moment we cannot say more. It's going very well.
Well, as far as your race, you got yourself pole position by 4 tenths of a second. You're leading this motor race by 4.6, and did you, in your wildest dreams, imagine the fact that you are going to be leading the first round of this new series?
Yeah, we are. The team is very happy. We are very happy, but you know, we need to see the end. The race is still not finished, so we have a good chance, and we have to use it 100%, especially in Monza.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us. Before we let you
Thank
go,
you, Tim.
just a quick question. Who else is going to be driving your car here today? And
It's probably going to drive Luis Rodriguez and Marty Van Hoven.
wow, so potentially 3 drivers here today. That's going to be an interesting
That's
one.
right.
We'll talk about the implications of that in a moment. But Gianluca, thank you so much for talking to us. And well, Paul, 3 drivers.
You're welcome. Yeah, we are on pole. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Cheers. Thank you. Paul, it is worth noting there, 3 drivers. That could be interesting because that's another 10 seconds really in terms of driver changes.
Yeah, that is interesting that they've chosen to go down that route with 3 different drivers. Personally, I would have thought you'd have maybe been quicker over the entire race with 2 drivers, but it depends on circumstances, depends who's available when, and then all sorts like that. So maybe them just trying to break out that little bit of a gap at the start to give them that comfort zone is there just to built in to try and help them towards the end of the race when they have to take into account those driver swaps for that team.
It's worth noting, by the way, Jake, that Bonnie Louise is now up into P8, PJ Sturgis is down into 9, and these guys, so they are continuing to fall back from your lead group. They are now 6.5 seconds behind Alexander Voss in that core sim racing team. So, you know, it looks as though that Louise, as it stands, yeah, he's got himself past the Inex Racing yellow car, but they can't do much more, and having looked at their last lap time, 6/10 of a second slower than Alexander Voss.
Yes, and that is a big problem because closing up on both of them is the Glacier Racing BS1 machine of Alexia Loma. Right now, this is a problem here for Bono Huis. He's having to fuel save because he's getting no help from his dancing partner PJ Sturgis, who's running his own race very nicely, I have to say, in 9th position. And well, it's all going to come down to experience. It's all going to come down to who is going to play the perfect game. But right now, Bono Huis, he's in a little bit of trouble right now, and he's just trying to hold out for another quarter of an hour to the hour mark.
Yeah, so we're about 17 minutes away from pit stops. I say 17 minutes. It is important for 2 things in this event, John. A, make sure you get yourself to the hour mark, but also B, remember the fact that you never know, the white flag could come out and there's 5 seconds on the play clock. You have to do that dreaded extra lap. So any bit of fuel you can save in this first thing could well translate when it comes to the very end of this motor race.
Well, this is why Randy picked up on when he was doing the onboard with the leading Vortex car that he was lifting off about 100 metres or so before he braked for each corner. Obviously, this is going to be saving a couple of millilitres of fuel every single time you do that. Add that up over 3 hours, and that is going to be really crucial. And especially with the gap that the Vortex car has of now just over 5 seconds, he can afford to do that a little bit. This will allow his potentially 2 upcoming teammates the chance to maybe push a little bit harder when it really matters at the end of this motor race.
I want to give a quick shout out to SRO, of course, the sanctioning body. This is an officially sanctioned series, ladies and gentlemen, by SRO. And of course, got ourselves a sponsorship with Blancpain in for this one as well. This makes it the first series of its kind to be officially sanctioned by SRO. It is so great, Oscar, to have this series actually coming with that international European representation, but it's also great to have ourselves, I counted, I think we've got ourselves 5 continents represented in this series.
Yeah, and if anything, I find that it's one of the beauties of having something come through sim racing, the more virtual world, and you can just have people from everywhere turn up. There's even less limitations on it than you find in real life with the diversity of driver and diversity of track and competition and so on. But you're bob on. It's absolutely fantastic to have a organising body like SRO, the sponsorship of Blancpain, all on board. It makes everything feel that little bit more special. And when we're finally running these top-level, top-flight endurance racing series in iRacing, it's brilliant to have such big names on board.
Yeah, I also want to give a shout out to the entirety of the iRacing organisation for putting this one together. Shout out to the officials room. We're waving at them. They can see us. They're doing their work. Shannon Whitmore and the gang doing what they do to make sure that this series is clean throughout. So there are live officials here. Penalties will be given. And one thing that is worth noting is that these guys can be disqualified from the race if they do have too many racing incidents. And there is also a review of all incidents after the race as well. Penalty points will be applied. And if these guys are reckless in driving, well, chances are they may well have to miss an event. We're on board and Matt Backham. Car just overshooting the chicane there. That is Fabio Gonzalez, I think, We can just see him coming back on track here. It's number 151 machine even. The Evolution Racing Australia machine. Benjamin Smith just overshooting that chicane there. Going to have to give some time up, and that's going to cost him a couple of positions, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just under pressure there from the Radicals online car, and well, got a little bit late onto the brakes, missed the braking point, and having to take to that escape road. So losing 2 positions, but not too much time overall. So yeah, it's not the ideal moment to happen there, but at least there is that runoff there that you can take.
Yeah, there's actually 2 different parts of runoff that you can take. You can do the long-fashioned way of doing yourself a little bit of slalom, or you can have that way where really you do avoid the sleeping policeman curbs. We're going to now have a look again, as we can see Alexia Loma has now caught up to the rear of PJ Sturgill. 13-ish minutes away from pit stop, so on board with Alexia Loma as well. He has caught up now, and he is there in the event. Shannon Whitmore's waving back, so hello to those guys. As it's worth noting here, Oscar, that Alexia Loma, he does what he often does. He's quiet, methodical, working himself through the field. Glacier are a team that started off as a kind of more open wheelbase team. They moved into GT racing. They have got a very good stable underneath them. Of course, that team led by Yoni Bachmann.
Yeah, you know, the Glacier guys are old friends of ours at this stage, particularly yourself, and they're always so competent in the cars they do drive, even when they do move between disciplines, as you say, from the open wheel now more towards GT. And the whole race, Alexi so far, been driving fantastically, been caught up in a number of big gaggles and wobbly moments, shall we say, with lots of different people racing. He's just picked his moments perfectly, he's placed his car well, and I've seen him throughout the race. He's actually been the only person over a single lap matching the leader for pace as Alexia Loma in the Glacier Racing #1 car, along with, I believe, the red line blue car of Alexi Usiakola just behind. Wouldn't be surprised, actually, if you start seeing Alexi close up to this 3-way group from 8th back to 10th also. That said, if Alexi's got any common sense, he's going to do exactly what PJ Sturgis has been doing for the last 20 minutes, and that is just sit behind, enjoy the draft, and save a bit of fuel.
Yeah. 1 lap could be a huge difference maker here. We talked about the fact the tyres aren't going to be critically important, but actually if you can get yourself an additional lap, of course, that will save you, what, roughly 2 seconds or so in the long run, right? It doesn't sound like much, but it can be enough to get the undercut on drivers later on in this event, and of course be better prepared later on. We talk, you save early, you attack late in this event, and that's what PJ's been doing. We know how competent PJ is. In fact, the Sturgis brothers are, in many opinions, the most diverse brothers in all of sim racing. Running in NASCAR, running in this series, of course. Jake's also running in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, the only driver to do all 3. But that Sturgis stable is just absolutely fantastic, and this guy knows what he's doing right now, sat behind Bono Ruiz.
That's absolutely correct, Will. And talking about just feel a little bit more, saving a little bit early or saving more early on, you could actually look at it 2 ways. You could either, 1, take less fuel in that final stop and then continue saving through it, or you take that extra gas, know that you can make it, and you just push hard. So there's definitely 2 ways you can benefit off that going slower here and saving gas. And actually, just talking about this battle, Alexia Loma has been about half a second or more quicker than these 2 cars in front of him, both of PJ and Bono. This last lap, he actually slowed down a bit compared to them, so that's interesting. But the Sturgioses, yeah, definitely 2 of the most diverse racers out there. You'll see him in the Peak Antifreeze series. You'll see him in the McLaren. You'll see him in these GT cars. You may even see him in a Silver Crown or a sprint car from time to time.
Yeah, and of course, you'll see him also in the iRacing All-Star event, which is coming your way on July 4th weekend. More details about that one coming soon. The last time we had an All-Star event, the Sturgis brothers ruled the way. There was a fantastic battle at the Milwaukee Mile. We got ourselves some good old-fashioned USAC racing, and it'll be fantastic to see what they do. We've got a couple of tricks in our sleeves. We're organising that one, and it should be a good one. David Williams, co-owner of Sim Sports. You know what? It's been almost an hour into this motor race, Randy, and we've talked about co-owner Sim Sports twice. Once of them because they end up in an issue. That's not what we normally do. But David Williams in P number 19 right now. I'm having a look to actually try and see where Jorn Jens is. He's down in P number 24.
Well, and talking about Coanda, let's not just talk about Jorn Jens. That VRN Coanda Sinsport number 88 car, who's generally seen as the quote-unquote number 2 Coanda car, they're actually up in front of them. They're running P19. We saw that number 18 car, like you said, get in that incident, and that might be affecting pace. And something we've not seen, though, and something that's interesting, in that number 18 car, normally you'll see Marcus Lenderman qualify that car, and you might see Renz or Klaus Kivikas start the car. However, Jorn Jens, who, not to take anything away from him, because he's a fantastic driver in his own right, Jorn Jens doesn't quite have the pace of a Renz Broekman or a Klaus Kivikas or a Marcus Lenderman. So it's interesting to see that they chose to put him in that car early. But absolutely fantastic drive, though, from the VRS Coanda Simsport number 88 car. I believe coming into this championship, they qualified something like 37th, 38th, somewhere down to the bottom end of the 40 drivers. To have them up in the top 20 in what is the slowest car here at Monza, absolutely fantastically driven by him.
And then, Jake, what you've got to start asking your question along with down the road is if this car can work themselves up 10 positions at the start of a motor race where they are underpowered, we can only look and wait in anticipation when we get into tracks where this Beamer is going to be a little bit faster.
Yes, and just in that passage of play, we saw David Williams actually pull himself through on Tommy Nielsen, so he actually moves up now into 18th position, if I'm correct now. And, well, he has to get the hammer down, and look, he's already got about half a second gap on the car behind. Next up on road for him is this massive group there. He's going to try and chase down Evolution Racing Australia's Benjamin Smith here in the number 151 machine, that massive group there with Matt Backham and what have you. And if he can pull it here now in a situation where he's already up now 11 positions, he is a massive threat for the next few races, and he will be someone who everyone is putting on their radar.
Something interesting just happened. Glacier Racing breezed, and I mean breezed, past PJ Sturgis. In fact, now they're going to go down to the inside of Bonahuis. They are fed up. They don't want to stay in line. They want to push on forward, mainly because of the fact they see that gap is just getting bigger and bigger ahead of them. Number 42 machine is now up a position again. 2 cars fast there in the space of just half a lap. And while Oscar, we know that Glacier Racing just like to do things their way, Alexi's like, nah, I'm not sitting here waiting fuel. I am going to go and try and hunt these guys ahead of me.
Yeah, it seems as though Alexi, not into the fuel saving, not into the tactical driving. He's just going to go 110% the entire time, and it'll be absolutely great. So, I mean, I'm sure that Glacier know what they're doing. They normally do. It doesn't necessarily compute with us mere mortals at the moment. Let's see how that plan plays out for them in the long run. But yeah, like you say, Alexi Aloma, Glacier Racing up into 8th spot. Fantastic little run there.
Yeah, so they've moved themselves up, and it would be worth noting, actually, really, Paul, what they do over the next 2 laps, whether or not they do close that gap down to Alexander Voss, Gregor Houti, Yoni Tamala ahead of them. Because if they have got the speed, then actually they might want to try and push, just in case one of those guys makes a little bit of an issue on pit road, so they can pounce.
Yeah, are they going to push on and go for it, try and catch that gap up to them? It's 8.3 seconds at the moment behind that 7th place car, but that is a big pack of cars that goes from 2nd to 7th there. But yeah, this Glacier car, they are the team that the car out of the 2 of the team that qualified lower down in 13th. They've been moving their way up through this race so far.
Yeah, we've got ourselves curb surfers. They just look to the outside of the NX Racing. That's not the NX Racing car. That's the number 15 machine of Jesus Cecilia there as well. It's all kind of changed there because Dark Contigo now down into P number 3, almost losing themselves P4 round. They were on board of the curb surfers. They had themselves a very good look on the outside line, but Jesus Cecilia's like, well, if you're going to do it, you're going to have to go the long way around. Unfortunately, that McLaren couldn't do so.
Definitely not wanting to give up that position there, Jesus Cecilia, although that curb surface McLaren is looking quick. Something to think about is we've been talking about fuel saving all race long. Some people may have saved early on in this stint, and because of that, they might be able to know, hey, I can hit the hour no problem. I can start pushing, try to get myself some track position. I think that might be what happened with the curb surface car here, making all these moves, and I actually think that might have been what Alexi Aloma did with the gap he's starting to pull on T Breadline and NX Racing Yellow. I think Alexi may have saved early on. Now he can push NX Racing Yellow with PJ and Bono Huey and Team Redline Green. They may have just pushed early on, and they may just be having to drive so much slower to be able to hit this hour that it made Alexi able to just breathe by the way he did. So definitely some strategy coming into play as we're coming into the closing probably 3 to 4 laps here of this opening stint.
Yeah, so just seeing that some of the cars work themselves with the Variante Ascari. What a beautiful look then at these fantastic GT3 machines, as we'll get ourselves another look then on board with the curb surface. He doesn't look close enough out of the Curva Parabolica, and actually that's the one thing, Oscar, that corner is so underrated. People's like, yeah, it's an easy corner. It's not, although the curb surface car again going to look himself to the outside in towards the first chicane, and this time he's going to push him right down in the braking zone. That was almost a catastrophic incident there, Oscar.
Yeah, a bit too much squeezing and nudging going on. I mean, we're still in the first third. I don't really see the point there. A bit too elbows out from both teams, to be fair. Yeah, it is tricky, and reverting back to the point you made originally, quite right, lots of people view the Parabolica here as quite a simplistic corner, but judging the speed for that first apex is so difficult, because if you get it wrong in one direction, you're just too far to the inside, you lose your momentum off the corner. But then if you get that apex speed wrong in the other direction, you're out in the gravel and you're going to lose even more time, incidents, potential spins, particularly with the instabilities of, say, the McLaren. Such a difficult corner to judge in any car, but specifically when racing this hard in GT cars.
Just to let you know, we're just having a look at Ruku Alatalo there versus Matt Backham, two very passionate drivers. We are down then to 58 minutes in this event so far, and there's an interesting point that Randy has just made. In the event, Randy, that they can pass the start-finish line this time by, they are pretty much going to hit the hour mark when you consider pit road itself, because it'll take you, we talk about that minute on pit road. That is something worth factoring into occasion as we just turn our attention then over to that 03 Vortex Sim Racing car. He ain't coming in. He looks as though he can just about make the hour. He'll be 20 seconds short as he enters pit road if he comes in next lap, but hey, he's at least very close. As actually, here's a Cecilia. He can't make it. That is a big, big thing, and that maybe was why he was trying to save that position. But I don't understand. Why fight so hard and play defense so much when you know you might be a little bit short on fuel?
Certainly will. He fought so hard and tried so hard, and it certainly didn't matter there. But but yeah, everyone here coming now except for Jesus Cecilia. We have another car, Tommy Nielsen, NX Racing Blue. These are the guys who are pitting early, and I think we're going to see pretty much the rest of the field hit the pit lane next time. Actually, Matthew Seger and that Orion Racing team is coming in, and this is going to be interesting to watch because these guys who are staying out, like we've been talking about, they're going to be able to either take less fuel in these later stops, or they're going to be able to push harder as they'll be so much deeper into the race. If it's a struggle to go an hour, if you go an hour and 1 minute, suddenly that next 59 minutes is just a lot easier. As we actually have, I believe there's going to be a fourth car on pit road. That's Martin Strimzak in the Triton Racing BMW, and I think that's basically going to be the only cars we see hitting pit road that lap.
Yeah, it's interesting to note actually that these pit stops, they are very, very long. You see hitting it close as we got ourselves the number 9 machine on pit road as we speak as well. So first pit stops of the day are pretty much going. We score complete. Actually, we got more people than Bessie is in by the looks of it. But pit stop time, there's your window, 109.1 for Jesus Cecilia, getting it filled up right to the very top. Michael Fabienne is on pit road. It's worth noting actually with Matthias Egger, part of the reason why he might have had to have come in early was because he did get himself that damage.
Vortex is
that car, as Vortex Sim Racing then will come on towards pit road. So
PRT stays out.
That's important. That one extra lap will be important. We'll talk about that one in a second because Vortex are in. They're at pit road speed limit. You can see a couple of other people coming in as well. Gregor Hutu in the Team Redline Black car coming in towards pit road. The Orion team car getting out just ahead of him there. But that one lap is critically important all of a sudden, Randy, as Redline are in and your race leader was in pit road as well. So all of a sudden, that one extra lap for PRT might well prove to be useful.
Yeah, and actually it's not just PRT, Curb Surfers, Yorni Tomala, NX Racing Red, Alexander Voss in that Core Motorsports car. None of them has pit. I believe PJ Sturgis has stayed out as well. Dave Geelink, I believe, just hopped into that NX Racing blue car. So really of their top 6, 7 or so cars, 4 of them going much, much longer than the rest. And a lot of people might think, oh, well, 1 lap doesn't sound like much. I mean, 1 lap is basically 2 minutes off the play clock. That's a potentially huge amount when you're talking about a race where people are lifting 100 meters before braking just to save gas.
Yeah, and you can see that pit stops, they carry on for a couple of these drivers. The 0-3 machine, there has been a driver change, and now you have Martin van Hove in behind the wheel of that sim racing car. A lot of drivers are on pit road right now, waiting still for Vortex. These pit stops, they are long. They're in the region of 70 seconds out and away. 108.6 then for Martin van Hove. He will come back out on track. Gregor Hutu, well, he does himself a 108.6. That is the kind of window that we are looking at. Christian Shimshak then in the Team Red Line green machine now is in behind. So Bonahuiz comes out. Christian Shimshak gets in behind the wheel of that number 8 machine. And, well, he'll come back out on track in 109.8. More drivers
NX Racing Red go again.
PRT are on pit road as we speak. Take it away, Oscar.
Just saying, we were talking about people going extra long. NX Racing Red and I believe Core have both just gone for another lap. That's, I think, 3 longer than the vast majority. I think NX Racing Yellow have done the same. I think they've gone for another lap as well. So really extending the stints here. They're going to have so much more opportunity to punch the cars in that final hour of the race compared to other people that pitted early here that are going to be forced to fuel save for the remainder.
Yeah, and also, there's something I just want to bring our attention to. We heard Patrick Pitchler. He was literally cruising down pit road. That was very important. So he was right at the very edge. We'll get ourselves a list of all the pit stop times in a moment. But Jake, Yoni Tamara leads this motor race, and well, heading himself through Lesma number 1 right now. He's going to have to hope he's got enough fuel to at least get himself on towards pit road itself.
I think this is the wrong decision here, Will. I think this tactic is wrong. I think that the undercut is going to be the strategy that works, because if you are saving this fuel and you are out on your own, you're in a position where you're trying to fight, you're trying to make sure that you keep lap times. The other guys have brand new fuel, brand new tyres or what have you, and they can push harder than you. And then that means that you're just hemorrhaging time, and you have the possibility here for NX Red of falling off the group. So I think this could be a wrong strategy call very early on.
Well, let's get ourselves a look at some of these drivers. They'll come back out on track. Here is Alexander Voss right now in the Core Motorsports car. He's in second. We want to turn our attention, though, to a number of drivers, because here we can see Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Red. They do retake what will be the net race lead of this one. Here's the 0-3 machine. As you can see, more drivers changing. Heza Cecilia is actually now ahead of that number 6 PRT. Oh, the curb service
on the pit lane,
running over them as they head themselves from the exit of the first chicane. Now Tomada, now Voss are both on pit road. But actually, this car that we're looking on board with now, actually, Randy, almost had an incident with Hesa Cecilia down at the first chicane.
Yeah, definitely something you don't want to see. And just kind of talking about what Jake said, I think I'm going to have to disagree here. I think if you're able to run deeper into these early stints, you're going to be able to be more racy at the end of the race. And you have to decide what you want. Do you want track position early, or do you want track position late? I think if I'm in one of these cars, I want the track position and the racy car late in the event.
Well, we've got ourselves PRT. They just moved themselves then past the dirt surface car, and now they're trying to hunt down Hesa Cecilia. So this pack that we thought might well be dissipated, it hasn't dissipated. But one thing that has happened is Martin van Hove has now only got a 4.5 second advantage. That gap has come down by a couple of seconds through the sequence of pit stop. It'll be worth seeing where Yeni Tamara in that NX Racing machine will feed out into play. It's worth noting where this Core Sim Racing machine will feed out and play as well. There we can see we're having a look at the pit stop for the Core Sim Racing machine. That's about 45 seconds complete. Yoni Tamana in the NX Racing machine as well. He's got himself about another 15 seconds on pit road. But we'll turn our attention just for a moment back to your race leaders. And here we can see Martin van Hove. He has got himself a nice advantage as Niels Koch is out of the way. Yoni Tamana is out and away. There we can see the two of them then coming out onto track. And this is actually not going to be that close at all, as Martin van Hove will come out first. But then Yoni Tamana actually could well take second place away in this NX Racing machine. That is fantastic. Tom Mahler He went longer than anyone else, and actually, he's now up into P number 2 in this event, Oscar.
Yeah, and fantastic bit of strategy there. And again, them and the other NX team, the NX Racing Yellow, you saw them just sit in the train for the first hour. They didn't try and fight, they didn't try and make moves, they just sat in the train that they were given. And look at how it's worked out. I was just saying in the chat here, in the commentary box, that actually the last flying lap that Yoni Tamala did on that run was actually faster than one of the first flying laps that Jesus Cecilia did on the first lap on his new run. So I don't know, he might not have taken tyres, and that could explain the lack of pace differential there, but Yoni was absolutely hammering it. And to pull off the extra, 2-3 laps compared to other teams, it's such a competitive advantage to have that on the fuel.
Yeah.
Fantastic strategy, and you know, I called NX Racing Red as who I think might be able to win this one at the start, and they've gone from qualifying in what I think was 6th or 7th position. Now they're running in 2nd. I'd be legitimately surprised if they fall much further back.
Well, here's worth noting, 107.7 pit stop time for them, a 108.6 second stop for your race leader, 109.9 for Patrick Peachler. So actually, you can't even say that time was gained because of the fact that that NX Racing team was, 20, 30 seconds quicker on pit road. They might have put an extra lap less of fuel in, but actually, that was a pretty solid pit stop time by all parties concerned. Here comes Pure Racing Team, look. Number 71, looking down to the inside, in towards turn number 1. And it looks as though that maybe Tamala's like, you know what? You want that position? All yours. Go and have it. And Oscar, that's amplifying your point once again.
Yeah, again, there are a few teams in the opening stint, and they ran a strategy race. Mainly in the SLSs, a couple of NX cars, and the Red Line Green, I think it is, with Bono Huis in the seat at the time. Just running a strategy race. Not pushing, not trying anything, running one at a time, in a row, saving fuel, playing the long game. And it might not look it now, they might even fall further back in this stint, but what you've got to think is, where will my car be with 10 minutes of race to go? And that's how they're playing it. They're playing 2 hours down the road from now, not in this moment, and that's what makes them a team that's worth looking at all season long.
Here we can see Andy Bajala. This is an interesting one. They have moved themselves now up into your top 10 in at that number 42 machine. And actually, Jake, it's worth noting that that Glacier Racing team breaking into the top 10 now for the first time in this motor race. And well, we know just how fast Andy Bajala could actually be in this event. We know how fast that number 42 machine can be. And they have just got one person behind them. That is PJ Sturgis. And again, Sturgis might just want to play the sit and wait game, so it might allow the chance for these two to slowly start working at that gap ahead of them, which is currently 9.4 seconds.
Oh yes, definitely. They have shedded weight in the car of the Team Redline Green machine there of Christian Simchak right now. He finds himself 2 seconds away from them. But right now, Antti Pajala now has to work. He's got to find himself about 10 seconds back to Neil Koch in the core motorsports car. And well, for him, it's all about work, as it looks like Niels Koch is actually starting to fall off the back here of Mr. 5-time Gregor Hutu at the moment. So this could be the opportunity that they've been waiting for, but it all comes down to teamwork, and I don't know how much PJ Sturgis really wants to put in the effort.
Yeah, Matt Backham, by the way, battling it out with the number 5 machine. There's been a driver change in there. It's now Kevin van der Leen behind the wheel of that number 5 Team Redline Blue machine. Matt Backham behind in the number 16 machine. I'll say one thing here, Randy. If there's one driver that isn't going to be starstruck by the guy just ahead of him, it's going to be Matt Backham in the 16 car.
Yeah, Matt Backham. Sorry.
No, sorry, as I say, Max certainly on a charge at the moment, and we hope he's going to continue that and maybe fight for second Kelvin if he can.
I did. Hello, Randy. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
I did. Let's move on though in the interim. So Andy, I'll talk to you for the moment. Your guy is in P number 12 right now. So it's been an interesting start for this Radicals Online team. Not necessarily the qualifying that you would have wanted. However, you have moved up a couple of places. You started outside the top 20. You're now at the very top end of the top 20, looking potentially to maybe break into the top 10 after your next stop.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with the qualify, it's just about doing the best. We weren't anticipating a really high qualifier. The BMW here isn't the best car. It was mainly to try and get a clean start, which both of our cars didn't manage and both had damage, but Max proved that irrespective of a bit of damage at the back, he's really pushing, and to make as many places up as he has, I think he's done superbly well. Sylvain's got a lot more damage, but at the end of the day, it's a 6-race series, and it's who finishes at the end of that series in which car nearer the front.
Talk us through your team and the way that they determined their car, because you are on the Beamer, which of course isn't the fastest car here today, but what went into the decision-making process to pick the car that you guys wanted to run out of the 4 available overall?
Well, as you know, we've already done a lot of races, endurance races in the BMW, so we're quite au fait with that car. We also did some testing in the other cars, but we found that the BMW overall, across the tracks that we're going to be running, gives us the best sort of benefits right the way through the series, apart from this track really. So it's damage limitation here. If we can finish around the P12 or higher, even better with the BMW. And we get our benefits coming later on in the series. So overall, I think the BMW is a cracking car. If you look at the qualify for this particular race with teams like IRT, Coanda in the BMWs and really struggling too, it just shows where the car is for this particular track.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for talking to us. Andy Kay, their team principal for the Radicals Online organisation. We're going to get a bit more of a chat following Weave as well in just one moment's time. Before we do that, let's reset things and let's give you an update on how things are going right now. We now have Martin Van Hoe behind the wheel of the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing machine. He's leading the way by 3.7 seconds over this guy. It's Patrick Pitchler in the Pure Racing team car. Now, Pitchler has himself a gaggle of cars behind him. He's got Yoni Tamada, he has got Jesus Cecilia, he has got yourself a 06 machine there on Molotov Shishkov, as well as Gregor Hutu and Niels Koch as well. Then P number 8 is PJ Sturgis in the number 11 machine, as here comes a pass for position, and that is going to be Jesus Cecilia. That was late on the brakes, but he was able to work himself now up into 3rd place once again. Jonas Tamada moving himself down into 4th, but once again there, Jake, we didn't really see Tamada really fight that one too much.
No, he didn't, and for Yoni Tamala, he's just going to have to try and play that waiting game for him. He's looking here for Inex Racing Red. He's looking to try and just keep that one in position, try and keep himself calm, because he knows Jesus Cecilia, he's pushing harder, he's used more fuel up than he has, he's gone a few more laps, and well, for Jesus Cecilia, he's going to have to work on saving his fuel a lot more than Yoni Tamala, so there's no real pressure for him to fight the position, because he knows in the long run he will be the better car at the end of the day.
Indeed, so we're riding ourselves on board with that number 3 machine as it stands right now. As just behind, as we were talking there, we have got ourselves Florian. We're going to hand it over to John to talk to him.
Hi Florian, how you doing?
Hey, not too good at the moment.
So
really struggling at the beginning here in the pack.
So obviously Florian is the driver of the Pure Racing team car number 12. Running a little bit further down in the order, you're still just holding on to the lead lap. We understand you had a bit of trouble at the start of your race. What exactly happened?
It's let's say it like this. We were a little surprised that we had a standing start. Nobody was aware of this. In the end, I was going in the first corner, and directly in the first corner I got hit in the front left. So the car was already damaged from the first corner on. And then there was in the second corner, some laps later, an incident where 3 cars were standing right through the track. I had no way instead of braking and crashing into it. And from that point on, we're driving with about final speed of 260 kilometers per hour. So we're struggling really hard at the moment, trying to stay in the draft and keep going as good as we can.
What are the strengths and the weaknesses of this Audi here at this Monza track?
I'm not sure. It doesn't have too much weaknesses. I think it's a really good car and it's really stable for the track. The only problem I had was in the qualifying. It was about 2/10 or something, splitting you between place 25 and place 10. So in the end, I could not hit my perfect lap. Was a little struggling on the I'm not sure, on the front, a little understeery in the qualifying, and in the end I had no possibility. I could only reach 47.5, and that was sitting me on place 26, and that was it, staying in the pack here.
So, final question from me then. Where do you think you're going to shake out? Obviously, we're not even halfway through this motor race yet. Where are you aiming to try and finish with, obviously, a bit of a difficult start?
I'm not sure. At the moment, I think we're still good to keep the top 30 at the moment, but yeah, we will see how it's going on to the end. There were many crashes and many off-tracks in there. So there is also an incident limit. I think some of the people will struggle in the end with this. Mainly, we will also have to struggle for this. We also have already 16 incidents, but we're trying to keep it as clean as possible. Was at least 12 incidents only by getting crashed by other people here in this track, and that makes it really tricky here.
Francisco in the car now. Will you be in before the end?
Yeah, I will jump in for the end later on. He wants to make the second stint, and I'm a little happy with this because it was really hard in the pack here.
Well, I'll let you go, have a little rest, and look forward to seeing
right.
you back in the car in probably about 40 minutes time or so. Hope you have a good end to the race.
Thank you. Hear you. Bye-bye.
We've got ourselves a bit of route. We've just missed it from our stream, but we'll get an update from Randy. Glacier Racing, number 42 machine, out of this motor race, involved in a three-wide incident with the team of Movano and more.
Yeah, we actually missed this with all the pissed-off cycles and changing in positions. Yarlatari, as he was actually coming out just to start his stint, coming out of the pit lane, going into turn number 1, Movano tried to make a move on the direct clutch motorsports car, and I have to say that was a very, very brave move by Movano. I can't really say that was a smart move in any way. He just tried to force it 3 wide from very, very deep, both on a car he was racing with as well as one that was coming out of the pit lane. Glacier just the unfortunate victims there by someone else's mistake and short-sightedness.
Well, we're having a look on board then with Hezza Cecilia, PRT just ahead of him. But one thing that's worth noting here, Jay, is the gap has come down to the race lead. It was 4.5 seconds at the start of this stint. It's now touching just 2 seconds between P1 and P number 2. So, after a strong start, Vortex Sim Racing Red are slowing down a little bit. There's a couple of reasons potentially why. Maybe Martin van Hove isn't as strong a driver as we saw in that car earlier on. Maybe they're fuel saving, or maybe PRT, after being able to do that extra lap, thought, actually, no, we can pick up the pace now.
Well, this is a problem here for Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Red. Of course, they've had the lead since lap 1 and they've looked to try and push away. And now they are starting to be reeled in 0.3 of a second every lap. And we feel that this one's going to be just a little bit more. Maybe they didn't fuel that car up enough. That might be a problem. But for Martin van Hove, he will be looking very worried in his mirrors now because Patrick Pitchler is looking to close hand over fist.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves close to halfway now in the first round of this championship. We're going to step aside for just one moment, catch our breaths, but we'll be back with more after this. And as ever, we'll take your RaceSpot TV side by side.
What a move. Truex on the outside, contact made. 56 slides it into 4. Who's going to be at the stripe? Dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
Never miss a moment, ladies and gentlemen, of this series as we'll take your Racesport TV side by side. Welcome back. Don't forget the next round on the NASCAR Peak Anarchy Series powered by iRacing will be at Richmond, the Bullring, the tough and difficult track. That will be, of course, on Racesport TV, MRN, the Motor Racing Network, as well as also on NASCAR.com and iRacing Live as well, Fan Choice TV, so on, etc. And we're not far away from the month of May, and that means we are almost closing in on another edition of the iRacing Indianapolis 500. Join myself, Will Vincent, Aaron Likens, and Paul Jenkins. Oh yeah, the gang is back together again as we bring you coverage of that fantastic motor racing event. It's the funnest race of the year, and it'll be here on iRacing Live. You can see it's now down to 0.4 of a second. Martin Van Hove has been caught. He's actually losing more time. It seems to be actually the pressure has gotten to him. I saw him pushing wide out of the Parabolica a couple of laps ago. So now Vortex Sim Racing, the question's going to be, will that driver of Pitchler go for the race lead immediately? Will he wait and save a little bit? What will happen? We'll find out in a moment's time, almost certainly, because Pitchler now just 0.2 of a second in towards the first chicane. Defensive line being taken by Vortex. Defensive line being taken also by PRT. I think the guy you need to really watch right now, Randy, is the guy in third place, Jesus Cecilia, because he has looked pretty aggressive in terms of making passes.
Yeah, Jesus Cecilia has stereotypically always been very aggressive, but I think right now, if I'm Patrick Pitchler in this pure racing team, I've watched a 5-second gap, or I've watched myself bring a 5-second gap down to what it is now on the racetrack within the span of about 10 laps. When you're losing that much time, even if you need to save gas, you can't afford to just sit behind Martin Van Hove here. You have to almost go for it. And the thing is PRT hasn't had a draft for most of this race. They've been sitting P2, basically cutting the hole through the air for this P2 gaggle of cars, and they still went very deep on that first run compared to everybody else. I think if I'm PRT right now, I try to make this move, get myself out front.
Well, here we can see they're heading themselves down into the Variante Ascari once again. And there are your top three drivers underneath the bricks. They will come. Patrick Pitchler just 0.2 of a second behind as they come down into Ascari. You can see, actually, they're just so much better under braking, and that will prove useful to him. He's going to get such a good run out of Ascari that he might even think about trying to make a move in towards the Curva Parabolica, but a defensive line being taken by Vortex. Once again, down they'll come in towards the Parabolica, and this is for the race lead, ladies and gentlemen. There you can see your top 4 cars are separated by just 1 second on track. Hey, that's the sort of stuff we used to see in IndyCar racing at the big long tracks, but no, we've got it here in this inaugural round of the Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship. It's on, but Jesus Cecilia, he's thinking, hey, I can join this party here. He's right up close towards the rear of Patrick Pitchler, and it's that classic game of do you play offense or do you play defense? As well, Cecilia, he almost ran into the rear of Pitchler in towards turn number 1, and he does survive that one. But Oscar, you've got to be careful, as then now the number 3 machine of Yodi Tamala just got tagged. He just tagged the car of Heza Cecilia. They're all kind of bunching up into that first chicane, and the Inex Racing red car just getting a bit of damage as a consequence.
Yeah, a bit of a shame there. Heza Cecilia cannot be put at fault for that. Multiple moves in front. Patrick Pilcher, I think, just being a bit too concerned about what's going on in front of him to realise that he's also on a defensive track there. That said, if I was Patrick, I'd get this move done quickly and then I'd let Jesus through. He does need the draft. You know, you don't want to be the guy that's using up all your fuel. It's going to put you at a disadvantage at the end. So, again, a little touch there for Inex and for Del Contigo Racing Team, but I don't think it's really going to affect either of them too much.
Matt Backham, there was just an incident with him. He might have jumped to chicane. Let's get ourselves a replay of this one then. Matt Backham, I think this is down in towards the second chicane. He lost himself a couple of positions. So we're going to ride on board with the Radicals Online Steel Series machine as he heads himself through Curva Grande. He would think he was going to try and think about making a pass on someone, and he might have just messed up his braking in towards that second chicane. Let's have a look. Oh, he tagged someone there, and he tagged 2 drivers. I think that was a lap down car the first time around, but Matt Backham off at the second chicane, and well, that one is interesting, but we'll have to turn our attention back to the race lead because a very good run this time by from Patrick Pitchler as they head themselves out of the Curva Parabolica. We're on board with Patrick Pitchler for the race lead. Then we see a defensive line again being taken by Vortex. To the outside will go the driver of Patrick Pitchler. Will try and break a little bit later into that first corner. Who will win this one? Martin Van Hove versus Patrick Pitchler in towards the first chicane. That defensive line working there for Vortex. But now, what can happen? Cecilia gets a good run out of the first chicane, and we now have ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, 4 guys separated by 1.1 seconds, 6 guys separated by 2.2 seconds. This is fantastic racing in the first round of this championship, and this is everything you could potentially ever ask for a new series, Randy.
Oh, it certainly is. We have 6 guys, so you all nose to tail here for the lead of this race. Anyone who thought that was going to happen, I would have called almost foolish. But as Oscar said, Patrick in this pure racing team car needs to get this job done. And I think that last lap time was his best opportunity because he had a gap to Jesus, and Jesus wasn't able to maybe make a look if Patrick decided to not go for a pass. He had the opportunity to be just purely offensive, not worry about Jesus behind. Wasn't able to get it done. But if I'm Martin Van Hove, something else I might wonder is maybe do I just give this spot up? Yeah, I'm in the lead, and I don't want to give that spot up. I mean, because who wants to give up the lead as he messes up the Ascari chicane? But the more you hold up these guys behind you, the more aggressive they're going to get, the more likely you might find yourself getting involved in an incident when someone tries to pass you.
We don't know, of course, how well that Vortex car will work in dirty air. To the outside in Curva Parabolica. 3 wide almost into Curva Parabolica that time by. And we can see Cecilio's thinking, hey, I do fancy a bite of this cherry, but not just yet. Pitchler around the outside. This could be absolutely fantastic as they exit the Parabolica. He's going to get himself a good run side by side for your race lead As they'll come past the start finish line. Half of this race is scored complete. If PRT can just get themselves into line, they almost make contact. He crosses over. They make a little bit of contact, but it will be the PRT car going to the race lead. A little bit naughty there, but PRT to your race lead. Cecilia turning around the Vortex Sim Racing car. Oh my word, it's happened just like that. The Vortex Sim Racing car coming together with Hez and Cecilia, and that was the one thing we were worried about. It has happened, and oh my word, Vortex will be devastated by this one. They just given up the race lead. PRT had cut right in front of them, and then all of a sudden, Hez and Cecilia and Vortex, they come together. Let's get it in super slow motion then, and well, Oscar, wow, that was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the way that it was going on down the straight, I mean, no one could hold a line, which is a bit odd, and, you know, I'm sure that Jesus is going to get a bit of an earful for that one there, but again, it's so tricky to call when people are ducking left, right, centre in a straight line. It was bound to happen, really. All that said, Patrick Pilcher read that situation well, massive lead now, and it's going to be a difficult one for the cars behind to catch back up, because Cecilia immediately under pressure from Yoni Tamala in the NX Racing Red AMG GT.
Go, Paul. Oh, to see that. We're having a look then. One more replay. This is a real time for the Vortex Sim Racing car. Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car in towards turn one. Let's listen in. There we are. Not really much damage. That car got lifted onto two wheels for a moment, but hey, he does carry on. He's down in P number 6, and while that strategy is completely now changed for that team, your new top 3 is Pitchler from Cecilia, from Yoni Tamara and Jake. If you're Vortex, you're gutted. Absolutely gutted right now after leading 44 laps. The first time you don't really lead this motor race in terms of net non-pit stop moments. They end up being turned around into the first corner.
How many times do you hear it in sci-fi shows? Don't cross the beams. That is exactly the problem that happened down into turn 1 and 2. Van Hove will have to think he's desperately unlucky there after contact with Jesus Cecilia. He did everything right in that situation. He thought he played it almost perfectly. He just got played as innocent bystander, and now he has to work again, and he knows he's going to lose time because he knows he's slower, and it's just a case of a recovery drive and waiting for that final member to come back and see if they can salvage anything out of this performance.
Hey, guess what? All of a sudden, out of nowhere, John, 1.1 second advantage for PRT over Hesse Cecilia. We don't know if there's any damage to that number 15 machine. We'll try and check it out now by having a look, but regardless, we've got a new McLaren out front, and that new McLaren is putting away just like the first one that was in front at the start of this motor race.
Yeah, I mean, even with what you consider happened at turn 1, he drove absolutely superbly. He's got the hammer down. I've just been watching a little bit of onboard, and he doesn't seem to be lifting and coasting that much. Obviously, he's got Cecilia behind him in that beautiful Audi. But I think just having watched the replays of that, I think Cecilia, because he had that Mercedes right behind him, may have just been conscious of that, trying to maybe make up a little bit of a gap, and that's why he hit the McLaren.
Sorry, we just had ourselves an incident down at the Variante Ascari. This one involving that blue and black car, the curb surfers, and well, they have just had themselves an incident. This is down at the chicane. Is that going to be with Vortex as well? Vortex were potentially losing themselves another position as they headed themselves down in towards the Variante Ascari. Let's have a look then from up above in towards the corner they come. 2 into 1 into what is a single groove part of the racetrack. And that's the second incident now that Vortex have been involved in the space of a couple of laps. I do have to say on that one, the curb surfer's car was close to the Vortex car, Oscar. Having a look at it in slow time, it did look as though there wasn't really anywhere for the Vortex car to go.
Well, you say that, at the same time, like, the issue was the Vortex car, you can see it backing out of the move way too late. It's just a bit of a lack of commitment, and yeah, it's a shame. There was plenty of room for both cars, and they both could have given more room, but there was a lack of commitment to defending and a lack of commitment to the move there. Just all of it silly, and it's put another McLaren in a wall. Like, I don't see the point. There's plenty of race left to go. A bit silly from these guys, and hopefully not too much damage to the curb surfer's car, because it would be nice to see them carry on going and get a decent result.
Yeah, you did see there was a hard side impact though into that one. Randy, over to you.
Yeah, curb surfers, that's definitely unfortunate for them. Ilya Maltotrovsky in that McLaren has been running very strong, and definitely unfortunate for them after that incident with Vortex.
Well, here you can see actually one guy who all of a sudden has appeared. It's Gregor Hutu. He's up in P number 4. We weren't expecting this one a little bit earlier on. All of a sudden, Randy, Hutu is up into P number 4 in this event, and he's doing what Hutu does. I've talked about it, I don't know how many times now in all of his race victories. He started reasonably well. He's not been fantastic, but in the middle stage of the race, all of a sudden he's appeared in contention.
It's definitely what Hutu's known for. Just he's known for two things: either being lightning quick or just being able to maintain position and just find a way to work himself out front. And that's certainly what he's done. They didn't have the greatest he's back where he qualified, started fourth, now back to running fourth. So definitely good for him to work himself forward. He's got that core motorsports car behind him, and he's got that Yorni Tamala in the NX Racing red car. Hopefully no PTSD from Sebring, but definitely fantastic drive from all of these guys here through this race. In this top 6 or 7 cars, the racing's been absolutely incredibly tight, and we've only seen one incident.
Just worth noting, by the way, that 06 machine has just lost himself a position to PJ Sturgis in that number 11 machine. So Ilya Molotov-Shishkov is now down into P number 8, and you've got Antti Bajala right behind him as well. So it does look as though there is some damage to that 06 machine, and it is going to be unfortunate there, because that curb service car, A, fantastic livery to that one, and B, Molotov-Shishkov is just unfortunately now in a situation where he's going to have to nurse that car to his second pit stop, and well, doesn't look to be going too well for him. And actually, he's just got himself a slowdown penalty to boot there, Jake.
Yes, he did, and that means he loses position there. Does Molotov-Shishkov there on Antti Pajala in that Glacier Racing BAS number 1 machine. He will move himself up now into 8th position on circuit, and now he will have to have a little bit of a job now, actually, to stay with PJ Sturgis, because Sturgis now trying to break away, trying to get himself back to Martin Van Hove, who is losing time slowly but surely ever more. Of course, now he is 8 seconds down the road and running slower than the cars ahead of him, the likes of Jari Lothari, who is a lapped vehicle, same with Niels Koch being just behind but not lapped. But you have to say here for curb surfers, this is a race that's gone from bad to worse. And don't forget Christian Simjak, he's now actually starting to close in on him, and this is all problems now for Molotov-Shishkov. He needs to calm down, he needs to try and nurse the car for at least another 22 minutes.
Yeah, we're on board with Shimshak right now, of course. It's Bono Huisi started in this car, handing over to Shimshak in that number 8 machine. And last time by a 149.3 for that car. Actually comparable to Antti Pajala and PJ Sturgis, a little bit up on the road. And just having a look, actually, that lead battle, it is on all of a sudden. Once again, 3 drivers then scored within 1 second. Hezza Cecilia has now caught up to that PRT machine. And Oscar, game on, part 2.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we can... Oh, and they both go wide there. Quite a leery moment, it must be said, for Patrick Pilker out of the second chicane. I mean, let's hope that there's not quite so much weaving or nudging or pushing, but this is going to be a race, and we know Jesus Cecilia, if he sees the move, if he sees the run, he's going to be going for it. So definitely one to watch. It will be interesting to see if the likes of Yorni Tamala, Gregor Hutu, and even Niels Koch for Core Motorsports behind can benefit from the potential mistakes that could occur ahead.
Well, here we can see then 2 tenths per second. Jesus Cecilia in that number 15 machine. He's had himself a lot of airtime here today. He's been involved in 1 or 2 incidents in this track. Goes a little bit wider than the X, gets the Variante Ascari. You are allowed to do that, however. It's actually the line that most drivers in all series run. Just pushing the track boundary limits there. Can't do that in the UK, apparently, according to MSA. But hey, these guys now 4 tenths of a second as they work themselves through Curva Parabolica. We are 20 minutes away from our second round of pit stops. So at this point, it's all about momentum, and 2 very different lines being taken out of the Curva Parabolica that time by. This goes back, Oscar, to what we said ages and ages ago, that there's 2 different lines available. Actually, no, let's have a look then. And that number 15 machine looking to the outside in towards turn number 1. And you know what? Pitchler just said, have the position. And Oscar, he might have just been thinking about what happened to Gecko about 4 laps ago.
I guess I feel as though at that situation, Pickler just, he had a look and he went, you know what, I've seen what you've done to McLaren's. I'm not keen on it myself, so you have the position, I'm going to save some fuel for a bit.
Yeah, there we are then. A second look on board with Cecilia. Looks himself to the outside. And really, it was a case of getting out the gas. You can see just how quickly he did, lifting off almost 100 yards early. So PRT potentially going to save some fuel once again. Now, I just want to go back. John, if I remember correctly, PRT, they did 1 extra lap overhead to Sicilia in that first pit stop. So if they can save again, they can be beneficial as we get ourselves towards the second pit stop. If they can save a little bit more this time by, although now Yoni Samara right on the rear of Patrick Pitchler in toward the Variante Ascari.
That's correct. Well, we look at Sicilia, and he isn't really fuel saving that much. He's flat out right until the braking zone. Now, obviously, he's had a couple of laps being back in the pack. Maybe now he's got a bit of a clear road. He's going to try and make a little bit of a gap and see if, even though there's that 1 lap difference where he's going to be coming in first, he'll be able to have a slightly better second hour of the race.
Well, here we can see then a look from our aerial coverage here today as some of these guys now just work themselves through the final corner here. As just having a look then at this guy, and actually no, Tomato's not going to be anywhere near close enough to make a move on Patrick Pitchler in towards turn 1. We will go though on board of that iRacing red machine of Yoni Tomato. Of course, the only driver to have won 2 rounds of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series this year. That iRacing red car looking strong down in P number 3. And well, we need to remember also, John, this guy went 2 laps longer, leapfrogged about 4 cars in the process. If he can do that again on this next pit stop, then this guy is pretty much going to be in the money, mainly because of the fact he can then charge. I wouldn't be surprised to see him come in with maybe 15 minutes to go in this motor race.
That's a very good call, I think, and we've just got to also watch, I think, when did the Team Redline car come in? I think they came in on 34. They've got Hutu at the wheel. He'll obviously be getting out and handing over, so you do wonder perhaps whether he might be able to jump up a little bit. He's 4th place. He's about half a second behind the car in front, so I'd keep an eye on Gregor Hutu because I think he might be looking strong in the final part of this race.
Well, there's the Vortex Sim Racing red car there, Manton Van Hove, and what a disappointing second part to this race. Although, they are only 9 seconds behind your race leader, Jake, as it stands. So that is not the end of their motor race for them. If you Van Hove, potentially give your car up to the... we do know that they're going to do 3 drivers in this event as well. So we, of course, got to see how the third guy does when he gets behind the wheel of this one. But for Van Hove, it's not over yet. You can't lose focus yet. Just carry on going. Just put what happened to one side and nail your laps, nail your pit time, get yourself into your pit box, don't make any silly mistakes, get out of the car and let someone else have a go.
Oh yes, he's had not the sort of a second stint, you have to say, but for him, he knew that he wasn't the quickest of drivers and he had to always hold on to his positions as well as he could, and he battled very ferociously for a couple of laps there, trying to keep the Pure Racing Team number 71 machine behind him. But right now, for him, he's got to just focus, he's got to stay in the zone, he's on his own. It's very easy to make mistakes in this sort of area, so all he needs to do is just keep calm, keep focused, and just get to the end and save as much fuel as he can, just so that final guy has as much of an advantage as he possibly can get.
In answer to Chakimba, I need to mention Mika Hakkinen, KK Rosberg, also Kimi Räikkönen, etc. Bottas, you know, it is possible. Just saying. But here you can see now, it's an interesting battle. Matt Backham, of course, he had that off earlier on. Just having a look at him, and he has now caught up to the rear of, this is the Movano, Fosmos Movano red car, Mario Bertolotti there, the number 21 machine. These guys separated by 0.3 of a second, and well, Oscar, this one, again, Radical's now out of place after that sloppy incident really for Backham earlier on.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Like, they were doing so well for a BMW entry to that point. And I mean, to be fair, their position still reflects well for a BMW entry. 13th in the slowest car. I mean, we're knocking that like, oh, it's such a bad... It's really not. That's a fantastic place to have your BMW in. It's the car in front of them, Mario Bertolotti, Thrustmaster Movano Red, who I believe actually must have made it past this lap, because I'm seeing a reversal of positions there. Got very, very loose out of second-less mode. Yeah, shame for the incident, and again, it's difficult not to get disappointed with these drivers if they've had incidents, really, because it's a long race. Just back off, give some room, take your time.
Yeah.
But they're doing very well. They are, I believe, are they the top scored BMW at the moment?
No,
they might be
not. There's one actually just up the road.
Second place.
Just been passed. In fact, yeah. Iberica, by the way, have just been passed, and this is by Kevin van der Linde in that number 5 machine. As we were talking about Beamers, the Beamer gets passed there by the Team Redline Blue machine of Kelvin van der Linde. Of course, now you got yourself 2 Redline cars nose to tail in your field as it stands, Team Redline Green and Team Redline Blue. But yeah, you have got yourself, what are you saying about second place? And Patrick Pitzler right up to the rear now once again, Randy.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, the fight's definitely close, but I was talking about the Radicals, the second place running BMW.
Yeah. And the one we were talking about was getting past at the time that we said it. So we gave a little bit of a curse for BMW. It's okay, though. You can still see. This is what is absolutely fascinating, Randy. 1.9 seconds separating your top 5 drivers in this field. Now, that is just astronomical. We don't even often see that in a NASCAR Peak Anti-Free Series race. So people say, GT racing, someone who's going to lead by a lap. This is some of the closest racing I think I've seen in my entire time commentating for iRacing in the last 5 years in any form of motorsports. But it does show just how fantastic this series is. And we've got to remember, as you made a point earlier, these setups, you have got to actually give and take a little bit, because unless you've got exactly identical driving styles, someone's going to have to compromise their setup a little bit to help their own teammate.
Yes, certainly. I mean, either you're someone who prefers a car to rotate a bit more or oversteer a bit more, and your teammate just can't drive it, or maybe your teammates just say, look, this car doesn't rotate enough, I need more. So it's going to affect someone in some way or another. Hutu's generally, obviously, over the course of history, been known for driving very, very loose race cars, so it's going to be interesting to see going into this final stint. He's going to have to get out of the car. What can his teammate do? But like you said, these top 5 cars, I mean, you can talk about the time, but the time gap between every single car is more or less negligible. I mean, anyone could get to anyone, really, I'm sure, if they wanted to at this point, with the way the draft is working. But absolutely phenomenal racing with these guys. Very, very close. Only seen one incident. No mistakes from these guys at all. 5 cars, all line astern. Almost 2 hours into the event. I don't think anyone could have predicted this, and like you said, we generally see this in the super speedways at Daytona. Monza might be a bit like a super speedway, but then again, we're not running the oval today.
Yeah, we just saw Nesta Garcia Jr. in the Iberica car just moved themselves ahead of Christian Schumjack in the number 8 machine. In fact, that Radicals car has now lost 2 positions in the space of 2 laps because Kevin van der Linde has just got himself past his own teammates, and maybe a little bit of fuel saving required there for Christian Schumjack, but van der Linde now leading the train of cars, and then you got yourself the Iberica car there in the mix as well. So, Jake, this battle going on P10, 11, 12, it's kind of calmed itself down. Behind, we haven't talked about everyone in this field, but Europakalami versus Scott Gray, that has closed up, and of course, Gray running one of our favourite cars. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Bessie.
Oh, yes, it is. And, well, for him, he needs to just work out what he needs to do. Of course, they're in the court sim racing car right now, trying to chase down Bessie there. Scott C. Gray behind the wheel here. And, well, for these battles down the lower end of the field, points are crucial no matter where you are fighting for them. So you'll have to kind of stay final right. But just remember, Luke Van Schaik there in Virgil Racing Yellow there. He'll be looking to try and pull himself back into this group. But to go back to the point, here, back with Vin van der Linde at the moment. Just looking at the lap times here between him and also Ilya Molotovchikov here in the curb surface car. He was about 7/10 of a second faster last time by. Let's just check the times again. And, well, the answer to that one is, that is another second, is it? Yes, it is. That's another second, Will. So curb surface in 3 laps time, they could be in trouble.
Yeah, of course, that car did get some substantial damage as it headed itself hard into the tyre barrier. This is not the Ascara chicane earlier on in this motor race. It's an incident with the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car. Of course, all of a sudden now, we're trying to see how many times we can mount to name a Molotov Shivkov before we end up getting it completely wrong. The coolest name, I think, in this series so far. But he's doing a still good job, actually, considering the damage to that race machine, Randy. Still running himself inside your top 10, but that was a hard side impact, and I said at the top of this broadcast as well. Front impact, back impact, that's okay. When you go sideways into a tyre barrier, that's when it really upsets the handling of the race car.
Certainly will, and like you said, the way the damage on these cars work, you can really beat and bang on the front a bit. The fronts you have to be pretty safe with the way the splitter is. The rear you can kind of beat and bang the rear bumper. It doesn't really affect too much as long as you don't get that wing tweaked. But yeah, he went sliding through that Ascari chicane into that tire barrier. That car is definitely not driving nice, and that Team Redline Blue car is just absolutely reeling him in lap after lap and lap. And like Jake said, I think within a few laps here, Kelvin van der Linde's going to be smelling blood in the water.
Well, Patrick Pichler right up there. In fact, no, Jesus Cecilia has taken the lead of this motor race. Of course, we knew that one, but Pichler has come right back up behind him in towards turn number 1. There's a little bit of lap traffic coming into play as well. So this now is going to make things even more interesting. That new dynamic as well. We'll give you the opportunity
And that's
to
actually a
understand.
pure racing car.
It is, and that's going to be interesting. Now, there are blue flags that are in operation. They are informational only for the first part of it, but once you get right up behind someone, like you've got Cecilia now, race control will ask you to move out of the way, and that is what the Pure Racing team car did. So if you don't heed the instructions of race control, you will be given a penalty, and that PRT car basically going right by the spirit of the rulebook there, Oscar, getting out of the way, allowing these guys to carry on racing. Oh, Oscar's disappeared. We'll give us a moment, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, Randy, I say that it's useful because it's not a case of you're 2 seconds, away from the race leader, just dance out the way and stop. But when you do get that close, 2-3 tenths per second, it is useful for drivers not to have to worry, especially in this series. I mean, if it was a multi-class event, maybe it'll be different. But for this series, it's useful just to have to move out of the way, allow this close racing to carry on.
It certainly is, and I think it's beneficial to a certain point. Like you said, I think having it be informative for that first real when you first start getting it, for that first second and a half when over the gap to the other car, absolutely fantastic. But and the other thing is, really when the leader gets there, the leader wants to get by you. If you're a lap down, having it within the rule book say, look, you need to get out of the way. Sorry, it's just the way it goes. I think that's absolutely beneficial. But something interesting though is the way that lapped PRT car, driven by Francisco Lopez, the way he gave them the second chicane in terms of this group of cars,
Right, I'm just going to say, they're going for the race lead in towards turn number 1. They get the race lead easily in towards turn number 1. Carry on.
I'm sorry, I was just going to say, the way that lap car led himself, or positioned himself, this top 6 now, for the first time in this race, has really kind of been broken up.
Yep, as there you can see the field heading themselves down in towards the Variante Rettifiglio, the first of the 3 chicanes here at Monza. These chicanes, of course, added, well, as these cars were getting faster and faster, Formula 1 cars pretty much were going flat out for 90% of the lap. You still go 70% flat out over the course of this lap. Of course, this track is famous for that huge banked oval that would encircle the racetrack as well. That one, not used anymore, but still, fantastic remembrance of what used to happen here at Monza. So, you've got ourselves another lead change now. Patrick Pichler leads down to 1:06 remaining on the play clock. And Jake, now, I think that was more positioning there by Pichler. I think that he's thinking, if everyone's coming in together, I'd rather lead the train on towards pit road, not be the train on towards pit road.
I think that's a good decision. You don't want to be caught up behind anyone, going a little bit too slow down into pit lane. He's just positioning himself nicely, trying to get his position nicely. But they're just getting a little bit of feedback there. Sorry about that, but just finding where we are at the moment. Tamala is in a very good position, looking at Jesus Cecilia as well, trying to find himself through on Patrick Pichler. They're trying to have a go. Can he get it sorted? No, he's going to have to wait one more go.
Indeed so. So we are now heading ourselves down to 66 minutes remaining in this motor race as it stands. And well, we have ourselves an interesting quandary out front of your field. We have had battles going on behind, but actually the battles the best going on are at the front of this field, as once again Jesus Cecilia right on the rear down in towards turn number 1. No, not going to be able to make the pass. And well, here's a fascinating statistic. So far today, 7 lead changes in this event. And I will say one thing, we're almost certainly going to get into double-digit lead change here today. 4 of those have actually come on the racetrack as well. So we're not even just going to say, Oscar, about the fact that this is just because people's, came on towards pit road, etc. So, it's interesting to note just how much passing does go on in this series, even in a more strategic race. We seem to have lost Oscar Hardwick, so we'll try and get him back in a moment's time. But we just saw Matt Backham's moved himself past Christian Shimjak, although Shimjak is going to potentially try and have himself another look then as they come down in towards the second chicane. This is the number 16 machine. We're having a look then versus the number 8. We've also got ourselves the number 3 car had himself in a moment. PRT is being very interesting right now, leading this motor race. Team Red Line Green down in P number 14. If you're going to do a pit stop, it's pretty much going to be about 5 minutes away right now. And your top 8 down at the bottom of your screen. Patrick Pitcher leads this motor race once again. The second time he has led this motor race. And then Heza Cecilia is in second. Yoni Tamara in third. Gregor Hutu in fourth. Or to translate that one, of course, that is Darko Tanigo. Then you got yourself Inex Racing Red. Then you've got yourselves Team Redline. Then you got yourself Niels Koch. We've barely talked about Niels Koch at all in this motor race because he's just been sat there doing his own thing, and that's in a core motorsports machine. He's running himself in P5. Then you got yourself Martin Van Hove, of course, who's actually dropped back a little bit more in that Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Red machine, running himself in P6. Then you've got yourself BJ Sturgis in 7th, and Anton Bajada rounds out your top 8. Kelvin van der Leen runs in P number 9, and the curb service car, after having themselves an incident earlier on, where you got yourself Ilya Molotov-Shishkov there, running themselves in P number 10, as they get themselves closer to their second round of pit stop. Nestor Garcia Jr. right on the rear though on Molotov-Shishkov as they come down into that first chicane once again, and Iberica Racing, they want to move themselves up into that final step of the top 10. But welcome back, Oscar.
Hello, yes. Technical difficulty overcome.
Yes.
Thankfully. And yeah, quite right. Interesting to see here. Iberica Racing Team really pushing on for the top 10. I feel that as a BMW team, if they can get the points from a top 10 result today, it's going to put them in such stead to bother everyone later in the championship. So they're definitely in prime position to run a BMW campaign for the top spot, as it were. As are a few of the BMWs close behind, so you've got your Radicals and your Coanders definitely running in close proximity with their BMWs. Yeah, I think, to be fair, you're probably going to see Nestor Garcia Jr. make the move Molotov-Shikov relatively shortly. Nursing some damage is the curb surface McLaren, and starting to lose the back of Kelvin van der Linde as well now in the Team Redline Blue car, running up ahead in 9th spot.
Randy, what would you do if you're Molotov-Shishkov in this pit stop? You take as many repairs as you can get and come out and go banging, or do you just literally try and nurse that car to the end of this motor race? Because it's that quandary now. If he's losing a second a lap, he'll still have himself about 30 laps to go. So if those repairs are longer than a second, and Cecilia is on pit road, then so we'll interrupt that one for the moment. This is too early.
He did not hit the hour.
Yeah, this is way too early, Randy. This car will have to go into ultra fuel save mode if he wants any chance of getting to the end of this motor race.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very scary for this Darkontigo Racing Team car here. Like you just mentioned, didn't hit the hour mark, and while he's going to be in the pit lane for roughly about a minute and a half here, so it's going to be very, very tight for them, especially around all this competition. We know that Pure Racing Team, they went very late. Inex Racing Red went very late as well. They're going to be huge beneficiaries from this, because now they're going to be able to come in and pit, and they surely won't have to save for the last stop, for the last hit, and I think that's when I think this is when this race is really going to take off. Once you get these top 4 or 5 cars out there, the ones who can't save, the ones who don't have to save, they're going to be racing very, very hard. We're going to see some huge changes in position. But talking about the curb surfers, I think if I'm out there, I think I just try to nurse this car home. Why take 30 seconds of repairs if you think you can hold a similar pace and just basically keep your track position?
Peppo, sorry, we're just having a look at the Iberica Racing Team there. We'll go back and have a look, of course, at the team that have just headed themselves out of pit road. And it's interesting because now you've got to ask yourself the question, actually, when you put it all together, Jake, why were they so aggressive trying to get track position in that incident with Vortex and everything else that was going on, when they didn't need to, really, because they needed to be saving fuel? Those 10 laps that they led in this motor race,
wait. I'm sorry to interrupt, just to Cecilia did not get out of the car. AC Cecilia's been in this car the entire race.
So that means that they'll be disqualified.
They will surely be disqualified.
Wow. That's an interesting one.
That's a huge mistake.
Oh, my word. So, Dark Tigo there. This is huge. We'll try and get a word from Race Control on the ruling for this one, whether they will be automatically disqualified from this event. But after all, this is a team-based event. You are expected to run in duos or triples. Simple as that. But we've still got to ask ourselves that question, Jake. We were trying to ask ourselves a moment ago, as Martin Van Hove is on pit road for Vortex Sim Racing. We'll just show you that one for a moment. Why was that team pushing so hard when actually they couldn't even make the hour mark?
well, what could be said here is it might not actually be over here for the De Contigo team, because if they do run out of fuel before the end of the race, they get it to pit lane, they can splash and dash the driver for about 3 minutes in on the end of the race, and then that's problem solved.
No,
But
it's not.
the problem
Because
that
No, I don't
25%.
think. No, there's a minimum share.
Yeah.
There's a minimum share. He had that driver. Basically, you have to do a full stint with a driver, because there's no point in bringing it in short just with the way the fuel works. You can technically get a guy in there for a lap, but there's a minimum share requirement. Dark Contigo have an absolutely phenomenal first round, just completely potentially. They may have ruined their championship hopes here.
This is crazy.
Well, it shows just how much I know about the rules. Looking at this, Patrick Pichler now and Giovanni Tamala, this is going to be the battle to focus here, Will.
It is, as we've got ourselves Patrick Pitchler versus Tamala. We are down to 59 minutes remaining. Now, last time by, PRT was in before NX Racing. What will happen this time by? They exit themselves, and this is good for both of these teams, because now they are clearly going to be able to make it to the end of this race. Gregor Hutu then on towards pit road, and will be his final stint. He should be good. But, well, what we are setting ourselves up now for, Oscar, is a fantastic scrap at the end between two teams that won't need to do any saving. Pitchler, well, Tamara, PRT, NX Racing, they are going to basically be your teams at the end of this motor race as it stands, as it is a slightly busy pit road right now.
Yeah, something as well worth pointing out, just as with the end of the first stint, that NX Racing red car has got to this point, the last 2 or 3 laps, and punched it. Caught right back up, matching the pace of McLaren instantly, no questions asked. And I really feel as though going into the final stint, I mean, obviously they're going to have to make a driver change. I'm not entirely sure about who's going to be getting into the NX Racing red car. Same goes for Pure Racing team, with Patrick Pilker having to get out the car in this pit stop. That said, I feel as though they're teams with enough quality drivers for this battle to continue going on. And like you say, fuel's not an issue. This is going to be up to the red line every gear shift for the remainder of the race for these guys.
This is going to be absolutely fantastic. And of course, we are talking about PRT, a team who are well known in the GT racing community. And against NX Racing Red, many people's pick for this championship, along with the only driver, I'm going to say it one more time, to won 2 rounds of this year's World Championship Grand Prix Series. Which one will come in this time by? John thinks that potentially we could see Pitchler in this lap and Tamala in next lap. If that is the case, then Yoni Tamala could come out of the lead of this motor race, but we're on board with the NX Racing red car as they head themselves through Curva Parabolica for what is their 66th journey around this racetrack, and on towards pit road will come PRT. NX Racing red, stay out. Hey, John, you know your strategy, buddy.
Seems to be working out so far. Now I'm going to be watching the 3 car. It should be doing about a lap longer. That's what they did last time. But when you consider how many more laps they did than the rest of the competition, the first pit stop, they did 3 more laps than everyone else in the field. Everyone else was doing around lap 33. The 3 car, which is the NX Racing Red, the one that's now gone into the lead of this race, did up to lap 36. So we'll see how much more fuel they can save, and maybe they might be able to short fill even a little bit, because we've only got 54.5 minutes left to go in this race.
Yeah, by the way, PRT, Tom Valentini now behind the wheel of that car. A couple of other drivers have changed in and out. We'll give you updates on those in just a couple of moments' time, because we want to see then, here is Yoni Tamala, NX Racing Red. And well, this team have been an absolute sensation this year. They have set the World Championship Series on fire. The winningest team in the NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series, powered by iRacing. The winningest team in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, and they are leading it right now. Oscar, yes, I might be jumping the gun a little bit, but if they can do one more lap after this one, it's certainly game over. As it is, NX Racing Red have a chance to basically stamp themselves as the best sim racing team in the world in 2016.
It's certainly available, and NX as a whole, I mean, it's the only name that comes up across all the absolute top level series. And, you know, that's all that needs to be said. They're the only team that so far has won in Peak Antifreeze and the Drivers' World, the Grand Prix World Championship. I'm going to get that wrong every time. I'm just so out of date as we actually see the NX Racing red car head to pit road. But yeah, they really could put their mark down, as indeed Core in the Audi R8 stay out. Fantastic fuel economy from those guys.
Yeah, there is Core Motorsports and there is Nils Koch. We'll give you an update on some of these guys as they come out of pit road in a moment's time. So, Hezza Cecilia is in third, but we are wondering, we'll try and get word from race control whether or not they will be disqualified if they do not change drivers in this one. Yoni Samara is out of the car, and getting into the car is Isaac Price. This guy is fantastic behind the wheel of a GT machine, and it'll be interesting to see whether he will come out first or whether or not we'll get that PRT car out in first. Let's have a look then. Some of the other guys that are still scrapping it out. A Team Redline Black, you now got Tommy Hacker behind the wheel of that one. They will probably move themselves up a position when all is said and done. There's a Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car. Even Hallower now behind the wheel of that one. William the Vec behind the wheel of the NX Racing yellow car. So plenty of guys scrapping it out. And there is Niels Cross. Actually, this is going to hurt him a little bit. There is a bit of lap traffic for him to deal with on the way on towards pit road. The pit stop time actually for Isaac Price is going to be shorter as well. Remember this one, because of the fact that, of course, they had to take less fuel. We said 50 minutes, they made it to 54 minutes to go in the motor race, but now it's ticking over to over just 1 minute on his pit stop time. He should be out in a moment's time. We're looking to see where everyone is. This is, of course, potentially for the race lead. NX Racing Red, where are they, and where are PRT right now? This looks as though this could be fantastic towards the end of this motor race, and Isaac Price comes out. He is currently scored behind the team of Hezza Cecilia, but we know they can't make it to the end of this motor race. But Isaac Price out in P number 3 overall. Well, now we've got ourselves a couple of storylines.
Wait, Will, something's happened to Pure Racing Team. They've not left the pit lane.
They're not. I was just wondering, where are they? And Andreas Armensberger's behind the wheel of that one, and they're still on pit road. This has been a very long pit stop for them, and Armensberger, it's just sat there. Oh my word, Randy.
This is just drama all the way up and down the field. NX Racing Red absolutely doing a fantastic job to get themselves the lead like this. Not sure what's happened to PRT here. Possibly just something unfortunate. They couldn't have been somehow prevented.
PC crashed during the stop.
So we had ourselves a technical issue then. And Alexander Voss is now on a pit road. So Alexander Voss is on pit road then from the number 33 machine. So that will mean that as it stands, Hezza Cecilia lead this motor race. But we are, do we say, interested? Because it was... Guys, I've just realised it was a 45-second stop for Hezza Cecilia. So I think he realised that he couldn't get to the end of this motor race, put in about half a tank worth of fuel. He is going to come in again. There's a 45-second pit stop. Well, there's no way you can make it to the end of that motor race when you had to do 1 hour and 2 minutes. And John, I've got a feeling that either they didn't take tyres and he's just running it for the win, or he will come in again and they might try and change drivers at the end of that one. But really, we can always wipe Dark Contigo out of this motor race, even though they are leading for the moment.
Well, he's got to come in, hasn't he? Because what is it? 25%. 25% is the driver share. So we've got 50 minutes left in this motor race. So he has to come in the next 8 minutes. So you wonder whether they'll do a full service then and change the driver.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is very, very interesting. As we've got ourselves Alexander Voss there. He's running himself in P4. I do need to do a retraction, by the way. Martin Croncase's won 2 races this year. Shows how much I pay attention every so often. Isaac Price, so running himself in second. And actually, Alexander Voss, this is interesting. He is only, I say only, about 2 seconds behind Isaac Price right now. This is a very close battle between these two guys. We'll get it at the line. Andy, from nowhere, Cool Motorsports, they are in the shout of this motor race as well.
Well, I wouldn't say from nowhere. They've been in that top battle the entire time. They've just been at the tail end of it, just kind of just hanging out. But the way this race has just panned out with all the issues people have, the question marks on Dark Hintigo, it's this race can go. I mean, it's been turned upside down on its head. Who knows what's going to happen at this point?
Wow. And by the way, Tommy Hacker, he's in 4th still again, but they have really dropped off the rear, Jake, now to Core Motorsport. So we are looking, as it stands, at a 2-horse race. But we want to see what the lap time for these 2nd, 3rd and 4th place drivers at the line, because Redline Black, Tommy Hacker, did a 148.9 last time by. He does need to pick up the pace a little bit. Alexander Voss and Isaac Price, when they cross the line, it'll be very interesting to see what times those three do.
Yes, definitely. You've got to look at Motorsports, though. They were a team who, in qualification, did not pick up a race win, but it was on pure consistency that they put their team second in the championship for qualification. And now looking at the times as they crossed the line, Isaac Price of 48.4. And if you look then at the car of Alexander Voss, he doesn't set a representative lap time there that we can do. But Tommy Hacker's doing 48.7s, which means he's dropping off 3/10 and he's 6 seconds back. So I think he's out of this one. It's all down to Voss and Price.
Yeah, and the gap between Core and Price is 1.1 seconds as it stands. What a motor race we have had ourselves here today. We've still got so much more to go here in this event. But Inex Racing Red versus Core Motorsports. Core Motorsports in an Audi catching Inex Racing Red in a Mercedes. These are two cars that we were thinking were going to be there in the mix, but we thought it was going to be in McLaren's day. But the McLarens have fallen by the wayside. Of course, Vortex Sim Racing, as they lost the race lead for the first time actually on track, they ended up being tagged by the number 15 machine. That was one incident. Then, of course, we've had ourselves our PRT. They've had themselves a technical glitch on pit road. They are classified as out of the race as it stands. So this one is huge. And now, this is going to give a chance to a team of either Inex Racing or Core Motorsports the chance to take command of a championship early on. And I always say, momentum is absolutely everything. If Hezza Sicilia wants to make that fair shave time, John, he's got to be in, we think, in the next lap.
Yeah, well, he's just come out of entrance and he hasn't boxed. He's got a 22.313 second lead. That I don't think will be enough to drive all the way down pit lane and take, perhaps if he needs any fuel to get to the end of this race, change the drivers. So I think he will have to come in at the end of this lap for sure.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ourselves then towards the climax, a climatic finish here. Alexander Voss is closing on Isaac Price. It was about 1/10 of a second last time by, and you can see the flashing lights of lap traffic saying, come on, please, don't hold me up, as they work themselves in toward the Variante Rectifier. Well, that's one way of getting out of the way there, Randy. Just go completely off track.
Yeah, just jump over the curves and have a bit of fun. But yeah, this race has been absolutely turned upside down. And Dark Kintigo, if a driver swap within iRacing takes 25 seconds, and with a 22-second lead, even if you ignore everything else, he's going to be, he's just, I mean, obviously 25 is better than 23, at least last time I did my math that worked out. But I honestly think Dark Kintigo, they're going to see themselves drop down to P6, P7. They're going to, this is a hugely disastrous mistake by them.
It is indeed. What a crazy, crazy race it has been so far. Let's then go on board with that number 15 machine of Hezza Sicilia. Controversy, excitement, strategy, mistakes, everything has been a part of the first round of the championship so far. We have still got more to go. We're keeping an eye also on the Inex Racing yellow car. We'll do so in a bit. William the Vec is behind the wheel of that one, and Sicilia does come in right at the very last moment. So there we are, on towards pit road for Hezza Sicilia. He will go to the very, very limit. There is one thing still worth remembering, John. We're thinking it's going to be 97 laps. Of course, with some people being out of the event, the race being a little bit slower. If it ends up being 96 laps, this team is still going to be disqualified.
Yeah, you wonder how long, if he will be able to make the end, because he came into the pits just as the clock ticked under 45 minutes. So I'm not too sure. It might be really, really close.
Well, we have now got a driver change. David Alexis Jordan getting in behind the rear of that one, as we've got ourselves 46 minutes, 10 seconds remaining in this event. So that means that Isaac Price leads this motor race, but he's not leading it by much. It is currently 7/10 of a second between Isaac Price and Alexander Voss. We have to take a quick side-by-side commercial, ladies and gentlemen, but you won't miss a thing. We're going to stay on board with this Core Motorsports cars. We'll take your RaceSpot TV side by side. We'll be right back. It's come down. It's come down to half a second as it stands right now. What a fantastic climax then to the end of this motor race. And when we talked about lead changes, 11 lead changes in this event so far. Wow, this is absolutely phenomenal, this event. 4 tenths per second, Isaac Price, Alexander Voss. We don't even need to make up the excitement here, Oscar. This has just been outstanding. 3 tenths per second, Voss to Price. And now it's the case of, can Price hold on here? Or what about Alexander Voss? And of course, Voss did do 1 extra lap over Isaac Price. So the tyres will be, I don't know, a lap pressure. But these guys, they can both push it to the end of this motor race. There is no fuel saving required here.
Yeah, I would sometimes maybe suggest that Isaac was saving some tyre or some fuel for right at the end, but I don't see that being the case. I think they're both pushing on here, and the absolute truth of it is that R8's got a little more outright pace around the circuit, and Alexander Voss is absolutely making the most of it from a Core Motorsports in second place. I don't see Isaac Price holding on to this position for particularly long, given the current state of the pace between the two. That said, I would argue that you're definitely looking at your top 2 finishes for this race, although, fingers crossed, no commentators curse on that the racing is fair when it happens.
Well, yeah, some people remember the last time I commentated on an event here. Every time I said something, they end up crashing, so not going to do that one anymore. But there is an outstanding battle going on, Jay. This is between Tommy Hacker and Ivo Holler right now. P3, P4, number 1 machine, of course. That is Team Redline scrapping it out with the Vortex Sim Racing machine, who's trying to work themselves back into position. This could be an interesting step for the final step in the podium. And really for Vortex, it'll be a case of getting some pride backers down to the inside. Will come core? No, not yet. P3, P4 looking strong.
Yes, they are. And for Tommy Hack, he is in trouble. That gap is coming down 8 tenths of a second every lap. The gap is about 3.7 seconds at the moment for Ivo Howler. Remember, he got in the car, stint 1, and what did he do? He pulled out a 5-second gap on the rest of the field. He knows exactly what he needs to do. He will pull that car back on Redline Black, and this will be a battle for your podium as well. And don't count out Core Motorsports as well. They are in the prime position with just a few minutes to go. By few, I mean 42.
Yep, behind William Levesque versus Alexi Aloma, number 11, NX Racing Machine versus the Glacier Racing Team. That's a good battle going on. To show you a quick couple of moments of that one. There's the NX Racing yellow car. And you did say, Randy, that William Levesque is fantastic. This is one of his favourite racetracks. He is so strong here. And actually, I'm thinking with Levesque, well, maybe he's going about the same pace as Ivo Haller and Tommy Hacker, actually ahead of him. He might well be able to move up into P4, considering the number of laps remaining here, if Hacker lose that position to Howler in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, he certainly is. William Levesque is, I mean, he's a GT car ace. You see him, he posts in the forums. He's been in countless number of the big series, the big races that we have, and he is just an ace, and he's basically generally seen as NX's fastest guy. Unfortunately, they're a little out of position today. However, I think you're absolutely right. I think if that Team Redline Black Racing driver of Tommy Haka can't find himself a bit of pace, I think he might not only lose P3, but he might lose P4 as well with the way that that Williams driving. And not only P4, he might drop down to 6th place because Alexi's not any slower than William is.
Yeah, as Court, again, thought, waited, no, not just yet. And well, I want to go back to a comment that you made so much earlier in this motor race, Oscar. It's about an endurance pass versus a sprint race pass. And we are still in an endurance race. There is still 40 minutes to go. But you start thinking, okay, I'm going to spend a couple of laps sizing up my opposition, figuring out where I'm faster. We'll come back to what we said earlier as well. It'll come down to getting that good run out of Curva Parabolica.
It absolutely will, and that's what you've been seeing Alexander Voss do, is he's weighing it up. He'll get a run, he'll see how effective the draft is, show a nose, because it doesn't hurt to show a nose, and you also need to know where you want to be placing your car, where the rubber's going to. Again, he's setting it up and saying it. He knows at the moment he's got a slight pace advantage, and so far as he can understand, that pace advantage won't go away. So every lap is about judging, having a look, developing the concept of the move that he wants to make. And eventually you're going to see him make it. He'll probably absolutely spool it up for a couple of laps, hammer it down, do some of his faster laps of the race, and get past.
Want to give a shout? Oh,
that, of course, is if Isaac has no response.
Yes, indeed. Want to give a shout out to Julian Rodriguez Marino. We've now got a Beamer inside your top 10. The NX Racing bank car running themselves in P number 8 on track, up from P15 up now into that 8th
They have
position.
2 as well.
on track.
Radicals is in 9th.
They are. So you've got yourself, there's White Good, and he's running himself in that number 16 Radicals online machine out of curve parabolic. And then once again, this is a much better run for Core Sim Racing. Down towards turn number 1, they'll come. It just seems to be that he doesn't want to get too close in towards that first chicane. Gap down to 2 tenths, down to 1 tenth, flick it to the right a little bit, late on the brakes. No, going to stay where he is. So that one will remain as is for the time being. Let's go back and have a look at William Levesque versus Alexi Aloma, because, well, Aloma's not being dropped by Levesque just yet. So these two guys are still mighty close. We'll go on board then with Alexi Aloma. As we'll talk in a moment to Matt Backham from the Radicals Online organisation. But first, this NX Racing Yellow versus Glacier Racing. This is great, Jake, here. These two guys, again, a Mercedes versus an Audi. And this really highlights the strengths and weaknesses of all these race cars.
Oh yes, absolutely. William Levesque have to try and pull himself away here from the car of Glacier Racing BS number 1. The 42 machine there, driven by Alexi Aloma at the moment. And well, for Levesque, he's trying to pull out the best of his car, try and do exactly what Fernando Alonso does, get the best out of his car no matter when he does it. And well, it's going to be a challenge here. He's going to try and have to hold on for another 40 minutes, but he's doing a fantastic job at the moment. And don't count out anything in this series. They have a gap of 10 seconds here, 8 seconds there. They have a good opportunity to get some really solid points.
Well, let's have a look then. On board with the Core Motorsports driver, Alexander Voss, once again, as they'll head themselves down towards the curve of Parabolica. Just going past the lap car there for a moment to swing it around, saving a bit of gas, getting themselves a bit of draft, all in one go. Now, the gap this time by is half a second, so just a little bit lost there for Alexander Voss in that number 33 Core Motorsports machine. We have, though, got ourselves Mac Backham here. And actually, before we do that, let's listen on board. Who NX Racing? 300? They are fuel saving, Randy.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge. We're on the last hour of this race, coming down to the last 30 minutes almost. And NX Racing Red's in a position where they're having to save gas. They're lifting 75 to 100 meters before they're getting on the brakes. And this is a curious thing for me. We saw NX Racing Red consistently being one of the furthest. Why don't they have enough gas to make it to the end?
Did they mess up a little bit? Potentially on pit road with their strategy numbers, and could they lose this race because of a strategy call? That would be unbelievable. So here we are having we're gonna get a word finally with Matt Backham, Radicals Online. Well, you've got yourself White Goodham in the number 16 machine, Matt, now in P number 9, but talk us through your motor race so far.
It's been pretty good. I was supposed to only do one stint, but I felt really comfortable in the car, so we decided that I should do another one. And yeah, everything went great. I was able to overtake a few cars, made up a big deal of positions. And then, yeah, until my second stint, I encountered the number 73 PRT car for the second time, who was, yeah, just making everyone's life a misery today, I think.
Well, you've had yourself 2 incidents, of course, damage. And we've always said that the damage to this car, you know, it's a little bit less than compared to what you get yourself in a Formula-based car. But was the start as crazy as you expected it to be? Of course, you did get yourself a little bit of beating and banging into the Variante Rettifilo in the first lap. So how much did that affect you?
Well, I got hit on. I got a tap on the rear that gave me 4x, but it didn't. I don't think it gave me any damage. At least I didn't notice anything. And yeah, the start was definitely a lot crazier than I thought it would be, considering I was expecting a rolling start and we were suddenly using a standing start.
Wow. Thank you very much, Matt Backham there from the Radicals Online organisation. Good to talk to you and potentially get another word of you after the end of this motor race, because, hey, we've got battles all over the place. Alexi Aloma closed right back up to the rear of William Levesque, but not going to do anything in towards the first chicane. Eva Howler versus Tommy Hacker, however, that's down to half a second. Retribution time now, maybe, Randy, for that Vortex Sim Racing red car, trying to get something back from this motor race, hoping to get themselves a podium.
Absolutely correct there, Will. He's pushing hard, and if I'm Tommy Haka in that Team Redline Black now, car. I have to pull out all the tricks in the book and all my sim racing experience to try to hold on to this P3 here. Gregor drove an absolutely awesome first stint, and Hawkeye, I don't want to say he needs to try not to let him down because he's driving great as well. But it's going to be really, really rough to hold off Evo.
Indeed. We've got ourselves now 34 minutes remaining in this event. As well, it seems to be catching one thing, passing another though, Jay. Now he's in the coattails of that Team Redline Black car. Not able to actually find a way past just yet, but we do think the straight line speed advantage from the 03 car should be beneficiary once they get themselves out of curve Parabolica, if he can actually be within 3.5 tenths of a second.
Oh yes, and well for Eva Howler there in that Gecko Vortex Sim Racing red machine there, the number 03 car is going to have to try and do everything he possibly can here on Tommy Hacker. Hacker, an incredibly quick driver in his own right, but how much of Tommy Hacker's pace has come down to Gregor Hutu in the first 2 stints? That is going to be a question that needs to be asked. This is a test of his mettle here. He's got to hold on for Redline Black. Ivo Howler is trying everything to pull that gap down.
Well, there's Audi versus Merc again. William Levesque actually then in X Racing yellow machine. You've got yourself Alexia Loma in the 42 machines behind actually. Just had yourself side by side with Davis Alexis Jordan. He has really actually lost out. He came out in P number 9, Jake. He's now down to P12.
Yeah, he has, and that's a really odd one there, actually, there for David Alexi Jordan. He was there fighting up alongside quite a few people, and it seems he's had a few incidents possibly off camera that we haven't really seen. And David Alexi Jordan now back down the order, fighting himself with X Racing Blue and Dave Geelink, and also with Kelvin Vanlin. And as we say that there, well, it looks like Dave Geelink is really here for a fight because he wants to find a way past David Alexi Jordan. For Dark Contigo, it was a missed strategy call that has cost them what could have been a top 3. It's now going to be outside the top 10, and they will have to feel devastated.
Yeah, there's the X Racing Blue car of Dave Geelink in towards then the second chicane, and then after that, of course, they have these 2 right-hand Lesmos. Not really going to see any passing opportunities there. Ahead, Alexia Loma, William Levesque. That one seems to be that Aloma's content to stay there for the time being. But, well, Randy, 2 seconds off the pace Jordan is. And, well, you just made the point. We kind of know now why we had ourselves, geez, Heza Cecilia in that car for so long.
Yeah, and it's something that you almost feel bad saying it, but it's just looking at the lap times in this Dark Indigo Racing team. 2 seconds per lap off pace. Jesus Cecilio is running high 47s, mid to low 48s. David Alexis Jordan's out there running 51s, 50s, a couple 49s here and there. So it's as bad as it sounds. I can understand why they leave David to have as little time in the car as possible. Looking back out front towards Indus Racing Yellow and Glacier Racing, well, you said Alexi was just content to just staying there. He's already made that pass stick on William Levesque as now they go down into that first chicane, and so maybe Alexi not so patient after all.
Yeah, and Dave Geelink has now found his way past David Alexis Jordan as well. So Jordan now down to P13. He might try and move himself back past in the straightaway. We're on board then with the drive of Jordan down to the inside, in towards turn 1, just fighting for anything here. How late can Jordan brake? He's going to go and have the inside line into the corner side by side. Number 77 machine on the outside. They just stay side by side on the exit of the corner. This will give a good run now to number 15 machine as they work themselves through curve grinder. You're flat out through here. And then you see they stay side by side. No, the 77's car will tuck back in for a moment, but could well get the crosslander done as they head themselves down into the second chicane. And that will give Geelink the chance, and he will stay behind for one moment. I think Geelink there is just thinking, well, that car's been involved in incidents before. I know I can get past if I want to. Oscar, I can do it again later.
Yeah, again, granted the time is somewhat running out now, but the drivers still need to be aware that with about 30 minutes of race to go, there's no need to get flustered, there's no need to start doing, as we referred to them earlier, sprint racing moves. You can still take your time setting them up and executing them properly. And if you get overtaken, that's fine. It's just your turn to start setting up the overtake to get back past. And again, we're still seeing that mature approach of setting up the right pass from Alexander Voss from Core Motorsports, having not made the move first yet, but continuously trial and error to different methods of sitting in the draft and making moves into turn 1 and other sections of the circuit.
Bono Ruiz, by the way, has caught back up to the rear-ish of Dave Geeling. Dave Geeling looking back down to the inside into Curva Barabolica, and he should get that one complete nice and easy. Now, he just wants to make sure he can sweep through the corner. And Parabolica, it's worth noting, we haven't even talked about this one yet, Randy. The marble build-up there, Curva Barabolica, you've really got two defined racing lines through that corner. And if you catch the marbles, it just pushes your wide towards that kind of green painted area. You touch the kind of gutters there, and your car will spin. It's guaranteed, and this time Geeling should be able to keep that lead into the first chicane, but they're going to be there. No, actually, Geeling has easily got it out of the corner. Better run.
Oh, he certainly was, but that was just very, very tight there on entry. I was getting worried we might see an incident. Yeah, the Parabolica is one of the trickier circuits. You run a little bit wide, and you might see yourself run out of traction really quick. And actually, if you catch that inside curve, you can see the same thing happen. As I'm sure Dave Geeling's going to be happy to get by. Kelvin van der Linde is able to skip away while he's been stuck behind that Dark Indigo car. And Bono Ruiz was closing that gap as well. And that gap's now, if Bono can get by that Dark Indigo car quickly, that could be an interesting battle forming as well. But looking back out front, like Oscar's been saying, Core Motorsports being very, very smart with the way they try to make this pass. I think they know they're possibly faster than NX Racing Red. With the fact that they're saving, they'll obviously be able to tell that. And he's got a big run here now. Let's see if he tries to make a dive here, Will.
Yeah, he looks to the inside then, in towards turn number one. Who's going to get the advantage for the race lead? Core Motorsports will go down to the inside of iNX Racing, and Core Motorsports will lead this motor race for the first time then. Alexander Voss now in command of this motor race, and it will be interesting to see how quickly he can pull out a gap over Isaac Price, because if Price is saving gas, we know that he might well come back later on. So this is now a critical couple of laps now for the Core Motorsports machine. They have got to push it. Right, there's no tomorrow for the next 2-3 laps of this motor race to try and get within that 1 second window, because actually, Oscar, if they can do that, it might well be race over.
Yeah, if they can really pull themselves of giving iNX a draft, then you can see them being pretty confident and pretty stable. This is the point where Voss really needs to show that he's had a pace differential this whole time. He needs to go out there and he needs to be quicker than the NX Racing Red car. If not, the race is still on, and with the fuel saving, it's entirely reasonable, because it's what we saw Yannick Tomala do in his first stint, is that NX Racing Red car will be hard on the throttle in the last laps of the stint as opposed to the earlier ones.
You think, Oscar, that might actually come down to setup just a little bit as well? Because, you know, sometimes cars get better with age, sometimes they, you know, deteriorate after you go through a full-seater cycle. So maybe iNX has set that car up to work better at the end of this motor race.
Yeah, it could be a case of running much more conservative tyre pressures and cambers, for example. They could be doing things with that mean that their car tends not to work quite as well out of the gates, but towards the end of the stint has a lot more life left in it.
Well, there we can see as they cross the line, the gap is 0.2 of a second. Maybe Isaac Price wants to know. He's going to now stay in line, as this race has got so many more twists and turns. We've pretty much guaranteed now 12 lead changes in this motor race. Although, it was worth noting that Core Motorsports car, Jake, is better through the first chicane, because Price drops 0.3 of a second pretty much every time there.
Yeah, it's a really weird one actually for Core Motorsports. They seem to get the drive that is absolutely brilliant, but come down to the back straightaway and you see iNX actually closing in and causing themselves precedence. Of course, it is widely known that iNX Racing are a team that loves to run that high top speed on their car, so that could be why that their car is set up better for the final two stages of the race. And it's not against anything here for Core Motorsports or iNX Racing Red. It's all about the move that feeds the 5,000 here, that gets the magical first race win out of a possible 6.
And there you can see Bono Ruiz there versus David Alexis Jordan. They'll go side by side. The cross-render coming then from Bono Ruiz as they'll work themselves now out of the first chicane down through Curva Grande once again. Well, Ruiz wasn't able to do anything through the first chicane, but he might get himself a run. You can see he's arcing wide immediately, and arcing wide also was Alexis Jordan, who he will stuff it down the inside in towards that second chicane. That's a bold move. Oh, he goes off. They almost make contact. And how did I will give credit to Jordan there. He did a fantastic job slowing that car down to avoid what could have been a race-ending incident for both of them, Randy.
Yeah, that certainly was absolutely a brave move by Bono, and it was well driven by David to not get into him. Something to think about this for Bono. He's obviously been quicker than David has, although after going off over those sausage curbs, he's got himself a bit of front-end damage. It's going to be interesting to see if that maybe affects him, as just behind is actually Klaus Kivikas is in the VRS Coin to Sinsport number 18 car, and Klaus is, even though this BMW is slow here, Klaus is one of the quickest drivers in the business. He might be able to reel in Bono if he's got himself some damage.
Yeah, there we are, having a look in super slow-mo there. What an actual save by Alexis Jordan to avoid just ramming into the side of that Fnatic Team Redline machine. But yeah, Klaus Kivikas is now in the mix as well. And this is a dream circumstance for sim races. Klaus Kivikas versus Bono Huis. This is going to be a mouth-watering prospect to seeing these two guys go toe-to-toe in the last 24 minutes of this motor race, Jake.
Oh yes, absolutely. This is as if you saw this live. You don't want to miss it right now, because this is the one that you need to see. David Alexis Jordan then looks like he is going to lose out then down the front straightaway with Bono Huis in action. So a little bit more work has to be put in now from Klaus Kivikas. Klaus Kivikas now needs to make that move very quickly. He is on the back there for VRS Commander Simsport, the number 18 machine. But now it's all about getting past David Alexis Jordan there very, very quickly. And well, look at Bono Huis. He has to run, and he has to run quickly and steal the treasure and make sure he does not get caught.
Yeah, this is a nice little scrap then going on towards your mid-pack of your field. This is speed number 15. Worth noting, by the way, that William Levesque versus Alexia Loma. William Levesque, well, he's kind of still there behind Alexia Loma, but Aloma has got that gap up to 0.6 of a second over the NX Racing yellow car. And if the red car comes on better at the end of the race, Oscar, maybe the yellow car will do the same.
Well, you'd certainly think that within the team where they're all running in the same vehicle, that setup and strategy according to setup is going to be pretty similar between vehicles. We didn't really pick up on it too much, particularly with NX Racing Blue. They had their issues in the first stint, and NX Racing Yellow that were just a bit disconnected from the big battles at the end of the first stint. Could certainly see here how similar and or different the setups and strategies are being run within the NX team.
Yeah, indeed. As behind, we've got ourselves there the Movano Racing Machine. Number 21 car, battling out with Wyatt Gooden. This is for P9, the Radicals Online Steel Series machine there. Wyatt Gooden in P number 16. Steel Series versus Frostmaster. Hey, if you put your sponsor in, we might even read it out. 1/10 of a second down in towards the third chicane. And well, Frostmaster Movano Red having to just yield for the moment. And Wyatt Gooden will hold on to P9 as it stands, down to 20 minutes to go, almost in this sim race here today. And well, Levesque versus Aloma, that one is still good. It is worth noting also here, Randy, Price hasn't fallen away from the rear of the core sim racing car. He has got himself a bit of traffic just ahead of him. That is not going to be too much of an issue, though. He should clear it on the exit of the Variante Ascari.
Certainly, and like you said, Isaac doing very, very good to hold station behind that core Motorsports car. They head now down into the Parabolica, and actually that draft of that core Motorsports car might have been what he needed, with the fact that giving out front, we know he's fuel saving. He doesn't have that draft. Letting Core get out ahead of him, he can use that draft to both help himself save gas and as well as maintaining lap times. And Core did stretch that gap out just a bit, another 2/10 after that last lap, although they're still driving themselves through traffic, as NX Racing Red will do the same as well. So really, it might be beneficial for Isaac to be where he is right now, running P2 as opposed to leading the train.
You know what I see though, Oscar? Traffic, lots of it. This is going to be a critical 5 minutes of this race here, because navigating traffic is a big part of GT racing. Do it right, you can gain yourself time. Do it wrong, well, calamity and disaster. We talked about the blue flag rules in operation earlier here, but with these three guys so close together on track ahead of them, that's now going to be one that's worth thinking about.
It's always a tricky one to read, even for people at the top of their game. You come across a gaggle of cars fighting for themselves, a lap down. So difficult to read, particularly when it's a one-class race. If this was, say, an LMP versus GT thing, it wouldn't be such a big issue, but coming up on people in the same class that you've got to lap, you've just got to hope for a bit of gentlemanly conduct and spatial awareness, because if you don't get that, the time that you lose could be absolutely consequential to the end result of the race.
And what it's actually going to be is Core Sim Racing versus Core Sim Racing being passed by Core Motorsports. Why do you make it so confusing for me, please? But Core Motorsports are leading this race. Core Sim Racing, we just saw that, is in that 3-car team, which involves a Virtual Racing car and also Mad Cow Bessie as well. They are about 5 seconds ahead on track, and when they are caught, it's going to be important as well. Isaac Trace, by the way, that gap's now down to just 0.2 of a second, so it's not over yet. As I now go on board with Isaac Trace, exit off curve of Parabolica. In some cases, actually, what you want to do, John, is be the hot knife through butter against the cars rather than being in second, or you've got to be right through there, literally right on the rear bumper in order to make it work. As Isaac Price then down to the inside, battle for your race lead, and NX Racing, they want it back, they get it back with 19 minutes to go, John.
What a fantastic move, nice and clean up the inside. The core car there was was really kind to him, left him plenty of room. He's straight back on the tail of him now as they come into the second chicane through Curva Grande, and we're going to see he'll try and jink left and go to the inside. The number 3 car goes defensive, 33 goes to the inside, but 3 manages to brake a little bit later, so Inex still lead as they come up to the Lesmos.
Oh yes, this is fantastic. So this is what I was talking about, Oscar. Sometimes you want to be that hot knife through butter. I think that's what Isaac Price wanted. He wants to be that hot knife through butter. He can see the traffic ahead and thinks, well, if I am aggressive through traffic, then I can put myself a couple of attempts, and those couple of attempts could well be important. But also, when they actually catch up to this traffic, he'll get the draft as well. So if he does need to save a couple of milliliters of gas, he can do so. But Alexander Voss right behind. He's not going to try and make a pass into the Ascari. No, he doesn't.
No, absolutely not. And we've seen so far from Voss that he's such a composed racer, and that's what allowed him to make such a good move in the first place. I almost feel as though at Inex, there was behind the scenes on a TeamSpeak somewhere far away, lots of calculator tapping going on, and people thinking, are we there on fuel? Are we there on fuel? And someone said to Isaac, we're there on fuel, go! And he's absolutely hammered it for a lap, used a bit of traffic to his advantage, and placed himself to overtake. And the issue now, of course, is I think these two just have quite similar pace. So the fight is absolutely on. And it's going to be so interesting to see when they catch that small gaggle of cars up ahead. As again, Alexander Voss, I think, with a run here that could see him look to the inside into turn 1. Indeed, that's what's going to happen, but I don't quite think he's going to do it. No, he's ducking straight back into line. Not quite enough of a run off of the Parabolica there to get the move done into turn 1.
There's something I really like there as well, Jake, is that what we saw is that the NX Racing machine was like, okay, I'm going to give you the inside line. Let's be gentlemanly about this. None of this weaving and driving. If we're going to be that close together and we're going to be passing each other, let's do it properly. Let's have it as a race. That Core Sim Racing car, Core Motorsports car, going to look himself to the outside for a moment. No, not going to happen. The Core Sim Racing car is just ahead. The Core Motorsports car, the purple and yellow and white one, is right there in shot. However, this is fantastic. And well, the gentlemanliness there is fantastic though. Absolutely fantastic, Jake.
Oh, it is, and well, it's crunch time now because that traffic is looming large for Isaac Price, and he has to be that knife through butter. He has to be the driver who has to push himself through 3 cars in order to make sure he gets away from Alexander Voss. Voss has to follow him through his bumper. He has another little look here down to the inside of the Scari. He won't make the move here. He's trying to find the chink in the armor. He's trying to find the place there's a mistake, and that does look like a mistake. He's got it wrong, and this could be the run here, Will. This could be the run for Alexander Voss to make the move. He is right underneath that bumper, and he might look to the inside here, Willie, for the Parabolica. Answer that one is at the moment yes. He will have a little bit of a look here, Will. This is fantastic here. Down to the inside and to the race lead goes Alexander Voss for the time being.
Yeah, he will do it again, but then will come the crossline there because the NX Racing car will have himself the advantage as they'll get themselves then a straight line fight down towards turn number 1 they come. Yeah, we're going to turn the volume up now because here comes NX Racing. NX Racing technically led that lap as well, gets himself past. Well, that is just giving ourselves something worth remembering here, Oscar. Don't make a pass into Parabolica. Do it out of Parabolica if you want to lead at the line. You want to know why? Because the gap was 37 thousandths. I'm going to say that again. 37 1,000ths of a second. But it was, by the way, Core who had it at the line, because I just remembered, of course, that the finish line is way before the start line here.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, this looks flustered. He's been making small mistakes into the corners. Oh, and there's an incident up ahead. BMW's all over the place. They've got to get out of the way. Bessie, I believe that is, going to stay on the inside, lift out of it, come on, lift out of it, give him room, there we are. lovely bit, but oh, it's held up core massively. All of the BMWs in front, just tripping over each other into the second chicane of the lap. Horrible stuff, and it's somewhat broken up the battle for the lead here. I think Bessie's going to get straight out of the way now as well for the core motorsports car, and then the core sim racing car, hopefully.
I need to interrupt you, Oscar. Sorry. Glacier Racing BES1 have had themselves an issue down at the second chicane. Business has all picked up here. Down at the second chicane, we want to show you a couple of replays. This has been fantastic, though. It is worth noting Alexander Voss is now 1.2 seconds behind Isaac Price. It was mayhem down at the second chicane, but then Alexia Loma has had himself an incident as well, and he has turned that car around. He does get tagged by the looks of it. Indeed, he does, by the INX Racing yellow machine of William Levesque. But I want to go back a little bit further, if we may, and show you what happened to these guys. You see that Bessie and Virgil Racing, they were going side by side. They made contact into the second chicane. Then the INX Racing machine squeezed down on the outside over Bessie in towards Lesma number 1. Bessie then had Core Motorsports right behind them, but that one has blown this one right open. Oscar, what did I say 20 minutes ago? Traffic will be critical. Traffic has become critical now.
It was. I mean, the fight's certainly still on. Voss is still there. The traffic became critical for the people that were the traffic, definitely moving around their race ever so slightly. Difficult to say. I mean, Isaac does certainly have the pace to keep Voss behind, but he's been ever so slightly flustered in recent laps. I think we're going to see Voss come back, and further back than that, we saw the Glacier Racing number 1 car get turned around by William Levesque, which was a pretty silly error. Just an outbraking moment for William Levesque running into the door.
What William Levesque has done, though, Randy, is he has allowed Alexia Aloma to go back past. So that one is a bit of sportsmanship there, but the chance of them ever touching Tommy Hacker now, out the window.
Certainly, definitely good to see from the part of William Levesque, though, to just let Alexia get by. I don't think either car will have much damage from that contact, but the incident itself was just William. I think they're saving as well because he lifted really early but broke really late. I think he just messed up his braking point, and he basically just tried to make the corner, didn't quite make it, and turned that Glacier car around. I'm sure the Glacier guys will appreciate the fact that they gave him back that spot. Looking up to P3, we've had a change of position. Gecko, Vortex, and Racing Red have managed to get that spot over Team Redline Black. So business is picking up everywhere, as Oscar kind of said.
Yep, so Vortex and Racing Red back up into third. Of course, for those of you just joining us, this team led the first 44 laps of this. Well, they led 44 laps earlier on. They lost about 3 or 4 during the sequence of pit stops. But then there was an incident involving Jesus Cecilia in the second stint of this event. Down at the first chicane, as PRT went for the race lead, Vortex Sim Racing got turned around. Down at the first chicane, they have recovered up to third, and this is what we like to call hard. Don't ever give up, is what they say to you. And well, Vortex Sim Racing once again have a podium position, potentially close to being in the bag. Your battle for the race lead, Alexander Voss versus Isaac Price, it carries on with 11 minutes 31 seconds to go. And well, this is the time that, John, we'd expect that strategy to start working for INX's advantage, but nerves is always the big thing. This would be Isaac Price's first ever World Championship win, and he messes up again, actually down in towards the second chicane, and a half look by Alexander Voss for the moment.
Well, you consider the number 3 car pitted on lap 69, the 33 car in second position pitted on lap 70. So that means they will have had a little bit more of a chance to get a little bit more fuel in the car, because obviously they'll be able to either short fill or long fill as they need. There's about 10 minutes left in the race. We're expecting it to go to about lap 101, 102. That means 9 to 10 laps left. So this is the time when the engineers will just be probably double, triple, quadruple checking their calculations to make sure that they have enough fuel to make it to the end of this race, so that these two can go really hammer and tong for the next 10 minutes.
Did you ever expect, Randy, to see this graphic? 15 lead changes in today's motor race.
No, I really didn't. I expected it to definitely be probably have the most changes of the race, or of the season, just considering the way the track worked with the draft. But I was not expecting to see the close racing we've seen today, and the fact that we have several battles all up and down the field. The top 2 are paired off, 3rd and 4th are paired off, 5th and 6th are paired off, 7th and 8th are paired off, 9th and 10th are paired off. The fact that we have all these battles throughout this field in the closing stage of this race, absolutely fantastic for the opening round of this championship.
Yeah, it shows why we've been waiting so long for it, as Isaac Price gets a slow run for the third chicane. This will allow Alexander Voss the chance to close up just a little bit as they work themselves through Curva Grande. Less than 10 to go then. This is it. This is game on. It's push it to the limit. Figure out your opponent's weakness and go and attack it. Core Motorsports not quite close to enough, but last time by, Price wasn't so strong through this second chicane. Voss using a lot of curb that time by, not close enough to make anything into Lesmo number 1. And from here on in, Jake, it's going to be a case of nerves, patience, excitement.
Oh, absolutely. You look at Inex Racing Red. They have to keep the car on the island. They've been struggling, and you can see them trying to push every single inch of their road tax in order to try and make sure the move keeps sorted. But Alexander Voss is doing a challenge. Make the mistake. Stay behind, make the mistake, or try and go for glory. It's so tight. It's cat versus mouse situation here as they head themselves through Ascari once again. It's a clean run this time by for Inex Racing Red for Isaac Price. This is crunch time. We are under 10 minutes, and now it's all about Alexander Voss and what he can do for Core Motorsports to get them their first win at all in this series, because they didn't even get one in qualification, and now they have a real opportunity.
Out of Curva Parabolica then, 8 minutes 30 to go. Taking the ultra wide line then will go Alexander Voss. This could well be an opportunity. They'll work themselves down in towards turn number 1, and Inex Racing looking as though they're gonna keep the door open. So Core Motorsports then will go to the race lead. 8 minutes remaining in this one. Core will go past, and actually Isaac Price gave him the line there. He wasn't going to fight it too hard, so Alexander Voss leads once again in this motor race. There's still so much to go, and the question will come down to Oscar. Going to be leading, or going to be P2 into the final lap?
It's anyone's guess. I mean, these two have been swapping positions fairly periodically now for about 10-15 minutes, and I suspect it's going to happen at least one more time, probably 2 more times, and leave, well, it's again pretty tricky to say who leading at the end. But again, you saw there some tactical play from Isaac Price. Didn't try and defend, left the door wide open, let the move happen, and even if he doesn't win this race, Inex are favourites for the season. That second place is a handful of points that they're going to want. They do not want to throw away second place. They'd like first, but second place is enough when you think about the championship run as opposed to the run just over this one race.
And there's one thing you need to talk about as well, Oscar. This is only a 6-race season, so therefore, you know, if you look at the World Championship Grand Prix Series and the NASCAR Peak Grand Prix Series, you have yourself one bad race, it's okay, you can bounce back. You can't bounce back here. If you just push too hard and end up in the wall this late into the race, your season is close to over already. Second place in this circumstance is better than putting your car into the wall, but you've got to remember the fact this is such a short season, you have no real recovery time here. You've got to be doing it every single race.
Yeah, you can't afford to throw one down the road. You can't. You can maybe afford it in the other series where there are more rounds, but here, not at all. If you basically DNF one race or finish it, say, under 30th in one race as one of the teams looking to go for the title, you're then relying on all of the other teams doing the same, which, you know, they're just not going to do. There's definitely going to be 1 or 2 teams that finish every race in a decent position. As soon as you drop one, they've beaten you. They can't afford to drop one, and we've seen some of that strategic driving, not just from Isaac, but also from Core and Alexander Voss and a number of the other teams up towards the top today.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can vote right now as to who will win this motor race. You'll see it on the top right-hand side of your screen. Pick Inex Racing or Core Motorsports. Will it be Core Motorsports, who now lead this motor race by 7 tenths of a second over Isaac Price, or will it be that Inex Racing Red team, who have led 18 laps here today compared to the 9 for Alexander Voss? So, well, they're your top 8, bottom of your screen. Still a couple of outstanding battles. We've got Gooden versus Bertolli there. P9, P10, Radicals versus Movano. That one stays as is. We've also got Alexia Loma versus William Levesque. P5, P6, they came together earlier. Levesque allowed Aloma the chance to go back past. They resumed their fight, but not much is happening there. We have got ourselves a 4-horse train going on right now. Klaus Kivikas versus Bonahuiz versus Benjamin Smith versus Miguel Martin. This is for P13 through 16. It's a shame we can't talk about this one anymore, Randy, because there is a nice little scrap going on. Kivikas is now past Bonahuiz, so actually, we talk about the battle of the real sim racing titans. Kivikas actually has one over Bono as it stands.
Yeah, and that's definitely a huge one considering Klaus is in that BMW, which, I mean, is easily the slowest car, and he's gotten it by Bono. That Mercedes is absolutely quick in a straight line. That BMW, well, not so much. So absolutely fantastic drive by Klaus to manage to get himself out front. But like you said, it's disappointing that there's too many interesting things happening. We can't look further down the field to see what's going on. The battle for P3 and 4, just kind of looking through the field a little bit, that spread out. Ivo's done a fantastic job getting himself out front. Getting himself to P3.
And by the way, we just saw there Petr Jadowski scrapping it out with TTR Next Level Racing, Dylan Shaw. Of course, we saw Madison down in that car earlier on, and behind you've got yourself Mad Cow Racing Bessie as well. Of course, Bessie had herself an incident earlier on in this event. Price has closed it up once again. Price has, it's been in the last couple of laps, 0.4 of a second. John, we know fuel isn't an issue for these two guys. We know it will come down to who is faster in the last 3 minutes 50 seconds of this event. Anything can happen, but you've got to continue to ask that question. Will the draft out of the Parabolica be important, especially considering the finish line is way before the start line?
Well, also, we have to wonder when the white flag is in. You touched on it probably about an hour and a half ago in this broadcast. But wherever the white flag comes out, that may be really crucial to how much fuel these guys have on board. We wonder perhaps one of these guys may have just short filled to get a little bit of track position, a little bit further ahead. One may have taken a little bit more fuel to make sure that they do reach the end. So I think strategy still plays a crucial part with 3 or 4 laps remaining.
A quarter of a second. 3 minutes to go, 2 laps to go, potentially in this event. So this is now the chance. If you're in iRacing, you need a good run out the corner. He gets a good run out the corner on the run down and towards turn of 1. Will it be friendly like it was earlier? Because here comes Isaac Price to the race lead then. One more time. He's going to have the inside line if he wants it. Will he go for it? No, he doesn't go for it there. He doesn't go for it, Randy. That's fantastic.
Yeah, that's absolutely incredibly smart driving by Isaac, I think. I think here you want to be the second place car, but then again, we saw Isaac saving fuel early. What if this race is going a lap longer than those iRacing guys thought it would? What if they're a little bit tight on fuel?
This is crazy. We've now got ourselves 2 minutes, 25 seconds remaining in this motor race, and this has been a battle for the ages. It started off as a 6-car battle at one point. Yes, we lost ourselves Vortex due to an incident. Yes, we've lost PRT because of the fact that they had themselves a glitch on pit road. Imagine if either of these two guys were still there in the mix. This could have been a 4-5 horse battle for your race victory. Of course, what would have happened if Cecilia gave that car up just a little bit earlier to Alexis Jordan? Who would have known? But we will see the white flag this next time by. This is going to be a show-stopping finish to the first round of the Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship. If you want to get social with us after the race, feel free to do so. /RaceSpot TV at RaceSpot TV. But here then come the cars out of curve at the Ascari chicane then for the penultimate time. And ladies and gentlemen, here we go. On board with Isaac Price as they'll head themselves down in towards Curva Parabolica. Again, just waiting for the moment, waiting for the time to pounce. Will it be into the first chicane? Will he try and do it out of Ascari? You've got to weigh the measure of getting the pass done compared to what would have happened if you make a tiny little mistake. And now, for the first time, you see real defensive driving by Core. Here we are, white flag, 1 more lap to go. To the outside will go Isaac Price, but can he get himself the overspeed? He can actually brake where he wants to for the race lead. Here comes Isaac Price, and they almost make contact. Look at that one. This is fantastic. And oh my word, look at this. Isaac Price just gets loose. That's going to give the racing there to Core Motorsports. What a fantastic start to the final lap here as Core Motorsports, they touch a little bit, and Isaac Price, it's over for him now. That wiggle on the exit of the Variante Rettifilio, and his race is over. Core Motorsports, all they need to do is finish the lap, and the race is pretty much going to be theirs. Would anything else happen? Can the emotions be in check for Alexander Voss? Core Motorsports, they were one of those teams that we talked about in the pre-race show. We were talking about just how good they are, how they're one of the underdogs. They came into this first round of the championship and they were quiet for the first 2 hours. They were there inside your top 5, but now in the final hour they came to play. We've had ourselves 16 lead changes already here today. We had ourselves almost one down into turn number 1 on the final lap, but as it stands, the gap is 6 tenths of a second, and so long as Core Motorsports can get themselves out of this corner and get themselves a good run down this straightaway and into Curva Parabolica, the race is almost certainly theirs. There has been a wreck behind them down at the first chicane. We'll talk about that one after the motor race, because here comes Core Motorsports into Curva Parabolica, and ladies and gentlemen, making history, being the first ever winners of the Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship. It will be Core Motorsports, Alexander Voss, crossing the start-finish line. They will take victory, and then we'll see Isaac Price will come home in second. What a day! What a race! What a way to start a new season, a new series worth of racing. The day belongs to Core Motorsports. Fantastic, Oscar.
Yeah, just a phenomenal last lap there. Absolutely dorsal. We hadn't seen either team drive anything aggressively the entire day, and then down the front straight, final lap, it went absolutely out to the wall, everyone pushing it as hard as they could. Little bit of contact, but it has to be expected there towards the end. And yeah, just fantastically judged by Voss the entire stint. In fact, Isaac Price as well, granted didn't take the day, but both of them fantastically judging every moment throughout that last stint. Thoroughly deserving win for Core. Thoroughly fantastic last few laps for the win. And again, there's just been racing throughout the field further back, and again we've heard about an incident maybe, I'm not sure who that was between, but just fantastic stuff. What a way to open this Blancpain GT World Championship Series.
It was the number 5 and the number 21 machine, Kevin van der Linde with the driver of Mario Bellatoli there. And actually, Kevin van der Linde literally, John, crawled across the start-finish line. We talk about fuel being an issue. It seemed to be an issue for that Team Redline Blue car, but wow. What a new start to a season. This has just been phenomenal. I mean, we're just want to show you this graphic here, up on your screen now. 16 lead changes. 16 lead changes, and the majority of those were on the road. They weren't on pit road.
It's been a fantastic start to the season. We've got to say this really has been a historic race for sim racing. The top 6 cars after the first hour were pretty much nose to tail, and then we had the 03 car in the first chicane. It got caught up when who was at the wheel? It was Vincent at the wheel, and then there was that accident. He dropped down to P5. He's fought his way back up to P3, still finished 13 seconds behind. But you think after 3 hours of racing, the top 3 only covered by 13 seconds. I've got to say that was one of the best races I've seen.
Yeah, these guys have just been phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal here today. And there you are, ladies and gentlemen, your race winner. It is Core Motorsports, and wow, what a way to start a new season for them. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Let's get a look then at your final race results, and Core Motorsports win out then by 6 tenths of a second in the end over Inex Racing Red and Isaac Price. Then Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Red in 3rd, Team Redline Black in 4th there with Glacier Racing Red. Glacier Racing with Alexia Loma, they are in 5th. Inex Racing Yellow in 6th. Curb Surface, good recovery by them, because let's not forget, they ended up having an incident with Vortex and slamming the wall down at the Ascari chicane. They are 7th, Iberica 8th, Radicals Online in 9th, and then Movano Red in your 10th position. Rest of the results coming up on your screen right about now, and well, there's very few times when you're almost speechless in motor racing, but well, Jake, today's one of those days, because I have to say, it shows that these guys are in the pinnacle, because, yeah, we've had a couple of incidents, but these guys have just ran absolutely fantastically here today. The camaraderie we saw earlier on with William Levesque and Alexia Loma, after they had their incident, giving the place back. Core Motorsports versus Inex Racing until the last lap, not doing the weaving, not doing the blocking, allowing the passes to happen. This is pure racing, pure gentleman's racing we've seen here today.
Oh, yes, it has been, and it's fantastic final hour that we've seen. In fact, it's been a fantastic 3 hours of racing, not only just to commentate on, but to watch as a fan as well. And for everyone sitting at home, this has been one where you haven't been able to tune off, to go watch and do something else, to go have your cup of tea or cup of coffee or what have you. This has been stunning, and if this is the level of standard that we can produce here for the first round of the championship, I doubt that people are going to not go away here because of the next race that we're going to see in this championship. It will be as good as this, no doubt. I'm going to make that call here first, but as you know, I know absolutely nothing, so call me wrong.
Indeed, of course. Next round will be at Silverstone. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got interviews coming up next. This has been a fantastic day worth of racing at Monza. We'll get some highlights up for you. We'll show you some more after these messages. You're watching the Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship on Racebot TV, streaming live on iRacing Live. Congratulations, Core Motorsports, post-race coverage after these messages. Since What a day. What a day, ladies and gentlemen, we've had here today for the first round of the Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship. For years, we have had people saying, where is our GT World Championship Series? Today, we finally started the journey. We finally started the time when GT racing, team racing had its shot in the spotlight, and it didn't disappoint at all. we have seen some of the best racing in the history of iRacing. 40 of the world's best teams going toe-to-toe. We've had excitement, we've had a little bit of controversy, we've had issues on pit road, we've had technical glitches, but at the end, it was a two-horse race between Core Motorsports and Inex Racing. And well, down at that third chicane on the final lap, it was a case of just offline there for Isaac Price. Just a little bit too early on the throttle pedal, getting loose. It was a fantastic corner, but the race over just like that. And it was Core Motorsports who was able to come, get through, and pick up victory. And Niels Koch is here now from Core Motorsports, and he is stood by with John Granger.
Hi Niels, how you doing?
Hey, yeah, I'm pretty speechless about the race. It's amazing.
I can imagine it was fantastic. Obviously, Alexander started the car. You did the middle stint, and then Alex finished it as well. Just describe what it was like watching the start and the end of that race as a fan, but also as a teammate as well.
Yeah, it was quite exciting. I think both at the start and in the last lap, my heart rate was where it normally shouldn't be, and yeah, it was amazing.
It really was. And how about your stint as well? We were watching you guys be closely. You seemed to have a pretty good stint where you didn't make many mistakes. Was it all good from your standpoint?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I was behind the red line black car, and I was just trying to stay behind there, had no pressure from behind, and just save as much fuel as I could. And yeah, the target was to get the lead lap out of it, and yeah, it worked.
You mentioned fuel there. Obviously, Alex had a real good start. He did 36 laps on the first inch, which I believe was the furthest anyone in the field went on fuel. Were you, in the back of your mind, always trying to fuel save, or what was your role during that second stint? Were you trying to fuel save, or just pedal to the metal and really go for it?
At Monza, fuel saving can be very important, so we knew that we had to save fuel, and with no pressure from behind, it's pretty easy to save fuel. So that's what we were doing basically the whole race, except for the last half hour or so.
First, obviously, major victory for the new Audi R8 from iRacing. Next round is at Silverstone. How do you think the car will be there? Have you been doing some testing already? What's your thoughts for the rest of the season?
We did some testing, and I think the car will be good there as well. Maybe not as good as the BMW or the Mercedes will be there, but I think the balance of performance we are having now is the best iRacing has ever had, and yeah, it should be pretty balanced throughout the season for all cars.
Well, Niels, I've got to say, from a racing fan's point of view, that was a superb race. Well done, you drove ever so well. Please pass on our congratulations to the rest of your team, and we look forward to seeing you guys out in Silverstone.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, there was Core Motorsports claiming victory in the first round of the Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship, and wow, that was a crazy, dramatic finish. Gonna hand it now over to Jake Sperry. He stood by with Yoni Samala and also Isaac Price from the Inex Racing Red team.
Inex Racing Red, second place finish for you. Qualification for you. You qualified 6th on the grid and managed to push yourself up to second. Just a general question. We're going to start with Joni first. Joni, your first half of the stint, your first hour coming in, it was a really tough one for you. You managed to pull yourself onto the back of the massive train that had formed at the front. Of course, Ivo Howler started to pull away. Was it a case of just saving fuel throughout the entirety of the first stint, or were you there looking to really try and push it and try and mince it with the big boys?
The first and the second stint also were all about saving fuel and still staying in the pack, and I think it worked really well in the end.
Yes, it did, and well, looking at the second stint, you were one of the teams who decided, okay, we'll run this car a little bit longer through our stints. We'll try and make sure that we push it to a position where we can push as hard as we possibly can for the final stint. Just how good was the fuel saving on your end, and were you looking to push flat out for the laps that you didn't have anyone in front of you?
Well, I wasn't trying to push really at all. I was saving fuel as much as I could every lap.
Yes, and well, I'll go to Isaac now. Isaac, that final hour will go down in history as one of the best final hours that you will ever see in the iRacing Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship, despite it being the fact that it is the first race that we've had. And well, just for you, you had the lead. Of course, there were a few issues going around in the final stint. And just generally, what was your opinion of everything? Where were you sitting in terms of having Alexander Voss behind you?
I mean, I was pretty relaxed, to be honest. I mean, I've been in that position, not in this higher level race before, but in the qualifiers, we had a similar situation, and I felt quite comfortable throughout the whole stint. I felt like it was kind of under control, and I never felt like, because obviously the draft is really powerful, I never felt like I was close to losing the draft of Alexander. But yeah, obviously it didn't quite work out in the end, but I think it was a racing incident.
Yes, and well, one final question for you. Inex Red are pushing themselves to be the best that they can be in not only just this format, but Inex in itself in every single format. You look at it in the NASCAR Peak Anti-3 Series, you look at it also in the iRacing GP World Championship as well. Is Inex the most dominant team, and do you expect to win this championship after a showing like this?
Well, I mean, there's lots of top teams. You know, Coanda didn't have a great race today, but their car is going to be stronger for the rest of the season. And obviously Redline did a good result as well. Obviously I think we're right up there with them. I'd say in this series, yes, I'd say that me and Yoni are targeting the championship, but there's going to be a lot of other teams fighting it out, and it's going to be a long season.
Yes, thank you very much, Isaac then, and Joni Tamala there, second place for the number 3 machine of Inex Racing Red.
Indeed, so what a day they have had here today. Gonna pass it now over to Vortex Sim Racing. So we've got Gianluca here once again, representing that team. We're gonna have a quick chat there with Randy Chinner.
Gianluca, you obviously didn't drive in this event, but however you're representing the team. Came home P3, and it was in some ways almost disappointing with the gap you guys had out front. Absolutely dominating first stint. In the second stint, we saw that Martin Vanhove just didn't quite have the pace of Ivo. Was the whole strategy along to have Ivo start and finish, or were you guys thinking of having Martin run it to the end?
Well, after the crash, we think that it was better to change a little bit the strategy because we were too far to the leader. So we decided to change a little bit the strategy and also to let him drive again. And in fact, on the last stint, we've been able to gain 6 seconds. Sorry. And yeah, we're pretty happy with the result. We tried to do our best on the last stint because also Martin Vanhove did a wonderful job even also after the crash, because he tried to save as much as possible. So we could have pushed a lot, 100% at the end.
Speaking of saving as much as possible and starting to look forward towards other events, this race is obviously very, very, very close on fuel. Do you think these following rounds, such as the next round of Silverstone and even some of the deep rounds in the championship, do you think fuel is going to be as difficult, or do you think it's going to be much more easier in terms of strategy?
Well, I think that the most will track to saving fuel is Monza, because in Monza you need to be fast, but at the same time you need to save fuel. So it's a mix that you never have to forget the fuel. You always have to calculate to see how much fuel you will have at the end. I think that for the next races we are a little bit more relaxed about the fuel. We just did some tests, just some tests in Silverstone, but everything is going well.
And then also kind of talking about the next race at Silverstone. And these sorts of series, balance of performance is always an interesting discussion, and that McLaren was definitely quick here. Obviously the McLaren very, very fast top speed-wise. How do you think it'll fare at Silverstone? How do you think some of the other cars will fare at Silverstone?
Well, I think that the only chance that we have to be the top result is really Monza, because the McLaren is very fast in Monza. So for the other tracks, we really have to think about, we really need to find a nice setup for the old drivers, and we are quite happy also for top 10. We don't ask more.
Congratulations again on the fantastic P3 for not only your drivers and you, but as a team as a whole. An absolutely impressive result for Vortex. Anyone else you'd like to thank?
We'd like to thank for iRacing for the great job that they did. The multiplayer this time works very, very well. And I would like also to congratulate you for the great streaming and also the first 2 team score in the next day. They did a wonderful job. Congratulations.
Thanks again, Luca, for the fantastic interview, and congratulations for the fantastic race. Will, I'm tossing it back to you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Vortex Sim Racing coming home 3rd place here today. Now, Redline. It's been an interesting day for Redline, actually. Of course, Mr. 5-time in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. That team has been running pretty much in P4 the entire day today. We've got ourselves, of course, Mr. Gregor Hootu here. And well, Gregor, it seemed to be that you were there in the mix in the majority of this event, but you just didn't seem to have the overall pace and the ability to really close up to the leaders.
Yeah, kind of. Our preparation wasn't the best, so I'm really happy with the top 4 or P4 finish. So I was kind of hoping for a top 10 maybe. So finishing near the podium is really good.
Now, in terms of this race so far, you start absolutely crazy, setting yourself down to the rhythm. But just how hard was it here compared to what you're used to in the World Championship Grand Prix Series in terms of having to be there, working the draft, managing the gap, but also, most importantly, really having to save fuel on that first stint?
Well, it seemed things seemed kind of in slow motion compared to F1. So from the driving point of view, it wasn't really the most interesting race. Like you said, we were just in the drafts and trying to save fuel. So yeah, it wasn't the most exciting, but it has its own kind of challenges. So I guess we'll learn as the championship goes on. Like I said, we can improve some things and practice a bit more for the next races. So hopefully should be better.
Well, next 2 events worth talking about, of course. The next time we see in the World Championship Grand Prix Series, we go to the track that you're undefeated at Watkins Glen International. The next time we'll see you in this series will be at Silverstone, 2 tracks that you are historically pretty good at. Which one are you looking forward to the most out of the 2?
Well, I don't really like Watkins Glen, even though I've had a great success there. So I kind of like Silverstone, so that should suit the car as well. The Mercedes, so maybe we can get that podium in that race.
Well, good luck. Gregor Hootu there for Team Redline. Their team coming home 4th here today. Started 4th, ended up finishing 4th. Going to hand it back to Randy Chenoweth. He is stood by with Alexi Aloma, who, of course, was running in that number 42 machine. Glacier Racing finishing 5th, but not without controversy, Randy.
Yes, certainly not. Alexi, an absolutely fantastic race from you guys. Starting 13th, moved yourself up 8 positions over the course of the race to finish P5. How did it, we'll talk about that incident with William Levesque here a little bit later, but how did your early stages of the race go?
Well, my qualifying was bad, so I started from 13th and my start was even worse, so I lost more positions, and that's why I kind of lost the gap, like the people on front, which if I had good qualifying, I could have been like with them easily. So yeah, my first thing was like I had to pass some cars and then catch red line, green, and Inex yellow, and I managed to do that, and then I just saved fuel so I could do 33 laps and let Antti drive the second stint.
Talking about now a little bit deeper in the race, that incident with William Levesque, from what we saw here in the booth, it just seemed like a simple mental mistake from William, just basically missed his braking marker and, you know, maybe trying to kind of over-aggressively tried to make the corner. Now you've had a chance to see the replay, and I'm sure your teammates were watching as well. What was your guys' thoughts on that?
Well, actually I didn't check the replay, but yeah, I guess he just missed a little bit, and I wasn't really like following my rear view mirror. So yeah, it was kind of surprise he hit me. Like, yeah, but he let me by and didn't even try to pass, so I guess it's okay.
And now
No hard
moving.
feelings.
Well, certainly not. You guys have raced a lot before. I can think of several events where you and him have faced off in different cars. However, moving forward towards the next event at Silverstone this week at Monza, it seemed to be a Audi and Mercedes being very strong. However, the McLaren arguably being the strongest, although one didn't come home in first. How do you think the balance of performance is going to pan out heading into Silverstone?
I have no idea actually. I've driven on some races, but like on the normal tracks, if you can say that, and I haven't been really fast, so I have no idea. I guess BMWs are going to be, and Mercedes are going to be really strong there.
So if I could speak, congratulations again on P5, Lexi. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I would like to thank team Glacier Racing and the other Glacier Racing who was in the race, and of course I wanna want to have a shout out to the guys at trailer.net and also that why I can't pass Tommy Haka ever. Like, he has some kind of, I don't know, I can just pass him even though I'm faster.
Hey Alexi, I've got something I need to tell you.
Yeah.
I'm coming to the next meeting.
Okay, I will avoid it.
Okay, good. Just thought I'd let you know now.
He seems awful excited to see you, Will.
I know, right? It's so great for me to be back in Finland. Just to give you an update then, we've got a couple other people we're going to talk to. We're going to start by having a chat with Andy Kay. Of course, he is the team principal for the Radicals online organisation. And Andy, the two cars here today, up and down. We talked earlier on about the contacts, how that put you back a bit. Of course, then we also saw the fact that Matt Backham had that incident in the second hour of the motor race. Overall, what do you take from Monza?
Excuse me, I missed that.
What do you take from Monza here today?
I think we take a good few points and really good to get a top 10 finish with one of the teams, and after all the damage, great to finish where we did with our second team down in 17. I think it's 16th actually. So no, really happy get that one out of the way, and we've got 5 more races where I think the BMW is more suited, and yeah, we're raring to go.
Well, it's been an interesting day for your organisation. Of course, Silverstone is next up, and your team seems to like Silverstone, don't they?
Yeah, we do pretty well there. I think it's going to be a lot more, a lot less challenging, I should say, for the BMWs. But between the BMWs, it's going to be an incredible race. I'd just like to say a shout out to not only all our drivers, but everyone that's taken part and been a part of this. I think iRacing's put on a really good sim. You guys have put on an amazing show, and everyone that's taken part, and also thanks to our sponsor SteelSeries, has been with us almost 10 years. But no, it's brilliant. Silverstone's going to be a fantastic spectacle if this is anything to go by.
Well, thank you very much, Andy Kay there from the Radicals online organisation. We've got ourselves a couple of minutes. Hey, I can turn the button off whenever I want to. So, Will Vincent still here with Randy Cheneth, Jake Sperry, and John Granger. Jake, I'm going to come to you first. What a day it's been, but this championship, all that today has shown is there's 10 teams easily who can win this championship. There is no one favourite.
Oh, there is no one favourite, and what has to be said is because there is no favourite, it leaves the door wide open. It leaves the audience thinking, oh, it's not going to be a Redline show, it's not going to be a Coanda show, it's not going to be an INX show. But what we do see is that we have this competitiveness throughout the field where everyone is fighting for positions, fighting for points. And there are opportunities out there. There'll be opportunities at the next race and opportunities all throughout the season. But it's all about that consistency factor. And whoever stays the most consistent is going to win this series. And it doesn't matter how it comes, how it goes. This is going to be the one where everyone has to pay attention every single lap.
And Randy, you just doing the statistics for us there. 3 Audis, 2 Beamers, 3 Mercs, 2 Maccas in the top 10. There's one thing the fans can take away from this race. This field, no matter what car you're in, it's going to be fantastic to race in.
Oh, it certainly is, and especially for me to see the balanced performance spread so evenly at a track like Monza, which is arguably the most difficult to get a decent balance of performance. That's absolutely impressive. So really going towards Silverstone and some of the tracks that are arguably even more even, it's gonna be really fantastic to see. I think looking towards the forwards to the championship though it's going to be interesting to see what VRS and SimSport can do. They finished kind of out of position here due to the car they're in and due to a couple incidents. They're really going to have to hope for some of those people who are up towards the front to have some off races, I think, in order to be able to really compete for this championship.
Well, in terms of the fastest lap of the day, John, that was set by the Vortex Sim Racing machine. However, of course, they're the ones that is going to be coming away from this one, even though they got a podium, with a bit of a scowl on their face. But Vortex did a fantastic job overall, and I think that their recovery drive, I mean, it's so easy when you have yourself an incident, just throw the towel in. But those guys, their recovery drive, it shows the heart and soul of that team.
You're right. I mean, we had this fantastic stint at the start of the race by Ivo Hauela, who managed to pull, what was it, a 5 or 6 second gap when he came in for his first pit stop. He only went to lap 33. We were expecting that just because he wasn't running in the slipstream. He was running out front. He was running pretty hard. But then the problem was he passed over to Martin van Hove. And for some reason, Martin just really wasn't on it today. Whether it was just not being used to the car, the conditions, maybe an off day, we're not too sure, but that 5 second gap got eradicated. It got slowly brought down. Then obviously there was the incident going into turn 1 where I can't remember who hit him. One of the cars hit him. Who was it, Will?
Pardon?
Who was it who hit him going into turn 1?
It was the
was it Cecilia?
Cecilia, yeah. It was Cecilia.
Yeah, it was.
The 16 machine.
Bit of a silly mistake by Heathers, but I mean, I was a little bit disappointed. But then when they put Ivo back in the car, he did a fantastic job chasing down, finishing third. They should have been a lot higher up, and I'm sure they will go to Silverstone really with a point to prove, because they really do. So I think that will be the most interesting thing to see, how in a few weeks' time at Silverstone they come out of the box, because I think especially with Hauela back at the helm, he will be really pushing to try and get that first place they deserve.
But attrition at the same time, John, was so small here today, and this comes down to us again wanting to applaud all the drivers. Yeah, we saw 2 or 3 silly mistakes over the course of this event, but actually, in a 3-hour event, this is one of the cleanest endurance races I have seen ever. And I think you've got to give a shout out to all the race control, to Nim Cross, to Shannon Whitmore, and all of the guys who has been there working tirelessly, but also to these teams for taking this so seriously and so respectfully.
Agreed. I mean, we were quite fortunate this morning to be part of the drivers' meeting. The email that went out where they basically said, you're representing iRacing, please drive cleanly. And that's exactly what they did. I mean, the last race we commentated on together was the Sebring 12 hour. And you think every hour, it seemed, there was an accident which involved the leaders or maybe someone in the top 10 or the top 15. Whereas today, you look at the ones at the top of the field, okay, pure racing team, a little bit of a disappointment with obviously having a PC problem. They for sure would have been up there. But the top guys really didn't change that much because they were all just racing so cleanly.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here's a look at your top 10 one more time. There you can see Core Motorsport, Alexander Voss. It says DNF. We're sorry, but hey. NX Racing Red in second. Gecko Vortex Sim Racing in third. Team Redline Black. Glacier Racing, NX Racing, Curb Surface, Iberica, Radicals, and Frostmaster. I want to draw your attention, Randy, to just one thing in that list. NX Racing, the only team, well, the only organisation to have 2 teams represented in the top 10 here. There's something about that team overall, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think I almost wouldn't be surprised if that blue car, if we see that. I mean, and heck, NX Racing Blue finished 12th, so they were very close to having 3 cars in the top 10, which granted, I believe after the qualifying series, like Oscar pointed out at some point earlier in the presentation, they had 3 cars, all 3 cars, I believe, in the top 5 or 6 positions. So really, any of these NX Racing cars, they could be huge contenders going towards the tail end of this championship. The only thing about NX is I was a little bit surprised the NX Racing yellow car was not quite as competitive today. I expected them to be the quick NX car.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is all we've got time for tonight. Thank you so much to everyone who's been a part of this historic day from Monza. It has been absolutely fantastic to watch, absolutely fantastic to commentate. And when all was said and done, it was one team that stood out just a little bit amongst the others, and that was at number 33, Core Motorsports car. They just did themselves a fantastic race here today. They came away with the race victory. Hey, first blood in the series. Well, that one goes to Audi against Mercedes, against BMW, and against the McLaren. But now we turn our attentions to Silverstone. It's going to be fast, and aerodynamic grip will be so important, especially through sector number 1, where you got yourself the Maggots-Beckett complex, and then also for that fast Abbey chicane, the run-through bridge in towards the stadium section. We know it so well, and I'll be here live on Racespot TV deep in the month of May. It is going to be our biggest day of sim racing ever. Not only do we have ourselves round number 2 of this series, the Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship, we also, ladies and gentlemen, on the same day, will have ourselves coverage of Indy. We go back home again to Indiana one more time as we celebrate the 100th running of the Indianapolis 500 with the 7th edition of the iRacing Indianapolis 500. So join myself, Will Vincent, Paul Jenkins, Aaron Likens for that one. It will be a part of a doubleheader, a historic doubleheader at 2 of the most important tracks in all of racing. The track that hosted the first ever Grand Prix back in 1950, and the track that will celebrate itself as being the center of racing, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, also we've got ourselves the next round of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series in just 1 week's time. It's Watkins Glen International, and it will be a track where Gregor Hutu has always won in World Championship competition. Will someone finally take that undisputed title away from him? We'll have to find out next Saturday, 1:30 p.m. GMT. In the interim, for myself, Will Vincent, from John Granger, from Ronnie Cheneth, from Jake Sperry, from Paul Smith, Hugo Louise, and Oscar Hardwick, this has been the first round of the Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship. This has been a Racebot TV presentation, streaming live on iRacing Live. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We shall talk to you all next time. Have a fantastic evening.